Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Edgbaston and the third Edgbaston Championship match between Warwickshire and Surrey. Warwickshire and Cricket Club would like to extend a warm welcome to your company support and we hope you enjoy the game. The close of play yesterday, the stage of the match was Surrey having won the toss and led into that first, declared their innings closed on 428 for 8. Warwickshire reached 16 for the loss of 2 wickets. In matches where the home authority has confirmed that floodlights are available for use in the competition, if it is in the opinion of the umpires that match right has deteriorated to an unsuitable level, they may authorise that floodlights be turned on so that the match may continue in acceptable conditions. However, if in the opinion of the umpires, artificial light then exceeds natural light, making it difficult to see the red ball against the surround, play may be suspended in order to maintain player and spectator safety. The match officials for this game are the umpires are Tim Robinson and Steve O'Shaughnessy, the match referee James Whittaker, and scorers for Surrey Debbie Beasley and for Warwickshire. Today's play will consist of 3 2-hour 10-minute sessions, making up time for the play that was lost on day 1. So the session times are 11 until 13:10, 13:50 to 1600, and 16:20 to 18:30. We hope that you enjoy your day.
Good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston, where the good news, especially for Surrey, is that the sun is shining and we are set fair. Live commentary here from Edgbaston on 5 Sports Extra, on BBC Online, where you can hear every ball of every game throughout the county season. And we are BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC London. I'm Clive Eaker, Mark Church, part of the team. Kevin Howells is here. We'll hear from Phil Britt, and Grace Bollinger is joining us for the final 2 days. And a very interestingly poised game, Mark Church, certainly from Surrey's point of view, having got those 2 wickets of enterprising declaration yesterday, gave them 12 overs to try and get a couple of wickets, and that's exactly what they did. So from Warwickshire's point of view, they've got to try and bat all day, but Surrey will feel they have a sniff of a chance of forcing this game.
Yeah, I think good morning everybody, from sort of a championship blue point of view, win the toss, bat first, get over 400, get 12 overs last night and pick up Dom Sibley and the captain Will Rhodes. Just about the perfect scenario so far from a Surrey point of view. From a Warwickshire point of view, look, it's a good pitch. It's a cracking pitch, this. And they should be confident of having a good day with the bat. But I just think we saw yesterday as well, for the quicker bowlers in particular, there was a little bit there. And obviously this first hour will be tough for Warwickshire, because Surrey will be sort of 12 overs last night as well. And the fact that Will Jacks had to come on and bowl due to the light. So we've seen a bit of Toplin, we've seen a bit of Roach. We haven't seen anything yet of Jordan Clark and James Taylor. So, I think Surrey will be confident this morning, but I think Warwickshire as well with the bat will be confident of getting through today. But you'd rather be Surrey this morning than the home side. And the good news is, it's freezing cold.
Well, it isn't,
but the sun's out, so that's something. And yesterday we were lucky with the weather and got through the day unscathed weather-wise. And fingers crossed we do the same again today.
Well, the highlight yesterday was a terrific innings from Ben Folkes, who made 132 not out. Got good support from James Taylor at the end, 31 earlier in the day. Yesterday there was a half-century too for, Ollie Pope was out for 58, and Jordan Clark made 50 yesterday. Ollie Hannon-Dalby finished with 4 wickets. Interesting, the spin of Danny Briggs finished with 3. And interviewing Ollie Hannon-Dalby yesterday, he did highlight the fact that Surrey don't have a frontline spinner.
Will Jacks can bowl and will bowl. And you saw last night that he's tidy. I know what Ollie Hannon-Dalby's saying. There's no Verdi or Moriarty, but actually Will Jacks proved last night that if they need him, he can bowl. He's not just a part-timer. It's a big part of his game. So, and let's be honest, Briggs with his wickets, it was just good variation, wasn't it? It wasn't, the ball wasn't spinning square or anything like that. So, again, I think from a Warwickshire point of view, it's get your heads down and bat. Ben Folkes showed how to do it yesterday, didn't he? 263 balls for 132 not out, and just got his head down and batted. And that's exactly what Warwickshire need to do today.
I think Warwickshire, if they can get, say, 3 batting points and save the game, they'll feel 9 points from an opening game against Surrey. Been okay start to the season. Obviously you want to win, but high scoring draw at this early stage of the season, I probably feel they'll take that. I don't see how Warwickshire can win unless some very extraordinary things happen. So we start with Danny Briggs, the night watchman, yet to score. Rob Yates on 10. It'll be Yates facing, and Reece Topley, a change of ends from him.
So it's Topley with our first ball of the morning. Left arm over the wicket he comes to Yates down the leg side. Now they've gone up for something, and it's off the pad. Little strangle down the leg side. It was the way that Will Rhodes went yesterday. It wasn't the most confident of appeals, I have to say, and Reece Topley sort of joined in afterwards, but yeah, just a noise off the pad there.
Yes, I actually got the impression slightly the other way round, that Reece Topley fancied it, and those behind thought, oh, we better go up as well. But as you say, not...
It's a good job it wasn't given out, because it had been given out before the start of play, because it's only just gone 11.
It's much a good
As
recount.
Comes in left arm over the wicket again, and Yates is forward and playing this one off a goodish length, straight back up the pitch towards mid-on, and there is Hashim Amla.
You saying that would have gone to the court of court of arbitration?
I've seen it before. Poor old Michael Brown, former Hampshire and Surrey opener. It was the first innings of the season. It might have even been the first day of the season, poor lad, and was given out LBW caught behind at 10:59. So he was actually out before the season had started. As Topley comes in left arm over the wicket to Yates. Solidly forward goes Yates. Plays this one back up the ground again to Hashim Amla. Yeah, Topley with that wicket of Dom Sibley last night, and then Kemar Roach with the wicket of Will Rhodes caught down the leg side. 3 slips in there. Rory Burns, the captain, Ollie Pope and Will Jacks. Ryan Patel out at cover point. Kemar Roach is in some sort of sunshine down there at long leg, so he'll be pleased with that. As Topley is in once again, and that's a goodie on a goodish length, just bouncing, beats the push forward of Yates, and into the gloves it goes to folks. And that's what I mean. We saw this with Alan Dalby yesterday. If you can keep hitting the spot, there is a little bit there. It calls for discipline and patience, but there is a little bit there.
Well, I thought Topley bowled, albeit from the pavilion, and I thought he looked very lively in his brief spell yesterday.
Fascinating seeing Rhys Topley this summer with the red ball. Comes running towards us once again. Over the wicket he comes to the left-hander Yates, who's letting this one go again. Off a goodish length outside his off stump. And then Hashim Amla, again looking wrapped up, stood there at mid-on. And out there at deep mid-wicket is James Taylor. And then Jamie Smith is in at short mid-wicket. James Taylor all on his own in front of the Holly stand. Few people dotted around in there this morning as well, having a watch in watery sunshine as Topley in once more, and Yates lets this one go outside his off stump maiden over to start the morning. And Warwickshire remains 16 for 2 in reply to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared.
So Warwickshire the task of trying to... I was trying to work it out coming in. Firstly, whether, if the follow-on does come into play, whether Surrey would enforce it. And secondly, if Warwickshire avoid the follow-on, does that make them safe? I came to the conclusion probably not. So let's say Warwickshire get bowled out for, I don't know, 280. I'll break off, go to your report. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where the sun is shining again for the 3rd day of Warwickshire's opening match of their defence of the LV County Championship. And they're up against it this morning, having lost 2 wickets just before the close after Surrey had amassed 428 for 8 declared. So they resumed this morning on 16 for 2 with night watchman Danny Briggs at the wicket, and Rob Yates has already played a miss at 1 and survived an appeal for a catch down the leg side. Warwickshire need to set their stall to bat all day to make this game safe. They are 16 for 2. And Danny Briggs faces his first ball of the morning and leaves it from Kemar Roach. There's no run.
Yeah, all sorts of scenarios still. I think from a Surrey point of view, if you get the chance to stick him in again, you stick him in again. I think it's your best way of winning this game on a good pitch.
You would think so. That seems to be out of fashion, isn't it? But I mean, if let's say Warwickshire gets a 280, which means they wouldn't have to follow on, they'll probably take most of today to do that. And that's driven to point. So let's say Surrey managed to bowl them out a little bit before the close. I guess if they batted really positively, they could get Warwickshire back in again not long after lunch tomorrow, give themselves some sort of chance.
I suppose it depends what we see today. As I said, I think this is a terrific cricket pitch. In the fact there is a little bit there if you bang it in the right place. And we've seen already you can score your runs on here. Let's just see what happens with it today.
Roach comes in, right arm over the ball. That's edge and caught behind. And Briggs has gone. It is the night watchman, but it's a wicket nonetheless for Kemar Roach. Another good catch by Ben Folkes. Goodness me, if he was trying to make a point about his suitability to play Test cricket, and he's doing everything right at the moment. Another good low diving catch. Briggs has gone without scoring. I guess he did his job. He survived yesterday, but One of the problems of night watchmen, you can give the opposition a nice lift if they get them out early the next day. It doesn't matter to them. It's a night watchman. It's a wicket. 16 for 3.
Cracking catch from Ben Folkes. And anyone who's seen anything of Ben Folkes, it just doesn't surprise you in the slightest. It's a tough catch, but bread and butter for Ben Folkes, that diving away to his right-hand side. A little bit of swing as well. That's the worry for Warwickshire with Kemar Roach. He's got all the skills, and if he can get this ball swinging, we saw him do it against Hampshire last year, where conventional swing, he suddenly got the ball to start going, and he was almost impossible to play. So that one there for Briggs, tempter, just a little bit of a way swing. Briggs goes after it, left cover open, thick edge, good catch from Ben Folkes, and Surrey will be pleased as well. The other thing here is they'll be pleased because he gets Sam Hain in very, very early on this morning.
Let me first say on Ben Folkes that his reputation as a wicket keeper is not in doubt. He's got a very high reputation as a wicket keeper. That what he has to do is prove that he can score runs at test level.
He can, and it's utter nonsense, all this stuff about can Ben Folkes score runs at test level, because he has. And you know, if you look at his dismissals in the West Indies, a couple of times it was him getting on with it to try and get England into a position to win the game. So yeah, he can bat. I know for a fact that England were looking at him batting at 3 in India because he's such a good player of spin.
Roach comes in to bowl to Hain. Has got a bit of an edge on that. It's all on the ground to point, but there is no run.
People will say, Mr. Eakin, it's Mark Church again, and it's because he's Surrey, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ben Folkes is head and shoulders above every other keeper in the country. And as a batter...
Head and shoulders?
Yeah, absolutely. 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 I'd put him top 2 in the world. Absolutely. And as a batter, he's never let England down.
Roach comes in to bowl, right arm over, nips back, averaging 28 in 11 test matches, which is not a bad...
Well, come on, look at what everybody else is averaging.
Well, exactly, I said not a bad
And he hasn't
average.
played a test match in this country. He's played Sri Lanka, India, the West Indies. He's made 100 on debut. He's had to come in at times when it's collapsed. He had a shocker with the run out in Antigua. Absolute shocker with that. But as a keeper, yeah, I'd have him top 2 in the world.
Roach comes in to bowl to Hain. That's left. I've got to let you finish that then. Who's the other one then in the top 2?
Pants up there for me as well. Okay. And also from a domestic point of view, Michael Burgess, as you've mentioned, Cox at Worcestershire as well. They're all good keepers, really good keepers. But this fella, and always has been.
Well, he's playing pretty well in this game, it must be said. 16 for 3 at the end of 40 overs, so Warwickshire haven't added to their overnight total, but Surrey have added to their overnight wicket haul, with Danny Briggs caught behind by one of the 2 best wicket keepers in the world, off the bowling of Kemar Roach.
I'm being serious.
I know you are.
I'm being serious. I know, but I
wasn't being facetious.
No,
I was just...
No, but in over the wicket comes Reece Topley, and this one's tucked away off his hip by Yates down towards fine leg. That's going to run away to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. And the thing that I think with Ben Folkes is he needs to run in the side. You know, that's the thing he needs. He needs to run in this England side.
Well, that's what England were doing better in recent years. That the habit of sort of putting a player in for 1 or 2 games and then dropping them. They seem to have got out of that habit.
And look where he's kept wicket as well. As in over the wicket comes Reece Topley, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. You know, you start in Sri Lanka, you're standing up for most of that. Then India, you're standing up for most of that. And then, okay, in the West Indies, but then he's standing up to Woakes and Overton in the West Indies as well. So yeah, and I'm being serious, you know, and I'm not saying anything live at all, but I honestly believe this fella is top 2 in the world as a keeper. As Reece Topley comes in, left arm over the wicket, and this is cut away by Yates down towards the 3rd man boundary rope. That's going to whistle away over the rope, even though there's a despairing dive from Ryan Patel. Not good effort from Ryan Patel there.
Just to cover, that was sort of my first question, though, wasn't it? As a wicket keeper, I hear pundits constantly saying what you're saying, what a brilliant wicket keeper he is. And I'm not saying he won't do this or hasn't done it, but what he has to do when he does, which he probably will, get a run of the Test team, is he has to score runs, and that's the pressure that's on all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the days where you get picked as a wicket-keeper have gone, haven't they? You have to be a wicket-keeper and a run scorer.
As in over the wicket again comes Topley, and this is left alone outside the off stump. And I think the other thing with his batting is it suits England far better than a Joss Butler type, who, and Grace and I were talking about this beforehand. I'm a huge fan of Joss Butler, massive fan of Joss Butler, and I felt for him because Joss Butler would have been perfect for England, wandering in at 350 for 4. Absolutely perfect. But he never wandered in at that point, did he? Because England had collapsed. As in over the wicket comes Topley once again, and that's a nice one. Goodish length, Yates having a bit of a grope at that outside the off stump, and that's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right hand side. So I think as well, and we saw it in this game as well, when he came in, proper knock that, 132 off 263 balls, got his head down.
It was very well measured.
Yeah, and I think he that sort of the technique sort of suits the longer form of the game for Ben Folkes. And as I say, he hasn't played a Test match in this country, and you look at where he has kept, as in over the wicket once again comes Topley. This one's tucked away into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single to James Taylor, and Yates moves on to 19, and Surrey move on to 25 for 3. And yeah, I'm very aware, with my reputation, Clive, there'll be people out there saying, "Oh, he's saying that because he's Surrey." No. I'm saying that because, in my opinion, he is head and shoulders keeper-wise, and with the bat, he's got the right technique. And as I say, England were thinking about batting him at 3 in India against that Indian attack when, Ashwin was spinning it round corners just because he's an Axar Patel, just because his technique's that good. So I hope for him he gets a good old run in the side. Now, if he doesn't, if then he doesn't score his runs and whatever else, then absolutely fine. But I think, he's the one that deserves a go now.
Kemar Roach round the wicket, pitches that one up, and Yates was just a little over pitch. It's a good shot from Rob Yates out through mid-wicket for 4. Took advantage of a slightly over reach delivery from Kemar Roach. Just to say, by the way, all the other games appear to have started on time today, I'm pleased to say. So, obviously, do stay with us. But if you fancy following any of the games, there is commentary online on every ball of every match throughout the country. 2 slips, when you call it a gully or a 4 slip in place. Plus, I feel it's sort of close-ish at mid-wicket as Kemar Roach comes in to bowl, and that's solidly defended by Yates, who's moved on. Not too much fuss to 23 here.
I think the other thing is as well, and we talked about Michael Burgess, but any of the Warwickshire bowlers will tell you this, and Grace will tell you this. If you've got a keeper that you're virtually 100% when it nicks off, they're going to catch it. As a bowler, that's an absolutely great thing to have behind the stumps. And you saw with that catch this morning as well, you just expect him to take them, really.
Roach round the wicket, bowls, and that's again solidly defended out to the offside by Yates. Yates has got a start. That's always a good sign for Warwickshire. Once he gets a start, more often than not he goes on, and Warwickshire need him. Warwickshire need him to bat all day. They need him to be walking back to the pavilion at 6:30 this evening, raising his bat to the applause. That's what they need.
He had a really good season last season, didn't he? So
he did. He's a player they have very high hopes for, which of course brings its own pressure. Roach round the wicket, bowls, and pushes out to the onside. There's no run. He was studying, writing very strange essays about monkeys and all sorts.
Was he? Oh yes, I heard this.
Last year. So I don't know whether he's still studying or not, or whether he's finished all that. 29 for 3.
Was that for his sort of thesis?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
He's a good lad. As Roach comes round to bowl, 2 slips and a gully in place, and Yates turns that around his pads, and again through mid-wicket, and again he's going to get that all the way for 4, and again beautifully timed and placed shot from Rob Yates as Kemar Roach just strays down the leg side. Yates playing confidently. I did an interview him after at the end of the day, along with George Tabell. And George said to me in the car park afterwards, you do realise that he'll still be playing after we've long since retired, which was a bit sobering, but undoubtedly true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Won't apply to Grace here, but
No.
applies to certainly me.
Well, it's always worrying when you're sort of commentating on the sons of as well, isn't it?
Well,
It's always
grandsons of us when you get really worried. That one is played through long on, and that's going to be more runs for Yates. It's going to be another 4. So Yates going on very nicely. Kemar Roach just struggling a little bit that over. 37 for 3. The one that I remember when Haynes of Worcestershire was here, getting run out without on the non-strikers end when he was approaching his century. But I remember commentating on his dad when he was a young lad. That was a bit.
Yeah. That was like with Archie Lenham, because I remember being coached by his granddad, Les. And then, of course, his dad opened for Sussex as well, Neil. And then Archie's out there bowling his leg spin. And I think he's playing in this game as well, which is good. I do like the Sussex playing the youngsters. I think it's terrific. I really do. Reece Topley it will be from the Birmingham end. And Yates has started very nice. He started a little bit like Ryan Patel did on that first morning, hasn't he? 31 from 54 deliveries. If you're just joining us this morning, good morning to you. Danny Briggs, the night watchman, has gone, caught behind off the bowling of Kemar Roach without scoring. And Sam Hain preparing to face his 4th delivery as Reece Topley left arm over the wicket to him. And Sam Hain's first runs of this summer is just dropping this ball off his hip into the leg side. James Taylor comes up to do the fielding. Sam Hain off the mark with a single. And Warwickshire moving on to 38 for 3. Kemar Roach will be keeping warm here because he's doing long leg to long leg.
Interesting side for Sam Hain. You get the feeling that he's more appreciated here than away from here.
Waits again as Yates, as Topley is into him, and Yates lets this one go. Outside his off stump.
And we've seen him as a very good white ball player for years, and now he had a good season with the red ball last season. Warwickshire's top run scorer just seemed to have been disregarded elsewhere. He was a bit of a... He was perhaps the one player most that you couldn't quite understand why he didn't get called up for that second string England white ball squad.
Yeah. As in once again comes Topley, and this is turned into the leg side by Yates. Thought about a single, then thought against a single, and then thought, hang on, I will take a single. And up comes James Taylor to do the fielding. They'll pick up one more, and that will move Yates on to 32 and 39 for 3.
And he did get into the 100, but hardly got used. It was frustration for Warwickshire that while they were trying to put a team together for the 50 over, signing all sorts, which is no disrespect to the players he signed, by the way. It was good to see them playing, but he got called up for 100 and hardly played. I think he faced something like 8 balls, got 12 not out. And this is for a team that wasn't even doing very well. It was really mystifying.
As Topley with 3 slips comes into Hain, and Hain's forward, nudging this one away into the offside. And James Taylor comes up once again to do the fielding, and there's no run.
I said to somebody quite high up in county cricket, I meant to make Warwickshire's point that they were frustrated that they couldn't have Sam Hain during the 100. He said, well, actually, the counties weren't keen on having players in the 100 released back to the counties because they thought that some counties would benefit more than others. But I think they do have to look at that. If a player is involved in the 100 and is not playing.
As over the wicket once again comes Topley, and forward goes Hain and pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
How many balls have we had this over? Right, I shall bring Grace Bollinger in for her first stint.
Thank you, Clive. And yeah, I think, well, we had the draft last week. Obviously, understandably, that draft was put back due to Shane Warne and his memorial service and London Spirit. And Trevor Bayliss now coaching the the London Spirit. But yeah, we'll see what happens this year. Here is Rhys Topley coming left arm over the wicket, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Sam Hain. And talking of left arm over the wicket, at the end of that over from Rhys Topley, it's a very, very good morning to Grace Ballinger. Good morning to you, Grace.
Good morning.
Absolute joy to have you with us. And your thoughts on what we've seen this morning? Yates looking in terrific nick. Kemar Roach just getting the ball to swing, and Rhys Topley has been very tight, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Topley has been very good. I think for me it's always good to see left arm seamers. I love watching the left armers as a left arm myself, but I'm not too sure on Roach's plan here. It seems he's still coming round the wicket, holding very straight, but it seems Yates has been able to get hold of him a bit through the leg side.
Yeah, he's moved to slip out now, hasn't he, into short mid-wicket as Kemar Roach comes around the wicket to Yates, and Yates is forward, thickish inside edge onto that front pad.
Yeah, he's put a deep square out, hasn't he, slightly front now, which I think if he's going to bowl that straight line is probably quite a good idea.
That's what he's looking for here with Kemar Roach as well. He's looking for Yates to work round that front, but also the one that just goes on. That's where he brings his slips into play. And as I say with Kemar Roach, if he gets that ball swinging, and it's conventional swing, round the wicket he comes once again. A couple of wickets for him so far. To Yates, there he goes, looking to work round that front pad, hits the thigh guard. Some oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. Leg buys the signal. 40 for 3. But as a bowler, we were talking there with Clive about Ben Foakes, but as a bowler, if you've got a keeper that if you get the nick more times than not, you just think, right, he's catching that or she's catching that, then that'll make a difference, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I'm not sure I'm as strong an advocate for Ben Foakes as you are. I mean, I am a fan, but definitely it helps to have a good keeper that you can trust behind the stumps.
As Kemar Roach runs away from us, in over the wicket to Sam Hain, and Hain forward, nicely bowled again, and they will pick up another single. Hain moves on to 2, 41 for 3.
It does look like these two are starting to settle in a bit more now. I think Yates has looked very good, and I think Sammy Hain's probably one of the players Warwick should want in a situation like this.
Well, we were looking at his stats from last season, yesterday, Sam Hain.
Top run scorer for Warwickshire in the County Championship, was he not?
Yep, 826 runs, average of 35.91. As Roach is in. Oh, now shout for LBW, beautifully bowled from Kemar Roach to Yates. That's what he was working on. Exactly what Grace was mentioning there. Just trying to get round that front pad, and we saw it in the Test series against Alex Lees, the left-hander, in the first Test. Got him twice LBW in that exact fashion. Yates goes for 32, and Warwickshire are 41 for 4.
Commentator's curse, I think, of it there, wasn't it? Saying how well he's just started to go and he's got out, so I'll have to apologise to Rob for that one. But no, yeah, it looked like he just got him caught on the pad, got a bit trapped, trying to go a bit too square again, maybe.
Yeah, as I say, anybody who watched the Test series, I think you got Alex Lees in that first Test twice in exactly the same fashion. LBW coming round the wicket and just gets him trapped on the crease, and it's just a good bit of bowling from Kemar Roach. 3 for 25 now for Kemar Roach, and that will bring Lamb to the middle. So it's been a good first 25 minutes for Surrey this morning. Got rid of Danny Briggs. Kemar Roach caught behind, and now picks up Yates, who looked in good nick for 32. And here on BBC Radio 5 Extra, and on BBC Radio London, BBC WM and BBC CWR. I've just looked behind me, Grace, one of the great men of world cricket is behind me, Mr. Azam Mahmood, who I think has popped up when I come off air. Can we go and have a coffee? Have you got 5 minutes for a catch up, Mr. Mahmood? Yeah, excellent. You look very warm. Got a bobble hat and everything on. It's cold out there. Mr. Mahmood is here. Lovely to see Azza back with Surrey, of course, as bowling coach. 41 for 4, and Kemar Roach having a little survey behind him as there's a bit of movement. And Lamb on strike for his first delivery as Warwickshire is in. And Lamb's forward and pushing this one away into the offside, a little away from his body there. Some oohs and ahs, but he's off the mark straight away. 42 for 4. Warwickshire, just a reminder, Surrey in their first innings, 428 for 8 declared, and that came from 136 overs. So, got their heads down, and they've picked up a couple of wickets this morning. Grace Ballinger is alongside, Clive Eakins here, Phil Britt's here, Kevin Howes is away to my right, watching as Hayne gets forward to Kemar Roach. They like that in the slip, Gordon. Solid looking shot from Hayne though. Plays that one back up the pitch. There's no run. 40 for 4. Lamb has 1. Hayne has 2. And Azamamou just wandered in there. He's the Surrey. What he's seen so far, I thought, from a bowling point of view.
Yeah, they look very tidy, don't they, both of them? I think they'll also be pleased to have 2 right-handers in now. Got rid of the left-handed Robbie Yates.
Well, there's a between Lamb and Hayne. Topley very tight so far. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15. Scattering of spectators all round the ground. A few people, brave souls, in the Holly stand, and then down there at the Birmingham end, that's where you get the sun. So there's quite a few people down there having a watch on this Saturday morning. 3 slips in there, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and driving is Lamb out towards cover. Round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding, and there's no run. Yet that wicket-keeping thing's quite interesting with England, isn't it? Because there are a number of names sort of in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with you in the sense I think Ben Folkes has definitely had a bit of bad luck not being in the England Test side more. I think Joss Butler's a good player.
As Topley's in, he's playing around that front pad here, Lamb. Tucks that into the leg side.
Yeah, I think he's a good player, but maybe slightly more suited to white ball cricket for Joss Butler. Or maybe if we had a bit of a stronger opening lineup, maybe he'd be better coming in a bit later on, as you say. But yeah, I don't think Folkes has done himself any harm with his first innings today, knocking on that England door.
Yeah, I think with Joss, it was sort of always looked at Joss. People sort of mentioned the Adam Gilchrist type role, but Gilchrist used to wander in at 350 for 5 and just smash it as in over the wicket comes Topley. This is a nice shot from Lamb, up on his toes, punching away through the covers, and diving effort, I think it is for diving effort to get there from Ryan Patel, but took the ball over the rope. Nicely timed by Lamb. He's on to 5, 46 for 4. And Sarah Taylor as well. Wow. And
Yeah.
she's doing lots of coaching now, isn't she? She's down at Sussex, but unbelievable keeper.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of talk saying that Sarah Taylor's one of the best keepers around the England circuit, male or female.
No, absolutely. Well, in the world, still,
Yeah.
I would have thought. You know, and she's down there coaching now at Sussex. Just a absolute natural behind the stumps. Burns, Pope and Jacks in that slip, Gordon, as Topley is in once more. Forward comes Lamb. As a left-arm seamer yourself, Reece Topley here he's probing away, isn't he? Just trying to get that ball to tail back a touch if he can, obviously. But he's just hit a great line and length, and it's very, very tight. Nothing really so far. That nice shot from Lamb.
I think he's bowling a really tight line. Looks pretty difficult to get away at the moment. Swinging in slightly, it looks like.
Waits again. There's Lamb. Bat raised as Topley's in right up on the toes. That's well played though by Lamb. Just pushes forward, gets bat on it.
Nicely taken single, I think. I think that's just what they need to do at the moment, get themselves in. But they've got all day to bat, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing I suppose as a bowler, you quite like getting one batter to bowl at, don't you? You get a chance to work at one batter. But by nicking a quick single there, just changes the field, and Topley is going to come left arm round the wicket now. Which has become very fashionable for you left arm seamers to come to do the old left arm round the wicket to the right handers.
I am partial to a left arm round the wicket. I do like it, yeah. Especially at the death, I think it's pretty effective.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that last summer. Left arm round the wicket as Topley is in, and this is turned by Hayne off his stumps down towards James Taylor is out there at deep backward square end of the over. 48 for 4 then. Warwickshire. A couple of wickets have gone this morning. Danny Briggs without scoring. Rob Yates for 32. Lamb has 6. Hayne has 3. Grace Ballinger is alongside. But yeah, this left arm round that sort of spotted it in the first game last season. Surrey against Gloucestershire. David Payne, Reece Topley. There's one other as well. Well, most of their overs left arm round the wicket.
Yeah, I think what it does is it cuts off a lot of the scoring options for a right-handed batter if you manage to bowl pretty straight. You can effectively cut off the offside.
Kemar Roach continuing from the City end, coming into Sam Hayne, and Hayne forward. That's a nice shot. Just pushes this away through the vacant cover region. Jordan Clark is in pursuit. I think he might just get this inside the rope. He does. He flicks it back to Ryan Patel, and Hayne will pick up 3 runs. Lovely shot. Full
Very
face
nice.
of the bat. And that's the 50 up for Warwickshire. 51 for 4. And Kemar Roach, he played 5 games last summer for Surrey in the Championship. It took me a little bit of time to get going, and then when he did, hugely popular member of the dressing room as well is Kemar Roach. And started nicely here. 3 for 29 as he's coming into Lamb. And Lamb is beaten by an absolute beauty. All the best with that.
It's a serious delivery.
It is, isn't it? On a length, pitching, bouncing, and Lamb had to play at that, and taken by Ben Folkes going up to his right hand side. So,
After Ben Folkes.
as I say, good luck with that.
I think Lamb's just happy that he's still there after that one.
Yeah, that's one of those that you sort of say, right, well, fair enough, well done. So two men catching at short mid wicket now as well for Lamb, as over the wicket goes Roach, goes wide of the crease, and he's driving thick edge, flies away through the gully region, and that races off down to the boundary rope for 4. So just pushed it a bit wider, and Lamb's come out looking to be positive here, and that's flown off down to the boundary rope for 4. Lamb moves on to 10 and 55 for 4.
I don't think Roach will mind that. I think as a bowler, especially in the situation they're in, wanting to take wickets, you'd rather see a player flash at it, potential for wickets, as opposed to someone just staying there. I don't think he'll mind that at all.
Love one in the same spot now. Kemar Roach that just swings back a touch as over the wicket he comes once again. Ooh, and that just tail back a touch, and Lamb played it very well. Gets solidly forward, playing this one up to Jordan Clark. Now, if I can make my clever contraption here work, I'll give you some other scores from around the country. But being the old fellow I am these days, Grace, I have to find my spectacles and press the right button, and there we are. So done well there for me, and I'll run through some other scores in a moment from the Championship for you. In fact, with a bit of movement behind the bowlers on, gives me the chance to say Somerset 25 without loss in their second innings, with a bit of work to do. Hampshire 428 in their first innings, as Kemar Roach is in again, and forward goes Lamb. Stands very tall creased as Lamb punches that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Somerset 180, Hampshire 428, and Somerset 25 without loss in their second innings at the Aegeus Bowl. Means they trail by 223. Gloucestershire 17 for 3 in their second innings. Low score of this one. Gloucestershire 223, Northamptonshire 288. Rob Keir I think with 100 there, and 17 for 3 Gloucestershire is forward. Again goes Yates, apologies to Lamb. One again that just swings back a touch, and you look at the wind direction here, he is going to get this ball to swing back because it's going straight across the ground, left to right for Kemar Roach. So yeah, that will help him with his in-swinger. And there's a committee meeting out there for Surrey at the moment. The umpires are having a bit of a natter as well. We're getting a change in bowling. Reece Topley still stood up there at the moment. I was saying yesterday, and it was a brilliant spot yesterday from Rita Green, who was with us. But of course this season, players can actually give caps and things to the umpires again,
Yeah, so
which you haven't been allowed to do for a couple of years.
no, so the last 2 years you had to have the 12thers running on every single over, caps, hand sanitizer. So it was actually quite a lot of miles for the 12thers
Yeah.
on and off, especially when the spinners were on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, rattling
And
through
also
it.
that sort of running out with the hand sanitizer and
Yeah, every 6
spraying
overs, I think it
everybody.
was. Every 6 overs you had to get hand sanitised.
that was it, yes, and dashing in and out. And now, umpire has called for the Warwickshire 12th man, so umpire O'Shaughnessy wants to get a message in, pointing down towards something at that Birmingham end. I wonder if sun glinting off something, I don't know. We'll find out in a minute. So we have got a change in bowling. Reece Topley's come out the attack. Jordan Clark, pick of the bowlers for Surrey last year, was Jordan Clark. Comes into the attack for the first time from that City end, coming right arm over the wicket into Sam Hain, and Hain's forward pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Surrey and Warwickshire, we're here and you know the score because we're commentating on the game, but 55 for 4 Warwickshire and Surrey 428 for 8. Glamorgan 234, Durham 22 without loss, but they've had all sorts of problem there with the weather. Hail basically has caused chaos on the first 2 days in Cardiff. As over the wicket once more is Jordan Clark, and left alone outside his off stump by Sam Hain. Essex 514 at Chelmsford. Kent 130 for 1, so that's sounding like a nice pitch there at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 348, Leicestershire 61 for 4, Middlesex 401, Derbyshire 205 for 5 at Lords, as Clark is in and Hain is forward and playing this one studiously back up the pitch. And Sussex 375, Notts 248 for 5. Recovery going on there from Nottinghamshire, because Stephen Finn picked up 3 yesterday, but the captain Steve Mullaney 95 not out for Nottinghamshire, and Tom Moores is 41 not out. So good partnership between those two yesterday and continuing this morning as Jordan Clark is in, and shout for LBW on Hain, looking to work around that front pad, and umpire Robinson just keeps the hands firmly in his pockets. But again, Jordan Clark now, he's just hitting that line, hitting that length, a little bit of nip back, I think. Hain's got to be a little bit careful there, Grace, playing around that front pad, hasn't he?
I think so. It's quite a big appeal from Clark actually, but I get the feeling it might have been a little bit too high. He's bowling quite back for length. Looked like Hain came forward a little bit. Convincing appeal from Clark, less so from the slip Gordon, I think.
Yeah, just looking at Jordan Clark last year with the ball for Surrey, had a terrific season for Surrey with the ball. 32 wickets in the Championship. As forward comes Hain again and pushes this one back up the pitch. Best of 6 for 21. And just always something was happening when Jordan Clark was bowling. His 6 for 21 was against Hampshire from memory back in South London. But yes, he's a very, very fine cricketer is Jordan Clark. And as I say, there's always something happening with Jordan Clark, be it bat, ball in the field. As in once more to Hain he comes. Hain is forward and batting a long way out of his crease here is Sam Hain, and turns that one up towards mid-on. Great, I'll do one more over with you, and then I'll bring Phil Britton, who's sat behind me, filling in his scorecard, away to my left-hand side. So, Phil here, lovely to see Phil this morning, and Kemar Roach is sort of leisurely strolling up to the top of his mark once again from this pavilion end. But a partnership required, you feel, here for Warwickshire. Time isn't a problem at all, obviously, for Warwickshire, Grace. They just need a quiet patch, don't they?
That's exactly what they need. Nothing too special. I think they just need to stay there.
So, I am on strike on 10. Again, it's 2 slips, 2 men catching at my wicket as Roach is in, and that's left alone by Lamb outside his off stump. And Lamb will be aware that he's just getting that ball to swing back a touch.
I think Matt Lamb played quite a few gritty innings last season, found himself in a similar position. I think he's quite good at performing under pressure and staying calm in the situation.
565 runs last summer. 350s for Mr. Lamb. Turning his Kemar Roach down below us once more. Comes in over the wicket to Lamb, and Lamb's letting this one go outside the off stump. So he's just hanging it out there at the moment. Is Kemar Roach.
It's probably after that flash outside off. Probably looking for another.
Yeah.
Don't know if I'd be tempted to get another slip in.
Yeah, I think as well, it's with that, you look at the breeze now, don't you? And as I said, it's going left to right across the ground. It's just hanging it out there, then he's going to try and get the one that booms straight back. And if Lamb is driving a touch away from his body, as Kemar Roach is in, and there you go, looking to drive his Lamb, and it goes past the outside edge, and that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Could have a bowl in this from Kemar Roach.
A lot of intent from Matt Lamb's batting.
He's come out and looked to be positive.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, to be honest.
No, not at all. Just got to pick the right one, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the moment. Because as I say, this fella Kemar Roach is very skillful. Hashim Amla spotted something here. I think it's the first time we've seen Hashim move this morning, actually. Apart from in between the overs, just to wander across and have a word with Kemar Roach. And he's doing exactly what Grace wanted here, getting another slip in and moving one of those men out from mid-wicket and dropping them to backward point. So over the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Lamb, and Lamb's letting this one go.
Bit too wide there, I think.
Do enjoy watching Alan Dalby yesterday. Very skillful.
He's got a lot of variations, Alan Dalby. Had the pleasure of him being my coach when I was a little bit younger.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah, he used to teach me all sorts of slow balls, but his hands are quite a bit bigger than mine, so he used to have a few different ones I couldn't do.
He bowled really well yesterday. Just sort of probed away on or around that off stump from the city end as Kemar Roach is in, goes wider of the crease this time. There you go, just trying, just probing away outside that off stump. Goes a bit wider that time. Definitely just looking for one that just will come back a touch on the drive, and ball in the gloves of Ben Folkes. He's lobbed it up to Ryan Patel, and Kemar Roach is turning down below us once again, coming in over the wicket, and this is short and cut, and away for four it goes. So well played, Lamb there, just a short wide one, and he's stayed pretty patient there, and then cracks that one off the back foot, and that whistles away to the boundary rope for 4 runs, and 59 for 4. Lamb 41, Hayne has 6. Thank you to Grace, and it's a very good morning to Phil Britt.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mark.
Nice to see you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry I've missed the first 2 days.
Don't you worry. You've been looking at bulbs.
I have been looking at the tulips in Amsterdam.
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
Beautiful. I have to say it wasn't a lot warmer than it is here.
Well, yes, it's not warm. I'll give you that.
It's not.
It's freezing. but at least it's dry. And at least it's bright. Jordan Clark is coming over the wicket here to Hayne. I'll be off at the end of this over. Short one from Jordan Clark. Sam Hayne sways inside it. And as Grace said, just from a Warwickshire point of view here, Lamb's looking to be positive. Hayne's sort of bedding down. Just need a quiet half hour, 45 minutes here.
Yeah, they've got themselves at the moment in a difficult position, haven't they? They're a lot of runs behind, 360 runs behind, 370 runs behind, and the high scorer's gone.
Forward once again goes Hayne, pushing Jordan Clark up towards mid-off. Round goes Hashim Amla.
They've got a fairly decent depth of batting, Warwickshire, but it's going to be a difficult one because they can't afford, whilst they're looking to get that board ticking over, they can't afford now to lose any more wickets, really, certainly this side of lunch. But there's plenty, it seems to be plenty in it this morning for the bowlers. Bowled a good line, been attacking.
Jordan Clark is in, and Hayne turns this one away into the leg side. Pick up a single as James Taylor comes up to do the fielding. Yeah, James Taylor, the other quick bowler in this Surrey lineup, and then Will Jacks to bowl some spin, which we saw last night. Of course, they also have Ryan Patel with his swinging deliveries at no great pace, but I'm not sure he'll be needed. But he's there as an option for the captain. Rory Burns stood in there for a slip, his ponytail poking out the back of his cap.
So Jack's now the main spinner, is he, for the side?
Well, I think Amar Verdi would still be, and Dan Moriarty is in over the wicket. Comes Jordan Clark, forward goes Lamb, pushes this one out into the offside, but I think at this time of the year...
Yeah, although having seen Danny Bruce had to get through 39 overs on the opening.
He bowled very tightly as well, but it's not going to spin a huge amount, you wouldn't have thought. So, and I think, Jacks as well with his batting sort of brings that to the party, and then can bowl some very handy, useful off spin as well. So I think that's more the reason behind it, as Jordan Clark's in short ball, and Lamb sort of hauls this into the leg side, looking to pull it, but I think he got onto him a little bit quicker than he thought, and he's coming back for two. Had to get his skates on because Reece Topley slid and threw from the ground.
He was coasting a little bit there, that Lamb, as he came back for that second run, and I think if Topley had been able to get that ball picked up and cleanly thrown back at him, he could well have put him under a bit of pressure.
It was a good bit of work that from Reece Topley, because I think Lamb wasn't expecting him to whip it in from the ground. As he's in again, is Jordan Clark. Lamb's looking to work round that front pad once more, going down the leg side, hits a thigh guard, rolls away for a leg by. End of the over, end of me. Phil Britt to pick up the commentary, and he'll be joined in a moment by Clive Egan.
Thanks, Mark. Mark will be back with us in a short while. In the meantime, Warwickshire 63 for 4. Remember, started this morning 16 for 2 in reply to Surrey's 428 for 8. Lost a wicket without addition this morning, with the night watchman Danny Briggs going for a duck, and then after he played some really attractive shots and looked to be in good shape, Rob Yates had hit 6 boundaries. He was LBW to Kima Roach for 32, at which stage Warwickshire's 4th wicket had gone down, with them still not reaching the 50 at 41 for 4. These two have added 22, and Roach continues from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and that's clipped away nicely to cover point, nicely timed by Lamb, but straight to cover point, and there's no run. Good morning, Clive.
Good morning. Happy new season to you.
Thank you. It's
you mentioned it being cold. I think it would be cold in this box, even if it was 80 degrees out there.
It is particularly cold in this box. I hadn't realised, actually. I'd forgotten during the winter how cold this box gets. It gets no sunshine. We're actually facing with the sun behind us, so it never does get any on it. Here's Roach again. He's in, bowls, it's full, and that's gone right through Lamb, who's looking to drive that, but it nearly didn't quite get balance, and the ball flashes past the outside through to Ben Folkes, and Lamb might just consider himself a touch lucky there that he didn't get a nick on that one.
If it comes off the way Matt Lamb's playing, then it'll be lots of cheers and pats on the back, but if he gets out to a shot like that, I think there might be an eyebrow or two raised. Might come up in the team brief at the end.
Roach turns in bright sunshine, runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and this is a better looking shot. This time from Lamb up to mid-off, and again there's no run, but he got behind that one, and much better position.
Elsewhere, Somerset seem to be offering some resistance this morning at Southampton. They're 34 without loss, still 214 behind Hampshire's first innings total. But Northant's going well against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 21 for 4, still 44 behind. And Kent for 141 for 1. Looks like a good pitch at Chelmsford. They're applying to Essex 514.
Something special's got to happen there, one would think, to get a positive result. Here, though, Roach, who's already got 3 wickets, is in, bowls, and Lamb is just angling this one away out into the covers. There's no run.
Division 2, Durham 34, that loss. They've got some play last at Cardiff. That's probably been the most weather-affected game of them all. They are exactly 200 runs behind Glamorgan's first innings total. And Durham in first innings as well. Derbyshire 214 for 5, replying to Middlesex's 401 at Lords. And Leicestershire, a spot of bother, 67 for, that's a sentence I've used a few times. Leicestershire 67 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 348. One more to come.
Roach in, and again gets Lamb pushing forward. Looks slightly awkward there as he gets squared up, but gets right behind it in the end. But again, Roach right on the mark. He's bringing Lamb forward, and he's had that one loose shot during the over, but he's certainly not finding very much here that he can score off.
Nottinghamshire 256 for 5, replying to Sussex 375.
It's a really good recovery there by Knotson, after losing those early wickets yesterday. Roach comes in, he bowls, and this is a bit short, and Lamb is stuck on the crease, punches it out into the offside, but again just to the short extra cover. A good over there from Kima Roach. End of his 12th over, he has got 3 for 37.
Century for Stephen Mullaney for Notts, and you can find out about that by looking at the county cricket page, the live page. Adam and Jed once again on duty for that. If you've logged on via the web, you'll see it there. Otherwise, go to the BBC cricket page, and that will keep you across all that's going on across all the matches, while we bring you ball by ball commentary on every ball of every game. So Jordan Clark from the Birmingham end to bowl to Sam Hain, Warwickshire's top scorer last season. And Clark comes into bowl, and Hain pushes it in the offside. There's no run. We thought he might get to 1,000 runs in the Bob Willis Trophy final last year, Sam Hain. He was out for, I think, next to nothing, if it wasn't nothing. So that was a bit of a shame. However, still a very good season from last season. With the red ball, where he had struggled for a couple of seasons.
Yes, he had. He'd had a sort of surprising with his side, because he was scoring plenty of runs in white ball cricket, but couldn't get that into red ball form for a while.
Clark into Bolton, 2 slips in place. Oh, that's a good delivery, and that's hurt him. I don't know whether he hit his foot with his bat there, Sam Hain, or whether the ball hit him on the boot. There was no appeal, so but it's hurt him. It was a Yorker length delivery from Clark.
He's hobbling about there on his left. I wonder as well whether he's actually banged into his knee, Clive, rather than his foot, because he's. I think the ball hit him on the foot, but whether his bat went into his knee, anyway, he's still just asking Jordan Clark to hold up while he gets himself back in position. It's no major damage done by the look of things.
So Clark in again, and that's a short delivery which Hain ducks on. He still looks to be in a little bit of discomfort. JJ's asked me to say hello good morning to David Harding, who's enjoying our commentary in the cold members area. As I say, David, if you're cold there, you want to come into this box.
Yeah.
Don't need a fridge in here. Thank you for that. It's on the emails, clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk should you want to email.
Yes, I think the far end, the Birmingham end of the ground gets the sunshine, but everybody there well wrapped up.
This next one is pushed out on the offside. There's no run. I think windows here could do with a little bit of loving attention as well, couldn't they? That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
However,
we won't moan anymore. Well, we will during the course of the season, I expect. But
well, Edgbaston's changed since the last time I was here. Not that I hit this box so much, but they're developing this new plaza area where the car park was. It's, there's still a few cones around. It's looking as if it's going to be a neat area. This next one is left, and of course they're building apartments just by the car park. But I understand that Warwickshire will have some units on the bottom where they're talking about maybe having a coffee shop or maybe a bar in there.
Yeah, it's been a very busy winter. The builders have been in and we've watched that gradually. I must be honest, I didn't think they were going to be as far on as they actually are. At one stage, by sort of February, I was looking at it thinking, we're going to have to get a real move on, but it's gone up at a fair rate over the last few weeks.
That's left by Hayne. Decent leave. That's the end of the over. 63 for 4 Warwickshire, replying to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared. 2 more wickets going this morning, and Warwickshire up against it. Kemarich has got 3 for 37 now. A few sweaters are coming off here. Warren Patel's taking his sweater off. I don't know what that means. He's going to... No, he's changed his sweaters. He's moving to a... he was obviously on 2 sweaters. He's now bravely settling for 1 short sleeve sweater.
You can see a bold change here at the pavilion end. Taylor is coming on for his first bowl of the day, of the innings.
James Taylor, notable name in cricket, notable name in music as well. But this is another James Taylor. Batted well and gave really good support. When he came in, there was some doubt as to whether Ben Folks would get the opportunity of making his century, because they were 8 wickets down. I think he was on 89. But James Taylor gave him terrific support. I'm really frustrated Warwickshire with that 9th wicket pairing. They had ambitions once they got the 8th wicket down of keeping Surrey significantly below 400. But Taylor helped them get to 428. I thought they'd go on. I thought they'd probably declare with about 8 overs to go, but they came out with 12 to bowl at Warwickshire, and it proved to be a good move as they got 2 wickets before the close.
So here's James Taylor to Ian, and bowling to Lamb down the leg side, and a good take going across. Lamb went to flick, a ball was pitched and went down past his pads, and then continued to keep moving away, and focusing behind the stumps, goes diving across to his left and tidies that one up. So I heard your discussion with Mark about Ben Folks, and I have to say I've always been impressed with him as a cricketer, and thought he should have had opportunities before. This one again is down the leg side, and again it's well stopped. It's not cleanly stopped, but it kept very low down the leg side. Lamb couldn't get anything onto it, and Folks had to again go diving across and got one hand down almost in front of him and stopped the ball. So slightly loose start from James Taylor.
My point on Ben Folks was similar to the question I was asking, really, is I don't think there's any doubting his reputation as a wicket keeper.
Here's Taylor in, bowls, that's fuller, and brings Lamb on the move forward and pushing it back to the bowler.
And it's not just Mark that talks very excitedly about his wicket keeping. Many pundits have spoken very highly of his wicket keeping, but if he is to have, and I'm not saying he won't, I mean, hopefully he will, but if he is to have a long-term role with England, he will have to score runs. That's the way of the modern game. He'll have to score runs at Test level, which, as Mark says, he has done in the past.
Taylor in, bowls. Lamb is pushing this one out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And that's the point that I think people do sometimes forget when they are slating those that have played for England lately. So a lot of the players that they dismiss have done it at Test level. They haven't done it often enough, perhaps, but Dom Sibley has made big scores at Test level. Zach Crawley has. Rory Burns has.
It's the consistency, really, isn't it? That's the thing with Joe Root, that he's a consistent run scorer. This one is driven, but again can't beat the dive there.
Though not this winter, in fairness.
Well, not as consistently, no. But I think there's a real opportunity for Folks probably to get the gloves now on a permanent basis in the Test side. As Taylor comes into bowl, the last ball of his opening over of the morning, and again he brings Lamb forward, and again it's run up to mid-on. It's the end of an opening maiden. So he starts, having got those first 2 deliveries down the leg side, he then gets on the mark. Lamb can't score any runs off him. He remains on 16, Haynes on 7. It's 63 for 4. Warwickshire, remember, are in reply to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared.
So they're trying to steady the ship here, Warwickshire, after losing those early wickets. These two have been together for about 8 overs now. Clark comes in to bowl to Hayne, who lets that one go. A few oohs and ahs, but I think Hayne was always confident that it would probably go past and over.
I didn't check with this morning, but sorry, how many batting points did they get?
They got 3.
3 in the end.
And Warwickshire got 2 bowling points.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing Warwickshire did do well yesterday for the most part. There were spells when Surrey got on top, but for the most part Warwickshire did manage to contain them. As in comes Clark to bowl, and Hayne leans back and carves that away, and it's brilliantly stopped at backward point. And I wish I could tell you who it was, but they don't have their numbers on their backs and Mark's not here, but it was a very, very good stop. I'll check with him later. Would have been 4 if it had gone through there. 63 for 4.
It could have been Rhys Topley that at backward point, perhaps. No, he's up at mid-on.
In comes Clark to bowl, and that slower, shortish ball, which Hayne, mindful that there are 2 men on the boundary for that, just pats it down and plays it to square leg for a single. And he moves on to 16, 64 for 4.
He just helped that one rather than going through with the full pull on that, which I think he was tempted to, but there's a man, as you say, Clive, who was in the deep waiting for that. But sun goes in, and just for the time being, across the ground.
He's putting a fielder in a shortish mid-wicket position, about 3 pitches away for Matt Lamb, who carves that one. That's a nicely placed shot from Matt Lamb. No one on the sweeper position on the offside. He gets it through 2 fielders inside the circle, and that's 4 runs for Lamb, who is on to 20, 68 for 4.
Yeah, very sweetly timed, good use of the feet, came out to it and played it away along the floor between the cover point and the extra cover, and helped with the slope, running it down to the Hollies stand, so that one raced away.
David of Kersley says, I'm sat in the skyline fridge level, as in comes Clark to bowl, and Lamb, that doesn't come out the middle of the bat. They're going for a single. That's such a well-judged single in the end. I'll probably this quickly as I go to do an update in 54 seconds. He says, quite while we're sat here watching first-class cricket on the 9th of April is ridiculous. ECB, irresponsible madness, will never have decent test spin and fast bowlers or batsmen with good techniques. And the Notts cricketer James Taylor's here, by the way. Well, he's a selector, of course, so I'll be interested to see what he thinks of things. He says, enjoy the season, says David. I mean, it is, look, trying to just bat for ECB a bit, it is very difficult to work out how you fit everything in if you're going to have the 100, which they are. In comes Clark to bowl, and that's pushed out to the onside for a single. They are spreading the championship out a little bit better this year, so there will be some in the height of summer. 70 for 4 after 27 overs. Got an update to do very shortly, so I'll just break off for that in a mo. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on the 3rd day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Surrey. Warwickshire very much up against it, 70 for 4, replying to Surrey's total of 428 for 8 declared. Warwickshire have lost 2 wickets this morning. Danny Briggs, the night watchman, brilliantly caught behind by Ben Folkes, who's enhancing his reputation in this game off Kemar Roach without scoring. Rob Yates was looking very good until he was trapped LBW, giving Roach, the West Indian international, his 3rd wicket, and Yates gone for 32. Matt Lamb on 21 and Sam Hayne on 9 are trying to steady the ship. They've been there for a little over half an hour now, but Warwickshire have a lot of work to do to save this game. They are 70 for 4.
James Taylor back in. This one is just turned down to deep square leg by Hayne. So takes Warwickshire on to 71 for 4. And Hayne moves on into double figures. He goes on to 10 as the sun comes back out again. Yeah, I can understand a few of those comments there about how early in the season it is, but it is so difficult, as you say, quite rightly, Clive, with the amount of cricket to be fitted.
And the other thing, in fairness, 2 weeks ago it was hot.
It was beautiful, wasn't it? We should have been playing the last week of March. Taylor in, bowls full, and Lamb is driving this one down. But no real power on it, and down to mid-on. Yes, it was fantastic, but it changed just a little bit. And but you always know that it's going to be. I think, was it 2 or 3 years ago we had the most magnificent April?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You never know. I mean, to me, the first day of this match was a bit farcical, I have to say. It's not been so. It's been cold since then, but the conditions haven't been too bad. But first day was ridiculous, really. Very cold and very strong wind.
I think a lot of sports have got the problem there, how they fit all the matches and all the competitions into the time that they've got to play.
Well, we've got a World Cup in the middle of next football season,
exactly.
So that's going to start early. That's going to clash even more with cricket, and then we're going to have a strange sort of 6-week period without any Premier League or Championship football. Which is we've got a delay here, by the way, because I think Matt Lamb wants a change of bat. Or something. Or are we waiting for? Well, it's Matt Lamb. Looks like he wants something.
Yes, new bats.
Yeah, he's going to bat with 3 bats are coming out. So he's going to try and bat with 3 bats. See if that helps. Well, he's used that one quite well. He scored 21 runs from it. Obviously, he's worn it out a bit, so he's got a new bat, Matt Lamb.
I think he brought him out choice of 4 bats. They should all be the same weight, exactly the same way. I'm assuming every one of them sponsored is. He doesn't have to go to the local sports shop and buy his bat anymore. Somebody hands the cricketers the great big pile of these at the beginning of the season. Having not.
Well, I remember Jonathan Agnew talking about that when he was good, because he was a bowler who sort of batted a bit. I'll come back to that.
It's tied in with Lamb with his new bat. Oh, and he's off with runs straight away, flicking it down to fine leg for a single.
You say they go to the batting manufacturers and the sort of top batters in their team. They've been ages with them and give them lots of bats and weighing them. And when he turned up, he tossed them a couple of bats. There you are. Off you go.
I have no idea how much a bat is these days. I know it sort of brought this up over the years, but they were expensive enough when I bought my last one, which is 20 odd years ago, and so I hate to think what you'd have to pay now as Taylor comes in and bowls and squares up Hay in there. That one just brings Hayne forward, and in the end a little bit of movement. You
don't see him taped up anymore. You used to, didn't you? Even at professional level. Some batters particularly like a bat, they'd use a bit of tape to repair it so they could carry on using it.
We've got a lot in the museum, obviously the old bats which are handed down and a lot of them had that it was almost like a string tape round to hold them together. And when you look at the condition some of them were in, which they were still using, now you get a little mark on it. It's put away. This one again brings Hayne forward, and again it's just played back to the bowler who can't pick this one up cleanly. But I think in the old days they had to buy their own. It does not make a difference how long you play with it and keep it. Yes, there's big chunks out the side, and the one that Quaife got his last 100 just before he retired when he was in his 50s, and he wanted to have another season, but the club said no. That one, firewood almost. This one is driven again up to mid-on. Again, there's no run. So, again, Taylor started with a nice, quite good line after those 2 opening balls down the leg side. Warwickshire moved to 72 for 4. 22 to Lamb, 10 to Hayne, and they lost those 2 wickets this morning, Briggs and Yates. Shall I make way for Grace? Is it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's okay, thank you.
Okay.
Press the red button, that's it.
Come out.
Passes that headset. I'll plug Grace in. 72 for 4 here. Or Warwickshire just trying to hold things together and trying to recover. But somebody can afford to be patient and get one more before lunch. They'll be absolutely delighted, I'm sure. And everything seems to be moving very slowly, but already now to bowl, and Clark bowls short, and Lamb does well, plays it down into the ground nice and safely. Tumbling stop there, you'll get 2 runs, and takes the score to 74 for 4.
Played that nicely, Lamb. Looked like he had a lot of time to wait, timed it quite nicely.
And so round on to 24. So Ollie Hine-Dolby coached you then?
He did, yeah, back in my Warwickshire days.
In comes Clark, and that's played to mid-on, no run. Did he coach you with the bat at all? He takes his batting seriously, I know, does Ollie.
Less so with the bat, more with the ball, yeah, more with the ball. But I am a bowler, so that is a bit more fitting. Yeah, no, really nice bloke. Very good coach as well, actually. I think he still does a bit now.
Well, he's a prime example of someone who's almost reinvented himself as Clark comes into bowl and Lamb plays that into the offside. There's no run. For a few years he got very few opportunities with the red ball, but when opportunities did come his way, he took them with aplomb and doesn't look back. He's now a prolific wicket taker for Warwickshire in this form of cricket.
I think he's one of the established bowlers, I'd say,
yeah,
in the Warwickshire side.
And we've been talking about the early start to the season. The women's season, is that underway yet, or is that...
Not just yet, no, a bit of a later start for the women.
And in comes Clark. Oh, that's edged! Oh, it was an LBW appeal. It didn't carry to the slip cordon.
Looked like an edge, didn't it?
It did. I don't know whether it was almost a second thought when it bounced to the ground to go for an LBW shout. It wasn't a prolonged appeal, really, but I think it was just making the point to Matt Lamb that his bowler had him in trouble, that delivery. 74 for 4.
It's on a heavy length, isn't he, Clark?
Yeah, coming in from the Birmingham end. He comes into bowl. So Matt Lamb carves that away onto the offside, and there's a short boundary there as well. Stopped. You'll get 2 runs. If we had proper TV cameras here, they'd probably be checking that, but you have to take the bowler's word for it, and it was a very good stop. 76 for 4.
Tell you what, that Eric Hollis stand looks particularly cold today.
Yes, there are a few people there braved it.
Horrifically cold.
Yeah, there's about 20 people in there. Yeah, it is a cold day for cricket.
Cold day to be an extra cover.
In comes Clark to bowl. That's left. It goes over the stumps. Not sure it went past them. A dangerous lead from Matt Lamb, but effective enough. 76 for 4. Where do you feel generally?
I quite like a mid-off.
Okay.
Quite tall, just shy of 5'9" for the women's game, and bowler, so that's where you seem to find yourself in mid-off, I think. But I quite like it.
And the women's season, have you got the Commonwealth Games here?
In Birmingham, yeah. Very exciting.
And what's the feeling after the World Cup? I mean, you just feel that England did well in the end, but Australia seem to have just moved a stride ahead of everybody, don't they?
Yeah, I think they've really got the system well in Australia. I mean, they're a very good side. They've got a lot of good players. I think the England team did well, but obviously you want to be the best in the world, and obviously won the World Cup at home. So it's a shame to not get over the line.
James Taylor to bowl to Sam Hain, who drives that to mid-on. There's no run. 76 for 4. Assuming I got caught out this yesterday. We will have lunch at 1:10 because they will lop an extra half hour on again at the end of today to make up for we lost about just over half a day on the first day. You don't add anything extra on the final day, but they will add an extra half hour on today, so I'm guessing the lunch will be 1:10, which gives Surrey plenty more time to make further inroads before the break. And Hayne drives that to mid-on. There's no run. Hamish Amla moves across. One of the few Surrey players not wearing the brown cap. He's got a white sun hat on because the sun is shining, believe it or not, despite.
I'm not sure how I feel about the sloppy hat. Haven't made my mind up. I think you've got to be a good player to wear one.
Well, he is, to be fair.
Yeah,
so,
to be fair, he is.
Taylor comes in to bowl. Right arm over, and Hayne, very solid forward defensive. I love it when they look. That's how to do a forward defensive. I'm going to hold this pose for a while. Photographers, if you fancy taking a quick photo of me making a forward defensive, go ahead. Hayne defended that one well. He's a good stuff from Hayne. He's a naturally fairly attacking player, but he's playing within himself at the moment. He's faced 37 balls now for his 10, and really from Warwickshire's point of view, he's got to get to 3 figures in balls faced at least. You feel Taylor comes into bowl, and that's gone past the outside edge. He played a forward defensive at that, and it's gone past him.
That is a good ball.
Let's say the first change bowlers from Surrey don't look too bad, do they? Taylor and Clark both bowling well. Kemo Roach and... I nearly said Don Topley then. I wish it was Don Topley. No. Reece Topley. Well, we did have a little bit of spin from Will Jacks yesterday. As this one is left. There's no run. 76 for 4.
More in it in the pitch for the seamers and the spinners, would you say? Yeah,
they're only big. I mean, he got 3 wickets. I think he got a little bit of turn. I wouldn't say it was turning square or anything. It will be interesting how much Will Jacks will be needed. Let's say Surrey do manage to get Warwickshire in for a couple of sessions in the second innings trying to bowl them out, whether he'll be required a lot as Taylor comes into bowl to Hayne and plays that to the onside. Actually 4 wickets fell to spin because we even had a rare Rob Yates wicket in the Surrey innings. End of the over, 76 for 4, 30 overs bowled. Still have 86 more to squeeze in today.
I think the conditions are definitely suited to the seam bowlers if you look at the weather around. Cloudy, a little bit windy. I think I'd fancy my chances bowling on her. Definitely rather be Surrey right now.
Yeah. And you're playing for Loughborough Lightning, that's because you're studying there, yes?
Yes, yeah, Lightning cricket.
Like
yeah.
Rob Yates, what you studying?
English literature.
Oh, splendid.
Yeah, in my second year.
Turn around and see if you've got a pile of books here.
Not on Easter break.
That one's pushed to mid-on, there's no run. Clark, the bowler, still. 6th over. Hasn't got a wicket yet, but they're still asking questions of the batters. Lamb and Hayne doing well. It's a short-named combination.
I was about to say it looks like they're settling in, but last time I said that, Robbie Yates is out, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
I do try and persuade people there is no such thing as a commentator's curse. Nothing we say here can influence what goes on out there, but people don't believe that. This next one was placed nicely by Lamb, but there is a sort of 3/4 of the way back on the boundary of fields. Mark, can you do me a favour? Who's that at? 'Cause I think it was him. Who's that at backward point? Will Jacks. He made a terrific stop earlier to save 4 runs when Sam Hayne played the ball there. One could say he sprang at it like a Jacks in the box. Could. Yeah, one could. Perhaps one won't though. Clark comes into bowl to Hayne. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge as well. Good delivery from Clark.
He's asking a lot of questions around the outside edge. He really is.
Another ice cream van goes past.
Not quite the weather for ice cream, I don't think.
77 for 4. It's a sunny day though, despite the cold. We can see the city of Birmingham very easy looking, very bright and clear as that's played to mid-on by Hayne. There's no run. A lofty position in the pavilion. I've commentated in a few positions, a few places around this ground over the years, but we've been settled here now for quite some time. And a great position it is too.
It is. Birmingham's got to be the best one though.
It's up there. It's definitely up there. Yeah.
Best city in the UK.
77 for 4. I mean, comes Clark, and Hayne leans back and doesn't connect with that properly at all. It squirts around the offside. Clark's causing 1 or 2 problems this over.
Just sense that Clark's getting on top of him now, tightening him up a little bit. And
he turns Clark. I'll bring Mark in at the end of this over. And as Clark comes in to bowl. Oh, he's appealing for an LBW there. I think he did get a bat on that, but again he's having hurt part of his leg or his foot earlier. He has again there, Sam Hayne. He's in some discomfort. He survived it. 77 for 4 after 31 overs. Grace will be joined by Mark Church in a mo.
James Taylor it will be to continue from the pavilion end. Bowled very tidily so far as James Taylor. 2 slips in there, coming in over the wicket to Lamb in bright sunshine, and Lamb again is looking to work leg side-ish, thickish edge, rolls away towards extra cover. And there's no run. Good afternoon, Grace. I'm enjoying watching James Taylor bowl here. Now, apparently he's been bowling very well in pre-season.
He's only a young lad, isn't he? Just 21.
He's put a bit of bulk on as well. He looks a bit bigger, and he started very nicely here. Runs away from us, coming in over the wicket to Lamb, who's driving. Good looking shot, from Lamb. That whistles away through the covers. That's going to race away over the boundary rope for 4. That's possibly shot of the morning, I would say, there from Lamb, and it whistles away.
There was a nice one from Sam Hayne earlier as well, straight through the covers. But no, Matt Lamb's looking very nice through the offside.
Yeah, just lent on that. Absolutely flew across the outfield for 4. 81 for 4 Warwickshire. These two coming together with the score on 41, so they've added 40. Valuable runs. They've had their quiet 45 minutes now, Warwickshire, as Taylor's in once more. And up on the toes, even better shot from Lamb. That's 4 more. Straight back down the ground. Hashiman's not going to chase that. That's rolling away for 4. So just up to the bat and full face straight back down the ground from Lamb. I'm going to change my mind now. That's the shot of the morning from Lamb. Straight back down the ground for 4. He's on to 35, 85 for 4.
I absolutely love back-to-back 4s. It's my favourite thing in cricket, I think.
When you're batting.
Definitely not
when you're bowling.
Definitely not when I'm bowling.
Jordan Clark just passes the ball to Taylor. Rory Burns with his hands in his pockets. In there at first slip as Taylor is in over the wicket to Lamb. Lamb is forward. Plays this one back up the pitch, and fielding's done by Jordan Clark. So that quiet patch for Warwickshire, exactly what they wanted. What they will be aware of though is another one goes down now, and again that scoreboard at the moment 85 for 4 looks a little better than the 41 for 4, but still a huge amount of work to do. Lamb stands with that bat raised once more as Taylor's into him, and he's driving again, Lamb, and that's 4 more. That's A very fine shot again on the up from Lamb.
Could be shot of the day.
I think you're all right, because that was on the up. There was nothing actually wrong with that delivery at all from James Taylor. He's just leant on it, absolutely whistles away. And sort of for the first time this morning, Grace, we've heard the Warwickshire supporters as well. I think a lot of them are sort of down below us.
I think a few of them have relocated away from the Eric Hollies. I think it's a wise move.
It's very cold over there. Looks quite nice in the sun. I've seen a few sort of tweeted photos from down there as Taylor's in again, and this one's left alone by Lamb. Outside is off stump, so 12 off the over. Positive stuff from Lamb. Hayne on 10 off 44. Lamb 39 off 50. 89 for 4. As a bowler as well, and a batter, but as a bowler, do you just sort of say to yourself there, actually, 3 pretty good shots from the batsman. Not a huge amount I could do with that, really. Yeah,
I think sometimes you've just got to accept something that I find quite difficult, that batters do play good shots, and Matt Lamb has played 3 very good shots there. I also think maybe James Taylor went slightly too full. You saw that he rectified his length, went slightly short of the last ball.
Well, Reece Topley is coming back into the attack, replacing Jordan Clark. 6 overs, no maidens, none for 15, I think that was for Clark. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. For Reece Topley, picked up that wicket of Dom Sibley last night, bowled off the inside edge.
Looks like he's coming round the wicket again.
Yep, this left arm round the wicket tactic with the short mid wicket. In there for Reece Topley. Burns and Pope at first and second slip as Topley back into the attack, left arm round the wicket. Oh, shot from Sam Hayne. Oh, I don't know, that might be the shot of the morning.
Could be shot of the day.
Just leant on that again, and that's whistled through the covers for 4. And that's the 50 partnership between Lamb and Hayne. And it's coming a flurry of boundaries, that. But a gorgeous cricket shot, that from Sam Hayne. Everything was right about that shot.
Textbook.
Whistled away. So that now is shot of the morning session so far, as Topley round the wicket he comes to Hayne, and Hayne's forward, playing this one down into the leg side, and round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. Still got the man out there, Kemar Roach, at deep backward square. He's having a look over the back of the family stand. Well, I think he may have noticed the bird that's on the end of the stick that we noticed yesterday. I think that's what he's looking at. There is a papier-mâché bird on the end of a stick, a bit like a kite there, to keep the birds away from the family stand. As forward goes Hayne and pushes this one away into the offside. And I think Kemar Roach looked across and noticed that, because there's nobody in that stand. Oh, there are 2 people in the family stand. There's a photographer there as well, I think, just behind the covers. With his long lens, getting a photo, square onto the wicket. James Taylor's down there having a bit of a natter with Azam Mahmood. As round the wicket once more comes Topley, and Haynes forward and pushing a good length delivery out towards cover point. Fielding done there by Will Jacks.
I think, although I am a Warwickshire supporter, I am really enjoying Reece Topley's spell today. I think he's bowling really nicely.
Absolutely. He's bang on the money here. Again is Reece Topley. And again, I think you sort of, with that first delivery of a new spell, you just say to the batter that was a good shot for 4, as Topley's in again. And that's a good lead from Hayne. That's gone over the top of his off stump. That on that angle from left arm round, that is a very good leave.
He knows where he stumps at, Sam Hayne.
Absolutely. But that is a very good leave.
Looked like it went away a bit as well. Off the pitch, maybe.
Well, it's an interesting one with Reece Topley, because he played 7 championship games for Surrey last. He's had all these back issues as well. He's obviously got back in the England white ball setup. As in round the wicket comes Topley once again, and Haynes turning this one off the stumps into the leg side. He'll get runs here. 1 of them, 2 of them. Ryan Patel hasn't exactly jumped up from that dive at mid-wicket, but it's 2 more to Hayne. He's on to 16 and 95 for 4, but I should think he's in...
Looks like he might have landed a bit funny.
Yeah, I think he was sort of holding his back, was Ryan Patel. He is a stiff there after that bit of attempted fielding is Ryan Patel. He might wander off here and have a bit of physiotherapy.
Looks like he is in a bit of pain, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got his hands on his knees, as Ryan Patel. When he dived and sort of landed slightly awkwardly and has got his hand on the small of his back, but he sort of said to the physio, "I'm all right." He didn't look all right. He's sort of looks like me getting out of bed in the morning,
Might have
hobbling
just
around the
winded it,
place.
maybe.
James
He is
Taylor.
holding his back.
Yeah, no.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's just trying to stretch it out at the moment. I just wonder if it's... Yeah, definitely it's just sort of the small of his back there is Ryan Patel. But I think he's okay. He's fielding at extra cover now as James Taylor from the pavilion end is into Lamb, and Lamb forward again to a good length ball. But yes, with Reece Topley, and as you know better than anybody, sort of left arm option isn't a bad one. Now, when England do actually appoint a managing director of cricket and a head coach, I should think Reece Topley might be in some conversation somewhere.
Yeah, he'd definitely be in my white ball squad and potentially my red ball one.
Yeah, I think it'd definitely be in the white ball stuff, but I wonder if we'll get mentioned in red ball as well, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Lamb from Taylor. But as I say, until there is a managing director of cricket and a head coach, God knows what's going on really. And then until then, and then we'll sort of find out in which general direction everything's going, to be fair.
I think slightly biased opinion, but you've always got to have a left arm seamer in your squad.
Absolutely, well, it's a cracking option, isn't it? It really is. Saw Keith Barker hooping it round corners for Hampshire the other day. As over the wicket again comes James Taylor, and this is a good shot, punched off the back foot by Lamb. Just back of a length from Taylor, and just stood up straight again, Lamb. Just punched it all the way through the covers for a couple of runs. My word. Ryan Patel's back's all right because he's launched that throw straight over the top of Ben Folkes.
About 4 wickets over.
Exactly, and Reece Topley's suddenly doing the backing up. It's marvellous. Now the sun's out. Proper cricket weather this. Third day of the championship season. You had your first sort of pre-season warm-up game.
I did,
at
yeah.
the weekend,
Yesterday up in Manchester.
Oh, it was yesterday. As over the wicket once more comes Taylor, and solidly forward goes Lamb. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no. How did it go? Was it cold?
Tell you what, it was surprisingly warm. I was in my short sleeve.
Nice.
We were looking pretty pessimistic because it tipped it down with rain the entire journey up. But sun was out yesterday morning, yeah. 2 wins out of 2. Start of our season.
And for yourself?
Yeah, I took a couple.
Good.
Yeah.
Coming out all right at the moment?
Yeah, considering early April,
Yeah.
I was relatively pleased, you know.
As Taylor runs away from us once more, comes in over the wicket. Forward again goes Lamb, plays this one out to the offside. I could never quite get my head round how you're studying for English literature at university and also playing cricket. How on earth do you fit everything in? Do you have to be very organised?
Yeah, well, I try to be. Sometimes some things have to take priority over others.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
But, yeah, I'm lucky that there's no exams on my course.
Oh, it's all...
All essays.
Oh, excellent. As once more it's James Taylor coming in over the wicket. And forward again goes Lamb, pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run, end of the over. 97 for 4. Lamb has 41. Hayne has 16. So what sort of literature are you studying?
So much different types of
across
literature.
the board?
Yeah, a bit of film as well sometimes.
very good.
Yeah, a bit of poetry.
Mm-hmm.
It all goes on in English literature at Loughborough University.
Well, if you ever need sort of a cricketing diary of the season, I wrote what was one of the best-selling cricket diaries of the
really?
2018 season. Yeah,
What was that called?
It was called Typical Surrey.
Typical Surrey.
As I say, of the diaries written about Surrey's season in 2018, it was right up there. As in, round the wicket comes Topley, and forward goes the right-handed Hayne, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. My mum is the member of a local book club.
Oh, really?
And they actually had it as their book of the month once. Yeah.
I'll be sure to give it a read.
No, it's magnificent. There's still plenty of copies available, to be honest with you, Grace. So if you want one, I think we've still got about 14,000 left in a box somewhere. As round the wicket once more comes Topley, and this one's turned leg side, and there's no run. On a serious point though, must say during lockdown and everything, I've sort of found myself reading again.
I think a lot of
I'm
people,
spending more of my time reading now.
It is. It's good for you, you know.
Well, it is. It's lovely. There's nothing better, I think.
If you get a good book, I mean, there are some terrible ones out there, but I'll be sure to give yours a read. Leave a review.
As I say, Kevin Howes has read it. As round the wicket once more goes Topley, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Hayne, taken again by Folks away to his right hand side. Still Kemar Roach patrolling out there at deep backward square.
He likes the look of that bird, doesn't he?
He does. He keeps looking back at it. I think that's what it is. It's either that or he's giving the photographer some nice sort of shots from the front. So
one for the Instagram.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all over that.
Absolutely. As round the wicket again comes Topley, and this one's left outside the off stump. So what's your latest essay topic? I'm just wondering whether, you know, myself and Kevin Howes, we might be able to help you. You know, we're well. Kevin Howes especially, very well read man.
I recently wrote a essay on William Blake poetry, one of the great romantic poets.
Yes.
Yeah.
As waiting once more is Hayne. Round the wicket comes Topley, tucks this one into the leg side, and there's no run. You must have to be very disciplined though, because you know cricket does take up an awful lot of time.
It does, yeah.
And then you're having to write your essays as well.
It does. I think I am fortunate with the no essays though, because I know some of the girls that are like me, balancing degrees in cricket, have like exams in the middle of the season. Not ideal.
Yeah, that's not great. As round the wicket once again comes Topley. Oh, hello, Mount's bounced. Haynes played that really well, because that's hit the bottom hand. And Hayne will just have a look at that. He won't want anyone to think it's hurt, but I think it did. And he's played that very well. But that's just, and again, Grace, from a sort of bowling perspective, you don't mind seeing that too much, do you? Just things still happening for the bowlers.
You certainly don't mind it getting up in early April as well. There's definitely some promising signs for Topley.
Down below us, James Taylor is wandering up. Jamie Overton's just run out there with a drink for James Taylor. So Taylor will continue from this city end of the ground. I'll give you some other scores from around the country during this over. Day 3 of the Championship summer, of course. Test match going on as well between South Africa and Bangladesh at the moment. As over the wicket then is James Taylor to Lamb. Lamb's forward, driving out towards cover, and there's no run. I think the other thing I sort of spotted here is for the last few overs, Haynes been stuck with Topley, and Lamb's been stuck with Taylor. So there's been a flurry of boundaries, hasn't it? But you mentioned it, those sort of singles to rotate the strike. So both Taylor and Topley are just getting a go at either batsman at the moment to work on them. As Taylor into his 6th over, he's in, driving again, uppishly there is Lamb. That's one bounce to Patel. Again, Lamb on the up looking to drive there. Ryan Patel sort of took that on the half volley. So yes, that test match at the moment, South Africa 428 for 8. I think that's day 2 of that afternoon session. So South Africa 428 for 8 against Bangladesh. Won the first test, of course. South Africa at Somerset 76 for 3 against Hampshire, still trailing by 172. Taylor is in, forward goes Lamb, plays this one back up the pitch. James Fuller 3 for 18 for James Fuller. So Hampshire right on top there against Somerset at the Ageas Bowl. Gloucestershire in their second innings are now 60 for 4 against Northamptonshire. So that means they trail by 5 at Wantage Road. Durham 63 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 234. Bright sunshine now as James Taylor is in. Oh, and again, Lamb's looking to drive on the up here. He's got to be a little careful. He's played a couple of gorgeous ones. They block that cover region now, and if that just does anything, it's either going to bring the slips into play or he's going to drag one back onto his stumps if he's not careful. And he was cross with himself there. He sort of wandered off towards square leg. Did Lamb. He's 41 not out, 60 balls. He's looked in good touch. Taylor is into him once again, and Lamb this time just punches straight back up the pitch. Taylor again does the footing. He stands very, very tall at the crease, doesn't he, Lamb? And then on the up he's just punching that ball back towards the bowler.
He's quite a tall boy, isn't he? How tall do you reckon he is? Maybe 6'4"?
Yeah, well, I measured myself yesterday against Adam Hose.
Against the player.
Yes, I was delighted.
Yeah, it's good, that is.
I was up around 6 foot. But Kevin Howe said that I put my hand above where my head actually went up to. I was nowhere near Mr. Brathwaite, I have to say, as over the wicket once more is Taylor, and he drives again. Now that is well placed by Lamb. It's interesting cricket this. He's got it to the right of Patel. They're going to come back for 3, and they'll get 3, and that will bring the 100 up for Warwickshire. A nice round of applause. 100 comes up. Bats are being brought out for Sam Hain, but the 100 comes up to a cheer from the Warwickshire faithful. And it's an interesting battle between Taylor and Lamb at the moment. They managed to pick up 3, which means Lamb will be on strike, but we're going to get Will Jacks into the attack now, so we're going to get some off spin down there from the city end. Just wonder if this might be a change of ends as well for Topley. But, so all the helmets and bits and pieces are being taken out there for Will Jacks.
Tell you what, these male cricketers don't have a lot of bats, do they?
5 there.
5 have just been brought out for Sam Hain.
Very nice. So Sam Hain with the pick of one of 3,000 bats that he's got. Worcestershire 348, Leicestershire 105 for 4. Middlesex 401, Derbyshire 244 for 6 in reply. And Steve Mulaney's played a super knock here for Nottinghamshire, the captain. I'd like to tell you what he's on, but my page won't refresh. There we are. Steve Mulaney 122 not out, and Nottinghamshire 318 for 6 in reply to Sussex's 375. It's a heck of a knock from the captain, that. They were in trouble. As I say, yesterday Steve Finn picked up 3 quick wickets there for Sussex on his debut. There is a double-headering in IPL today, and the first game of the IPL, Chennai Super Kings are 139 for 6 of 19 overs, and then Mumbai and RCB go head-to-head this afternoon. So Will Jacks with his off-spin into the attack from the Birmingham end, and forward goes Lamb. Pushes this first one away into the offside. Nice tidy spell last night by Will Jacks, but I just wonder if this might be a change of ends for Reece Topley, or in comes Jacks again. Forward goes Lamb, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Field is a slip. I think Jamie Smith's sort of being brought into a gully catching. The man.
Does he change?
Now they're going to swap. Are they bringing him in under the helmet? Yes, they are. So Jamie Smith is going to come in under the helmet. James Taylor's been brought across from just behind square on the leg side at 45. I think Smith will pop himself in at short leg. Sweeper on the cover rope. Ollie Pope's out at extra cover. Deepish mid off. Deepish mid on. Mid wicket. And the deep mid wicket as Jacks is in. And this one's just turned by Lamb into the leg sides. Picked up there by Jamie Smith under the helmet at short leg. Waits once again, does Lamb, as round over the wicket goes. Jack tosses this one up. That's a nice shot from Lamb, driven out towards the extra cover boundary rope. That will be 4. Just tossed it up a little bit more there, did Will Jacks, but nicely played by Lamb. Does look in good touch.
He does. Edging close to the half century now, 48 not out.
Yeah, good partnership this. Came together with the score on 41 when Yates was LBW to Roach. Jacks is in once more and driving again. Is Lamb, and that's a good bit of work from Reece Topley, diving away to his left hand side. Down there at a deepish mid-off position. So Lamb on to 49, 105 for 4. One ball of the over to go. Then I think Mr. Egan is coming back in. And one more over from myself and Grace, and then Mr. Egan will come in as over the wicket again goes Jackson. Using his feet is Hayne with this change of bats, and nicely judged single. That sprints through for one more. Now this will be interesting. Is Topley going to come on from the city end? Yes, he is. So Jack's that one over just to get Reece Topley down here to, apologies, to the pavilion end. So that's a change of ends for Reece Topley. Well, Jack's there, so that's good. We get to see Reece Topley almost from behind the bowler's arm here, Greg.
See how much he's swinging at.
Having a chat with his captain, Rory Burns, at the moment. So James Taylor out the attack, 6 overs, 2 maidens and none for 19. I think I'm right to say 16 of those came in boundaries of James Taylor. So actually he's been pretty tight. If you think in 6 overs, 4 deliveries went for boundaries, and he only went for 19.
Lots of dot balls.
Absolutely. So
that's what you want as a bowler.
Yep, very tidy spell that from James Taylor. So Reece Topley back into the attack from this pavilion end. Still this strong breeze going left to right across the ground as we look. So he'll come left arm round the wicket, and with that breeze and the angle coming back
really
into Hayne. Yeah, get it coming back at Hayne. 2 slips in there. Hayne stands with that bat raised up, he's into him. He's right up on the toes of Sam Hayne, and Hayne's dabbing that one away into the offside.
He came really quite wide at the crease there. Again, just accentuating that angle. Maybe some further drift in.
I suppose as well, with that wind and left arm round, the other one that will be really deadly is the one that doesn't do anything. It is just outside that offside and just holds its line. Just might get Hayne playing at that. As around the wicket he comes again, Topley. Hayne forward, the on drive, nice looking shot. That's well fielded by Jamie Smith, I think that is. Tumbling away to his left hand side up there at mid on.
I think you know you're in form as a batter when you're nailing on drives.
That's not Jamie, that's Jamie Overton out there. I think he's on his 12th man at the moment. Just work out who he's come on for.
I'm not sure.
Has James Taylor gone off? Maybe, I think.
I can't see that floppy hat.
No. Oh, Hashim's off. Well spotted, Grace.
Thank you.
As this one's left alone outside his off stump. Absolutely. Yes, Hashim Afma and his white floppy sun hat, and underneath it a woolly hat as well. No doubt whatsoever about that. So Jamie Overton is up there at mid-on now. Yes, you always know it's warming up when A, Hashim isn't wearing every jumper he's been given, and B, he wears his white floppy sun hat without the bobble hat underneath. That's when you know summer's arrived, as Topley runs away from us once more, and Haynes turning off the stumps into the leg side. You can see what he's working on here, Reece Topley. I think actually he's bowled very nicely from that city end, but with this breeze, you can see why Rory Burns has thought about giving him a little dart from the pavilion end here. As I say, going left to right, bringing this ball back into the right-handers. And he goes again. Haynes turning this shorter leg delivery into the leg side. Will Jacks gets round to do the fielding.
I think Topley would have to get something wrong here to end up being played through the covers for 4. With the angle he's coming in at, it looks like everything's just getting turned into the leg side.
But as you were saying, one that holds its line could be interesting.
Slips could be in play.
Here he comes again. Reece Topley. Where's number 24? Goes past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and that's turned off the legs by Haynes. Straight out to James Taylor at deep backward square. They'll take the single. Grace, thank you very much indeed. Grace is going to have a well-earned break. Of course, lunch today 1:10 again, because we're making up a little bit of time from the first day, you see. So I think lunch again will be at 1:10. And, Grace, of course, doing her English literature at the moment, and a man of words himself is coming in, Mr. Clive Eakin. Grace's latest essay has been about the great romantic poet Mr. William Blake. Clive Eakin, yes? Yes, indeed. Is that not a nightclub as well? Okay. As it's... Well, Jack's to continue down there from the Birmingham end. Welcome back, Clive Eakin.
Very smooth link, if not necessarily accurate.
Oh, very impressed. Very impressed. Here's Jack's then. And this one's turned leg side by Hayne. Good partnership between these two. Hayne will pick up a single there with a little misfield from Ryan Patel. Haynes on to 19, 108 for exactly what Warwickshire were looking for.
It's been a good balance between these two. Lamb's been quite aggressive, got away with 1 or 2, and Hayne has dug in a bit. The second 50 came off 101 balls, quicker than the first.
This is the 50 for Lamb because he's gone back on his stumps to a quicker one and just rolled the wrists on it. That's going to run away down to the boundary rope for 4, and a very good innings this. It's been positive throughout as Lamb moves on to 53, and a very warm round of applause. 68 deliveries, so he's gone at a good pace, 9 fours and 53 knockouts.
It's probably a bit unfair now, but you always feel when Matt Lamb's playing, he's kind of playing for his future. I'm not sure that he's quite established himself as an absolute must in the squad yet.
As Jax is into him, and Lamb's turning this one off the stumps into Ryan Patel. There's no run. Well, he's come out and looked to be positive straight away here. He stands very tall at the crease, doesn't he? As over the wicket again comes Jax, and he's forward and just nudging this one away into the offside.
He's got a challenge now because this is his 9th first-class score of 50 plus. So he's only got 1 century. Quite a big century, got 173, but he needs, so it would be useful for him if he could go on and make it. Jim Troughton used to joke that he was accused of not liking Lamb.
And over the wicket once again is Jack's turned by Hayne into the leg side. There's Jamie Overton again to do the fielding. Tall man dives away to his left.
I must admit, there was one season we thought he might not be back the following season, but he was offered a new deal, and he has done well.
Over the wicket once more is Jax with his off breaks, and forward goes Hayne, plays this one away into the offside. There's no run, end of the over, 113 for 4 Warwickshire.
I think the issue was initially that he was sort of billed as a batter who could bowl.
Right.
But under Jim and generally the coaching staff, they came to the conclusion that his bowling just wasn't good enough for him to get in on that basis, so he was only going to get into the team as batter. Ironically, since then he's actually changed from medium pace to spin and does bowl a bit, but he's still not in the team for his bowling and never will be, I don't think. So it has to be run scoring for him. Well, he's doing a terrific job here.
He is, and as you say, it's helping Hayne just play his way. We sort of saw a bit of this yesterday with Folkes and Pope early on, didn't we? Enable Folkes just to play his game.
Yeah. So we got Topley round the wicket, and Lamb drives it. Nice enough shot into the ground, but Topley gets a hand to it and glares, maybe as a word or two to Lamb, and it remains 113 for 4.
Yeah, Amler's back out there now, so the white floppy hat is back out there. Just gave a little thumbs up to Jamie Overton for doing a couple of overs of fielding.
So Hampshire could be winning the race to be the first winners in the first round of matches. They've got 4 Somerset wickets down. In comes Toppy round the wicket, and that's pushed onto the onside. There's no run.
Solid looking defensive shot that, but again, Topley here is just working on with this breeze, coming left arm round the wicket, back into the right hander, and then as Grace was saying, if there is one that just holds it line, that can be just as dangerous in many ways.
I've had to check the regulations to clarify I'm up to date. So it is 150. We're back to 150 for the follow-on. Mm-hmm. And we still have 8 points for a draw. Topley round the wicket, and that's hitting to the ground, not quite middled. It squirts off to mid-on. There's no run. So as I say, if Warwickshire can get away with a draw and maybe pick up 2 or 3 batting points, I'll probably feel, I think that's not too bad a start to the season against a strong Surrey team. but they've got a lot of work to do to achieve that. Likewise, Surrey probably won't obviously want to win from here, but I'm going to be too upset with her. They can get maximum bowling points to go their 3 batting points and the 8 for a draw. It wouldn't be a bad start against the county champions. Toppy round the wicket, and that's a little push into the offside. There's no run.
I think Lamb has just got to be a little bit careful in the fact that we've seen him drive beautifully through the covers. They've blocked that area for him now, and he's getting. It's just a natural angle here, coming back into the right-hander. He's just got to be a little bit careful. He's going to play away from his body. As Gray said, it's going to take a very good shot here against Reece Topley to go through the covers.
Must say hello to John. I'll come back in that minute. Round the wickets comes Topley. That's whipped away by Lamb, but cut off in the covers by Patel. There's no run. John is enjoying our coverage, listening in from the roller at Woking and Horshall. Thank you, John. No. What? I took it as being a cricket roll.
Oh,
you're rolling the pitch.
Yes.
In comes Topley round the wicket, and that's a wideish delivery, which Lamb is stretching for, but he does get back to. It doesn't go exactly where he intended, I don't think, but he's going to get him 4. It wasn't the best ball, probably wasn't the best shot of the day, but it is 4 runs, 117 for 4.
Oh, that's nice. So rolling the wicket.
Yes, at Woking and Horshall.
Not too long till the old league stuff starts.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice way to spend the morning. Very nice. Yes, I do apologise. I thought he was sort of meant to roll
one more wealthy listener.
No, just sort of belying us Southerners there. But yeah, no, lovely, and I'm looking forward to the old league stuff and village stuff starting again. Nothing better, really. Nice afternoon in the sun, watching a bit of that.
By the way, I wanted to mention, passing that sheet of paper we've evened it down, I want to come to Rita's defence here today.
Yes.
When she said 41,000 runs and you said it was 4 comma. You reckon that's a comma? That looks like a 1 to me. That's a very big comma.
To be honest, I pride myself on my handwriting, Clive. I think that yes. I did apologise to Rita. Jax is into Hayne, who turns this one into the leg. So, well, if I'm going to, one of your notes here, you should have been a doctor, my friend.
Oh, I've been that for me, to be fair.
Yeah, but to be fair, you know,
I need that actually. It's my election stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when you go to the old doctor and they do the prescription for you. For the wicket once again comes Jax, and this is tucked away by Hayne into the leg side. Off goes Jamie Smith in hot pursuit. They'll pick up a couple there as the throw comes in.
I was using one of these Warwickshire pencils that are lying around. I've been helping myself to a few of those. If the end of season annual general meeting is say, well, financially we had a pretty good year, but we just spent rather a lot on pencils.
I've told Tom Rawlings that I've taken at least 5 already. As this one's worked, leg side by Hayne off Jax. He'll get another single. They're very nice though.
Yeah.
And you've seen that the pencil is made using recycled bedding. See, and so what I am thinking is if I can put enough of them together, I've got myself a pair of trousers as well.
I'm making T20. The T20 kit out of coffee beans. Is it ground coffee? Something coffee-ish anyway. Recycled.
Very good. Forward goes Lamb here to Jax. Pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Let's hope it doesn't get too hot out there. Get yourself a cappuccino by the end of a T20 game. As forward again goes the right-handed Lamb. Plays this one back up the pitch now, but they're excellent pencils, these. They really are. So yes, I must admit I've stashed a couple of away for the season. Got my new fountain pen as well this season. Forward again goes Lamb, plays this one out into the offside.
It's the actual fountain pen.
It is. I'm a bit of a sad individual in many ways, as you know, Clive. But when I do my sort of filling in during the game and my pre-stats, and then I fill my little book in with how everybody's done sort of in that game going into the next game. And I use a fountain pen for that, with a bit of italic writing, quite into my calligraphy.
Pretty good.
That's why I was so upset yesterday with my comma looking like a 1.
120 for 4 here. Warwickshire are resisting now after losing 2 early wickets this morning following the 2 last night. Of course, one of them was a night watchman, so it is a factor. Warwickshire's also have batting left, but they also have work to do still. And sorry, if they could get one more before lunch, we'll be really happy. It's Topley. Comes in round the wicket to Hayne, who just pushes out to the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I get the impression that sort of Topley would rather have... It sounds a strange thing to say with Lamb on 58, but I get the impression that Topley would rather have a little bowl here at Lamb. Because Haynes looked extremely solid. But Lamb being positive throughout, but again, just you saw it with that last shot in the last over, didn't we? If you hang it out there, you might go after it.
Yeah, giving the bowler a chance. Topley round the wicket balls. Hayne leaves that one outside off stump.
It's a nice leave that, and a little nod back to the bowler as well there from Sam Hayne. But yeah, I think there hasn't. These two have batted really, really well together, but a lot of their runs have come in boundaries, haven't they? Which shows that Surrey have been very, very tight with the ball. They haven't picked up many ones or twos. It's been sort of a quiet, boundary, quiet. So it's been a very interesting morning's cricket, this.
40 of Lamb's 58 runs have come from boundaries. That's pushed out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, good length from Reece Topley. And I was saying with James Taylor, you know, I think it was 6 overs for 19, of which 16 came in 4 deliveries with 4 boundaries. So other than that, very tight stuff from James Taylor. Entertaining stuff, this, at the moment.
It's a good game.
Very good.
Topley bowls a bouncer, and Hayne ducks under that.
Yeah, and
that's no run.
Really good pitch, this, in the fact that there's a bit for everybody. Your bowlers are going to have to work hard. We've seen that. Batters have had to work hard as well. But yeah, no, really good pitch, this, for April. Well, as I've forgotten the gentleman's name, is on the roller at the moment. He'll be getting his pitch ready, won't he?
He's stretching for that one, is Hayne. He's got it away for 4, but again, just tempted with one outside off stump. Interesting, but he gets the 4 runs.
Sort of that was sort of what he was aiming at with Lamb, wasn't it? And then Hayne tempted to go after that one as well from Reece Topley. He wasn't in control of that. Just whistled away for 4 runs. He's actually just practicing letting the ball go here. Is Hayne? No, Kevin House has got his lunch. He's alright. Right to our right hand side.
And so in comes Topley round the wicket to bowl, and that's a play to mid. Oh, it's a misfield by Hamish Amla. He dived right over that, and it's gone through or underneath him for 4 runs. It was such a decent effort as well, a good tumble, but somehow he got completely over the ball.
Yeah, either side of Hashim these days tends to go away for a valiant effort, and he lost his hat, and we can see his woolly sun hat as well. So
it's well,
everything's fallen off there for Hashim. It's 4 runs to Hayne. Nice looking shot as well, wasn't it? Full face of the bat, and just checked it through mid on for 4.
Yeah.
Jacks it will be to continue from the City end. Are you updating, Mr. Eakin? I don't want to jump into your update here.
We'll be in 20 seconds, so you're alright for a ball or so.
Okay, all right.
You carry on.
You give me a kick. 128 for 4. Jacks to continue from the City end to Lamb. Lamb forward, pushes out into the offside, and there's no run.
This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are trying to battle on the 3rd day of their championship match against Surrey. They're 128 for 4, still 300 runs behind Surrey's first innings total, but they were in a spot of bother at 41 for 4, losing night watchman Danny Briggs and Rob Yates for 32. Briggs made naught, both falling to key marriage. Since then, Matt Lamb has played very positively. He's taken 1 or 2 risks and got away with them, but he's moved on to 59 now. Sam Haynes looked very solid for his 30. Warwickshire needed keen to bat big to save this game. They're 129 for 4. I'll let you into a little secret. I have no idea whether that went out on any wireless or not. No, but it may have done.
Shame if it didn't.
Oh, Kevin stuck it into his lunch.
I said that. He's gone full roast potatoes, vegetables. He looks a very happy man. Look at him there. As thought he hasn't eaten for weeks, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Hayne, and into the gloves of Ben Folkes it goes. Looks like a sort of chicken stew type affair there. Round the wicket again goes Jacks, forward goes Hayne and plays this one out into the offside. Just building up his energy levels for this afternoon is Mr. Kevin Howells there, way to our right hand side, as round the wicket again goes Jackson. Hayne lets him go outside the off stump. End of the over, 129 for 4. Just a reminder that Warwickshire started this morning 16 for 2. Danny Briggs went in the second over of the morning, caught behind off Kemar Roach without scoring, and then Rob Yates looked very good, but then was LBW to a very good bit of bowling from Kemar Roach for 32, and it was 41 for 4. So Lamb and Hayne have done a very good job here, and they have moved Warwickshire with about 5 minutes to go till lunch to 129 for 4.
Well, if they can get to lunch still intact, very good job from these two. I think Warwickshire will feel if they can if they're still there at the end of today, they'll be a long way towards
absolutely
securing a draw. I can't see how they could possibly win the game from here unless something very strange happened in Surrey's second innings. Topley comes into bowl to Lamb, and shortish. Lamb just pushes it into the ground back to Topley for no run.
Yeah, I suppose what it would have to take is sort of getting to within 50-60 of Surrey. Surrey then collapse.
Yeah.
On the last day, and all out for, I don't know, 150 perhaps, and then the chase from Warwickshire.
Yeah. Possible, but not terribly likely. In comes Topley. Balls, that's driven a little bit uppishly. It's going to go through the offside for 4 for Matt Lamb. I think it's being chased, but the ball will win that chase. And Matt Lamb, on 63. A very good start of the season for Matt Lamb. 133 for 4. He could be earning the honour of the end of day interview at this rate.
Well, as Grace said, it's going to take a very good shot from Lamb to drive Topley on this angle through the covers, and that was an excellent shot. Full face of the bat, and just drilled it through extra cover for 4.
Topley wastes little time and coming in again to bowl, and hint of an edge on that to the offside, but all along the ground. He was trying to work it onto the leg side, leading edge, just rehearsing the shot. Got to be mindful of the fielder just 3 pitches away at shortish mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think that's the one that just straightens and holds its line on Lamb. Trying to work it leg side, just holds its line on him. Just turned him round a touch there, posted out towards Ryan Patel at cover.
In he comes Topley to bowl, pitches that one up. It's pushed out to mid-on by Lamb. He must have half a 9 now on the clock. We'll probably get one more over in, I should think.
Yeah, good morning's cricket this. Really good morning's cricket. Good start from Surrey, and then Lamb and Hayne have batted well. I think Surrey will feel that they've kept it pretty tight, but Lamb's been very positive.
Comes Topley, and it's turned round to square leg, or to mid-wicket by Lamb for a single. He was under 64. Assuming you get one more over him, he will have had 32 overs in the session. Now, I know there's an extra 10 minutes, but it's still not bad.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
I always think it's funny in the odd test matches when they say we're going to lose 5 or 6 overs of play today. It'd be great if you could find them again at some point. I don't know where they go, but
Topley into bowl, and that's played out into mid-on by Haynes, scampering through for the one quickly, and he gets it. End of the over. I think we'll get one more over in. Warwickshire 135 for 4, applying to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared.
Yeah, I think this will be the last over before lunch, so Hayne and Lamb will be absolutely determined. No mistakes, just get through this over, get back in, have your chicken stew, roast potatoes, and if there's any left, after the amount that Kevin Howes has put away there to our right. So it's going to be... Is it Grand National Day today?
It is Grand National Day today.
Yeah. Round 3 of the Masters as well.
The head grouse cutter at Lord's, sorry, can't be done. It's just tweeted a picture of him trying to lift the covers off. They are stuck by ice to the ground, frozen to the ground for Middlesex v Derbyshire.
Round the wicket again then is Jacks to bowl off. Final over before lunch. 135 for 4 as that's pushed by Hayne out into the offside. Yeah, well, covers. This time of the year you have to wipe the old frost off the car. As Jacks is in, Hayne is forward, pushing that one out into the offside. Yeah, well, you can see that they're covering up the outfield there as well, aren't they? Because of frost. And well, as I say, it's like we did the old windscreen in the morning. As this is a quicker one from Will Jacks, turns this one into the leg side, does Hayne, and pick up a single. And that will move him on to 32, 136 for 4. You see, I know you shouldn't do it, but some mornings I am a warm water on the...
Oh, I always do that.
Yeah, but then some people say you can crack your...
You just make sure you don't make it too hot. It doesn't have to be hot, it only has to be lukewarm.
Ah, interesting. So don't use boiled kettle water for that?
No, not if it's just boiled, no.
Yes, yeah. Getting an extra catcher in there at short extra cover, so there's 2 in there, Pope and Smith. There's Jacks is round the wicket, and this is left alone by Lamb. Outside his off stump. Lamb wanders off towards square leg, just adjusting his pads a touch. Settles down once more. Birmingham City Centre away in the distance. Be busy today, won't it, on a Saturday, as round the wicket again goes. Oh my goodness, Jacks. Well, Lamb here has tried a sweep shot from outside his off stump, and it's hit the bottom edge of the bat, and it's just rolled in front of him.
If he'd got out to that, he might have been walking quite slowly back.
In the opposite direction, there's 4 goes Lamb and plays this one out into the offside, but he's played that final ball very solidly, and that is lunch. And interesting morning's cricket, really good morning's cricket. Lamb and Hayne have batted very nicely here. Surrey will be satisfied with a couple of wickets they picked up early. And Warwickshire go to lunch on 136 for 4.
Yeah, very well played to Matt Lamb and Sam Hayne, and still Surrey got 2 wickets this morning. They would like more, but we'll hope that they can get a couple of wickets maybe quickly after lunch and put more pressure on Warwickshire. But Lamb on 64, Hayne on 32. And Warwickshire are feeling a little bit better now. They were at 41 for 4. They're 136 for 4. Still some way behind. Sorry, 428 for 8. So we'll be back after lunch, assuming that, as you say, Kevin hasn't eaten all. And we'll see you in due course.
Ladies starting first of all at the Jewish Bowl, where Hampshire are playing Somerset. Hampshire in their proceedings were dismissed with 428. Reply Somerset 180 and 88 for 4. At the Canada Northampton, where Northamptonshire are hosting Gloucestershire Gloucestershire in their first innings 223, Northampton replied 288, and at lunch, Gloucestershire in their second innings 193 for 4. At the first end of the at home, the match between Sussex and Nottinghamshire. Sussex in their first innings 375. Nottinghamshire in reply at lunch 332 for 7. The Cloud County Ground Chelmsford, the match between Essex and Kent. Essex 500 Kent in reply at lunch 200 for 2. At Lords, the match between Middlesex and Derbyshire. Middlesex 401. Derbyshire 256 for 6. At Sophia Gardens, the match between Glamorgan and Durham. Glamorgan 234 and Durham in reply 88 for 1. And finally, at the Upton Steel County Ground at Leicester, the match between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Worcestershire in their first innings 348. At lunch in reply, Leicestershire are 128 for 6. Robinson and Steve O'Shaughnessy, together with the Surrey team led out by Rory Bowles.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston for the second session of the third day of this LV County Championship match between Warwickshire and Surrey. The situation is Warwickshire 136 for 4 after enjoying some recovery from 41 for 4 in the morning session. That recovery led by Matt Lamb on 64 and Sam Hain on 32. Of course, they're applying to Surrey's total of 428 for 8, they declared before the close last night. So 279, I guess, will be the initial target for Warwickshire. That would ensure that they couldn't be asked to follow on. Don't think it would completely make the game safe, but it would make it safer, shall we say. And Kemar Roach has got 3 wickets so far, 3 for 37. He's going to open the bowling. I'm Clive Eaker, Mark Church with me. I suppose this, I know we sort of say every session, but this session could be the pivotal session. A few wickets for Surrey and it's game on. If Warwickshire get through it without much damage, then you start thinking this is going to probably head for a draw. So a defining session.
Yeah, I think probably a defining first hour after lunch, isn't it? Because Surrey will want to have a right old go here against these two.
Roach into Hain, right arm over. Gives it a bit of air, pitches it up, and it's driven down the ground by Hain. Doesn't get past mid-off.
Yeah, I really enjoyed again this morning's cricket. It was solid morning with the ball from Surrey, and these two batted very well, Lamb and Hain. But it's that old adage, isn't it, Clive, of stick another couple on the board here, and
absolutely.
Yeah, Warwickshire have still got a lot to do.
They've still got runs to play with. Surrey, Roach bowls, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. I suppose that is what they sacrificed slightly by declaring as early as they did yesterday. If they'd batted on a bit more and maybe got to sort of 470, something like that, it would have put a bit more pressure on, but then they wouldn't have had the 12 overs to get the 2 wickets they got yesterday.
I really, from a cricketing point of view, I really like that declaration. Very sort of positive declaration. It paid off last night and picked up those couple of wickets.
Roach to Hain. That's a clips to mid-wicket. There's no run.
We saw this morning that again with this breeze for Kemar Roach, and it is still a strong breeze going as we sit at this pavilion end, going left to right across the ground. It's gonna get that ball coming back into the right hander naturally, really, with that breeze. So the one that's gonna be tough anyway, and working around that front pad. But if it holds its line as well.
In comes Roach, and that's punched out to the onside for Hain, just leaning into it. There's no run. Wickets to fall today. Night watchman Danny Briggs out to another fine low diving catch by wicketkeeper Ben Folkes off Kemar Roach without scoring. There was no addition for the overnight total at that point. And then they did seem to be going quite well. Rob Yates in particular seemed to be going quite well until he was trapped LBW by Roach for 32, and that was 41 for 4. In comes Roach, and that's driven to mid-on. Hamish Amla cuts it off. Hain, really watchful in the morning session.
I had a very productive luncheon. Managed to get a gentleman to take my photo next to that lovely picture of Brian Lara celebrating his 501.
I was here for that.
Yes.
There was a film of it made not so long ago, which was interesting. Roach comes into bowl. It's a 4 defensive. There's no run.
Were you on the film, Clive?
I think my voice was, yes. Not me personally, but yeah, it was a good film. The producer had done well to find some of the supporters who were here at the time. Some really enjoyable chats with them.
Extraordinary sort of passage of scores as well from Lara during that time, wasn't it? Because that was off the back of the 375.
Yep.
Wasn't it? Then came to Warwickshire and just reeled off hundreds left, right and centre. And then the 501.
Yeah.
John Morris, wasn't it? I think. Was
Yeah,
it John Morris
well,
who bowled the ball?
Yes. Actually, after the show of the film, John Morris did a question and answer. I think he's getting slightly fed up of being remembered for that. But he had to bowl because they'd had lost 2 bowlers. That's why Dolan weren't interested in any sort of attempt to produce a result, because they'd lost 2 bowlers to injuries.
Jordan Clark from the Birmingham end is into Lamb, who's driving on 64, straight in there to extra cover. Keith Piper got 100 as well.
That's right,
he?
yeah. He was the man in with Lara at the end. Of course, Morris famously hit Lara on the helmet in the white at the end.
Also went up in the old plane, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, good player, John Morris. Very good player. Played that India series for England, where Gooch got his 3-3-3. As Jordan Clark is in, and forward goes Lamb, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And wanders off towards square leg. So a tight first over from Kemar Roach, and then Jordan Clark is hitting a line and length to Lamb straight away.
I think Matt Lamb might have his eye on the 501 now, do you think?
Absolutely. Well, if he's still there tomorrow evening, I'll be really annoyed, because obviously I've had my photo now with Brian Lara. Lamb drives, nice looking shot out there towards sweeper on the cover rope. Jamie Smith does the fielding, and the first runs after lunch. Lamb moves on to 65, and Warwickshire move on to 137 for 4.
I think they got quite a bit with the new ball, sorry, but I think it's a reflection perhaps there's not a lot in the pitch for them now. They've only got the 2 slips in. They're a sweeper, certainly for Matt Lamb at both ends.
I think it's that sort of dig in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Make it as hard as possible. Over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Lets this one go outside his off stump. Does Hain. Well, of course, Warwickshire winning the championship last year and have won it on many occasions. But it's in these passages of play that the really good teams with the ball, they keep it very quiet. They make every run very hard to come by, and then all of a sudden something can happen, can't it? And if that door is open, they tend to charge through it, the really good sides. But you always get a passage like this. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket once more. Shot from Sam Hain. Oh, that's a good shot. The on drive probably swung back at him a touch, but he's just stood there with the full face of the bat. Crisp shot that from Hain, and whistles away for 4 runs. Hain's on to 36, 141 for 4.
Always like the sort of shot where the batter hits it and then nonchalantly walks away, knowing that that's 4. Don't need to worry about that one.
Gorgeous cricket shot that. And Hashley Mamler's lost his hat again because he had to run after it.
It also inspired the first Come On You Bears of the season, I think.
Yes, well, this partnership now is 100
So
with
it
that
is.
shot. As in over the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark. Hain is forward and pushing this one out into the offside. So a very nice way to bring up the 100 partnership with that on drive. End of the over. And it's 141 for 4. Warwickshire. Lamb has 65 and Sam Hain's on 36.
1 century partnership in the Surrey innings. That was the first wicket, 117, and there were other decent partnerships, but none of them got to 3 figures. 65 for the 4th wicket. The century partnership, of course, between Burns and Patel, and of course, right at the end, the last partnership was an unbeaten 78 between Ben Folkes and James Taylor. Warwickshire, let's have a look at their century partnerships last season. They had quite a few, but where are we? We're in the 5th wicket. They had none for the 5th wicket last season. Most of their century partnerships, actually, or a lot of them, came for the 2nd wicket. 6, 8, 10, 11 century partnerships in total last season. Kemar Roach comes into bowl, and that's a worked way offside. There is no run. And Sam Hain was involved in 3 of them, and one was Sam Hain and Matt Lamb. That was for the 4th wicket against Somerset at Edgbaston. Of course, this would be the 4th wicket had it not been for the use of a night watchman.
Oh, they played well. They've complemented each other perfectly so far, haven't they?
I have, and coming in with his elegant upright posture, bowls, and it's pushed out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, and again, just working away on a goodish length here to Matt Lamb. Mr. Kevin Houser's got his fixtures wall chart out at the moment. Way to our right hand side.
I expect he'll have a World Cup wall chart soon.
At his lunch, he's now filling in his wall chart. Very productive way to spend your lunchtime.
Roach to bowl, driven into the ground. It's gone past, it's gone past 2 fielders. That's managed to squeeze through and go all the way for 4. He hit that well, Matt Lamb. Somebody might feel they could have stopped it, but they didn't manage to. 145 for 4.
Yeah, and again, it's a very positive shot again from Lamb. This is what we saw from him before lunch. And Jordan Clark, well, Kemar Roach tried to get a hand to it. Jordan Clark flung himself to his right, and then actually Mammon's hat's fallen off again. So he's jogged down but below us. He's got his woolly hat on as well. So I said this last year. His hat always falls off.
Roach to Lamb. Shortish Lamb leans back, pushes it to the offside. There's no run.
So yeah, even with the woolly hat on, it falls off. Because I thought possibly last year, when he took the woolly hat off, obviously without the woolly hat on,
the hat's a bit bigger.
Bigger, so it blew off. Every time he ran after the ball, his hat blew off. But it's even with the woolly hat on. Every time today he's turned around, his hat's blown off.
Well, I suppose if you will wear a floppy sun hat, there's a lot more for the wind to get hold of, isn't there?
I do like a floppy sun hat.
In comes Roach, right arm over, driven. That's a nice shot from Matt Lamb, and that's going to go all the way for another 4. This is good stuff. This is a really good early season effort from Matt Lamb. He's on to 73, and bearing in mind, it's the same I said about the bowlers, applies to the batters. A lot of these players are effectively playing for their places next game. When you've got Nathan McAndrew to come into the side as a batting all-rounder, you've got Alex Davis to come into the side. So Matt Lamb is just making it quite difficult to leave him out. 149 for 4. He's got rid of a slip and was going to go into that position to stop the drive. At cover 3 pitches away. Next one, he just opens the face of the bat and gets it to a point. I think he's probably trying to get it a bit finer than that, but he gets a single. And he moves on to 74 and 150 up for Warwickshire.
Yeah, nicely played again by Matt Lamb. Just with the one slip there, he just feels a bit happier just opening the face and sort of guiding it behind backward point. But by the way he played, Morgan's had to move himself out from first slip into that cover ring. So the 150 up, 150 for 4. And it's going to be Jordan Clark to continue down there from the Birmingham end of the ground. See the city centre away there in the distance. Yeah, but Ollie Pope was the 4th wicket to fall yesterday for Surrey with the score on 191. And then the key partnership really in many ways yesterday was the Folkes-Clark partnership yesterday from a Surrey perspective. And obviously James Taylor making 31 not out. As here is Jordan Clark coming into Lamb, who drives into the offside. Round goes Ryan Patel.
I will do an update. I'll do them at 3 minutes past. Yeah, I don't know when the weekends whether many of them get picked up, but I better do it just in case.
Absolutely, drive. You pick up now. You pick up now.
This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are fighting back after looking in real trouble at 41 for 4. But a century partnership between Sam Hain and Matt Lamb's taken to 150 for 4. Lamb playing very positively and well, moving on to 75 now. Sam Hain has been more circumspect but very solid. He's on 36. Warwickshire looked in big trouble when they lost Ryan Yates, the second wicket of the morning. Kemar Roach claiming 3 wickets, but they're settling down now somewhat. Still got quite a lot of work to do, replying to Surrey's 428 for 8, but Warwickshire looking a lot happier now on 151 for 4. Worth pointing out the third 50 came in just 72 balls.
Jordan Clark is in to Sam Hain, and Hain nicely played again, just works it off the stumps out towards deep mid wicket. There is Kemar Roach to do the fielding. One more to the total. But Mr. Howes to our right looks, you know, when you see those films and there's somebody plotting on the out,
yeah.
He's sort of plotting his route through the county championship at the moment, I think, with his wall chart away to our right hand side. Actually, Mamla's got a few words of advice here for Jordan Clark. Out comes Rory Burns from first slip again. He's going to drop himself in at short mid wicket. Ollie Pope will be the solitary slip in there. Jordan Clark comes over the wicket to Lamb. Lamb up on his toes, digs this one out into the offside. Patel does the fielding, and there is no run. James Taylor bowled very tidily this morning. He's down there at long leg, and Kemar Roach having to think about everything out at deep backward square. So defensive field this from Surrey at the moment, just making runs hard to come by. A lot of boundaries for Warwickshire. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Lamb and plays this one back up the pitch, sort of attacking fields this morning, and Lamb being very positive. Lots of boundaries this morning and a couple of very nice crisp shots so far after lunch from Messrs Lamb and Hain. Two gentlemen there getting into his seat after lunch. Another gentleman making his way into the Holly stand. Jordan Clark right arm over the wicket he comes, and this is driven by Lamb into the ground and up again. Fielded by Ryan Patel. End of the Jordan Clark over, 152 for 4. We did have sunshine this morning, but we've now got big clouds overhead, Clive Eakin.
Yes, I'm going to be another update in a moment. It's been a Saturday, they're coming at all sorts of times, but I'll do this one. 152 for 4. Warwickshire, which I'm going to say again in a moment. Well, yes, there's some blue sky overhead, isn't there? But the sun's not shining. Well, Warwickshire are recovering impressively here after looking in trouble earlier this morning. They are now 152 for 4. Still some way to go, replying to Surrey's 428 for 8 declare. But it's a century partnership now of 111 between Matt Lamb and Sam Hain, which has pulled them back after they were in real trouble at 41 for 4. They resumed on 16 for 2. Lost the night watchman early on. Danny Briggs caught behind by Ben Folkes. The Surrey wicketkeeper was having a terrific game, scored an excellent century in Surrey's innings. Briggs gone for a duck, and then Rob Yates was looking very good, actually played some splendid shots before he was LBW to become West Indian international Kemar Roach's third victim for 32 as Hain defends another one. They were 41 for 4 at that point. Matt Lamb has played very positively, taken 1 or 2 risks, got away with 1 or 2 slightly wild looking shots, but it's a very fine innings from him early season. He's on 75. Hain has been more circumspect but very solid. He's on 37. Warwickshire's initial target, get to 279. That would mean they avoid the follow-on. Basically need to battle all day today if they can to make the game safe. They're 152 for 4 in the 50th over. As Roach bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket for a single by Hain, who's on to 38, 153 for 4.
Again, you can just see what Kemar Roach is looking for, just to swing it back in, obviously, but then as we've been saying, if it holds its line, the one slip comes into play, and also LBW comes into play as well. But at the moment we're in that sort of holding pattern, I think.
Roach in short, Lamb with 2 men on the boundary there. He isn't tempted to give it the full pull. He just turns it around onto the leg side for a single.
He's played a couple of those now where he's really deliberately rolled his wrists on it, make sure he's playing it down. There's Matt Lamb.
Looks like we're going to get a result very soon in one of the other games.
Hampshire, Somerset.
8 wickets down now, Somerset. 95 for 8.
Oh dear.
In comes Roach, so bounce it. Bounce all that high, and Hayne ducks under it. And there's no run. Some of the pace has gone out of this pitch a little bit. Does tend to happen here.
Hampshire heading towards South London next week, so
I'll
be there on Thursday.
Interesting one. They'll be full of the joys. They do look a strong side. I mean, it does look quite an open championship this season.
Very much so.
Difficult to predict this one. Remember, 10 teams, of course, battling out for the first division title this year for the first time. It's Roach bowls, and that's pushed to mid-off for no run.
This is why I think sort of Surrey fans took Kemar Roach into their hearts. Very romantic, isn't it, Clive? But he just gives it everything. You can hear that grunt there from him with that delivery. You know, he really does bend his back and give it absolutely everything. Does Kemar Roach, whatever the situation is, he really does give it every effort.
Comes into bowl, and Hayne turns it around to square leg. There's a man on the boundary there, so he ambles through for one. Has to pick up a bit of speed as the throw comes in, but it's a single. 155 for 4. Matt Lamb on 76, Sam Hayne 39. Phil Britt will come and join you for a bit.
Oh, lovely.
Mark?
We can discuss bulbs again, as there's a chat out there between Lamb and Hayne. So a nice steady start for them after lunch. Headed 19 now, 155 for 4. Surrey will be saying to themselves, well, if we can just keep plugging away, you never know your luck, and one more, and another one on could be difficult, but at the moment, as I say, Lamb and Hayne are playing very, very well indeed. Welcome to Phil Britt. Absolute joy to see Mr. Britt this morning as they came out the elevator, as over the wicket comes Jordan Clark then, and Hayne playing this off, I would say, middle stump, and straight back up the pitch it goes. There's no run.
Yes, Dyke, good to see you. We didn't see each other at all last season.
No, well, it's 2019.
Gosh.
The last time these two went head to head in terms of the longer form of the game on that pitch. It was a cracker. Lots of spin.
Yes.
Mr. Batty and Mr. Patel enjoyed themselves immensely.
You got bitten by a spider.
I got bitten by a spider and ended up in A&E.
Yeah.
Quite an eventful 4 days, really.
It was, wasn't it?
As over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark, short one, and ducking underneath this is Hayne, and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side.
And we were unusually sympathetic, I think, on your behalf.
Well, only because I remember the great Paul Steele, Alex Tyson and Paul Steele, the physios at Surrey, both do an amazing job, but I was in a bit of trouble, and then Steelo came up, bless him, and put my arm in ice, and then whispered down the microphone, I think you need to go to A&E.
Yeah.
As in comes Jordan Clark again, and forward goes Hayne, and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And what I do remember, it was bank holiday, so it's packed in A&E, obviously. And then after about a 3-hour wait, which was lucky actually, it wasn't too long a wait. I saw a very nice doctor who gave me some pills and said, take those, but if it doesn't go down in the next few days, then you might have to come back. And thankfully, the swelling did go down as short ball from Jordan Clark. He's annoyed with himself because that is just tucked off the hip by Hayne. I think you heard the roar of frustration there from Jordan Clark, but nicely put away by Sam Hayne, just off his hip and down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. Hayne on to 43, and Warwickshire 159 for 4.
Well, these two have done a magnificent rebuilding job for the Bears after those 2 early wickets this morning, and I think Matt Lamb particularly.
Jordan Clark is into Hayne, another short one, which Hayne ducks underneath.
And a really important innings this one for Matt Lamb, because there's Alex Davis who's come from Lancashire. He's obviously be expecting to be in the side, so there's 1 or 2 I think playing for their places here. You would think even at this stage of the season to get into the early part of the team, and Lamb has done himself no harm at all with this.
Yeah, very positive innings this. As Jordan Clark is into Hayne, and Hayne forward, that just hops on him a touch as he pushes it away into the offside. Brian Patel comes around to do the fielding. End of the over, 159 for 4, Lamb 76, Hayne 43. Partnership's worth 118 now. And those wickets to go this morning. Danny Briggs, the night watchman, caught behind off Kemar Roach without scoring, and then Yates LBW to Roach for 32, because at that point, Phil, it was 41 for 4.
Yeah, well, another wicket there, and you would, in fact, off air I was sort of saying, we had a discussion as to whether in fact at that stage Surrey would implement the follow-on, were they to get through the Warwickshire batting, and we were in that mixed camp. With time factor, you would have thought probably they would have had to in order to secure the victory. But they're still not out of the woods by a long way, Warwickshire. As Roach starts a new over, Ian and bowls, and this is flicked away nicely by Lamb down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He'll get a single for that. 160 comes up and moves on to 77. But, still got some work to do, though. It's you know, when these wickets, a couple of wickets, and again it puts Surrey in a strong position.
Absolutely, it's one of those, isn't it, where look, batting side ticking along very nicely at the moment, but
yeah,
if something were to happen, still a lot of runs.
Roach bowls driven, but no real power behind that one. And, whilst it was a nice straight drive from Hayne, it didn't have that sweet sound out of the bat. And picked up at mid-on. There's no run.
I'll leave you at the end of this over and bring Grace Ballinger in.
Okay.
Now,
160 for 4, Lamb 77 and Hayne 43.
Grace, of course, for Lightning, English literature.
This one, Hayne ducks under it. In fact, he had to get right down. He didn't get up very much, that one. It was dug in a little bit short, and Hayne, I think, anticipating the ball was probably going to fly a bit higher. In the end, it barely gets over his back. Kemar Roach trying to dig one in.
It's quite interesting that from Kemar Roach, because I think, because as you said, it's not bouncing that much. We've seen it with Lamb. He's played a couple of pull shots where he's really made sure he's kept on top of it, because you could go straight up in the air with that shot.
Exactly. Here's Roach again. This is another shorter one. Now this one gets a little bit, I think it was a bit quicker as well. A bit quicker, and gets a bit more lift. It sails harmlessly in the end over Hayne's back and through to the keeper.
Yeah, but it's fascinating, really, because you can see what Kemar Roach is doing. Again, he's gone length, 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 and now he's just going to try a couple of short ones. But sometimes, actually, on the pull shot, if it's not bouncing as much as you think, that's where you can get yourself into a bit of trouble. And they've got a man deep backward square.
It's Roach in bowls, and this is just glanced away down to fine leg for a single. Hayne, fuller delivery, just drifting onto the leg stump, and Hayne just helps himself to the one.
I'll leave you, and then we can change headphones here as well, Mr. Britt, for Grace.
Okay. 161 for 4. Matt Lamb on 77. He's on strike, and Hayne on 44. Kemar Roach again comes racing in bowls, and this is pulled away. We're talking about that shorter one. Again, it was kept down and by Lamb, and down to backward square leg at the end of the over. And Warwickshire moved to 162 for 4. Good afternoon, Grace. How are you?
Good afternoon, I'm well. How are you?
fine. What do you think so far of this then, this recovery?
I think these two have really started to play together nicely, yeah. I think early on Lamb was looking to play some shots and play positively, which I don't necessarily think is actually a bad thing. I think, he plays relatively aggressively and he just should play as himself as he has, and obviously it's come off quite well from him.
Well, just saying to Mark that it's an important innings, this one. They're all important innings, but for Matt Lamb, he's sort of in that position where is he going to get a regular place in the team when Davis becomes available? Is he going to be one of those who would possibly move aside? But he's certainly batted beautifully so far in this innings, and he's doing himself absolutely no harm at all.
Yeah, he's certainly asking the question, isn't he? I don't think they can deny that he's been probably the best batter today on show.
Yeah.
And he's certainly done himself no harm in trying to get a main spot in the side.
Well, they came together with a score on 41 for 4. They've added 121 runs, and it's steadied the ship for Warwickshire. As Jordan Clark starts a new over from the Birmingham end, but Matt Lamb, who we've just been talking about, he's not quite ready, so he pulls away. Jordan Clark has to walk all the way back. It's bright sunshine, but it is absolutely freezing out there. Just walked around from the museum, and you're okay whilst you're in the sun, but the moment you go into the shadow, it's freezing. And I didn't take a coat. Here's Clark on his way in, bowls, and this is pulled away down to fine leg for a single. He's played that shot, we were talking about that shorter ball, how well he's controlled it and rolled the wrists on it almost, rather than going full-blooded for the pull.
He looks pretty comfortable on the short ball, doesn't he?
Yeah.
These two certainly bowling at some pace as well. Just looks like he has all the time in the world at the moment.
Well, against Roach, who put 2 or 3 fairly sharp ones in him, short balls, he waited and then played the right shot. As this one is Hayne behind it and runs it up to mid-on. There's no run. But Lamb has been the one particularly who's got in and just kept it down. He knows that Surrey have set a couple of men back on the deep boundary just behind square and a man down at fine leg, so if he gets underneath it, there's a couple of men there waiting who will come in underneath it. But so far from Lamb, so far so good. As Jordan Clark comes in from that Birmingham end, bowls outside the off stump, just moved away a little bit as Hayne offering no shot, just puts his foot down the wicket and just watches it harmlessly through to the keeper.
I think on that short ball, as you say, as a batter you almost feel a bit hard done by when you get caught at square leg and fine leg. I don't know why that is, because obviously it's set there for a reason, but you always feel as if you've played a good shot and got caught on the boundary. But as I say, it doesn't look like he's going to be doing that.
There's Clark again in, and again it's two. Definitely. They've definitely decided on the tactic. They're playing their hand quite openly here in terms of short deliveries and tempting both batsmen to go for that shot which Grace was just describing. When you get hold of it and it goes over the top of the fielder, it's fine and everybody says well played, but it's like the shot from 40 yards on a football field. When it hits the back of the net, you're a hero. If it goes into the crowd, you're not so good. This one driven by Hayne nicely. He'll get a single for a straight drive. Nicely played along the floor and able to really amble through for a single. 164 for 4.
Square leg and fine leg are both about, what, 20 yards from the boundary though?
Yeah.
So if they hit it well, could easily clear them.
Yeah. Well, we've strengthened it even more. They've put out a deep mid-wicket now. So we've got a deep mid-wicket, we've got backward square leg and a fine leg, all out there for the short ball, inviting either Lamb or Hayne. Lamb it will be to start with, to play that shot. So, and also we've got a square leg and mid-on has moved round, and this is tucked by Lamb to that mid-on, who has had to move probably about 7 or 8 yards to the right where he would normally stand. But I think the tactics become fairly obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty see-through, isn't it? There's no deceit involved.
No. I was going to say, if he gets out to this, then I think he will. I think it would be fair to say that he fell into the trap, which was fairly well set.
They might play a bluff though. Might put one outside off, swing through it. They've still got a slip in, have they not? Well, they've got two in there for Roach. Oh, maybe not now. Just
Not now.
to, a second mid wicket. Do you think? Is that where he's moving into?
I think it might be. I think he's going. Is he going to go for a similar? No, he's not had that sort of deep mid wicket. He's put a short mid, hasn't he? And an orthodox mid wicket and a sort of short mid wicket come in.
Rory Burns is that in short mid wicket? Looks like.
Yes. So they're hoping he's going to pull and just get underneath it. This one is in and driven, but down to mid on, and there's no run. So when do you start playing, or have you already got games going?
So for Lightning we had our first pre-season game yesterday, which was up in Manchester. But our T20 competition, which is the Charlotte Edwards Cup, our first league game isn't until the 14th of May.
Oh right, I was
So
quite
much
late on then.
Yeah. Lots of pre-season before then though.
So your pre-season games, are those against other counties around the country? It's in again, Roach. This is outside the off stump, and it's taken advantage of. Up on his toes, Hayne, and just punches it away. He'll get a couple of runs here through the offside, through just in front of cover point.
Yeah, so there's 8 regions with in the T20 competition, 2 groups of 4. So yesterday we played against Thunder, which is like the Lancashire-based region. But then alongside that, there's also the county teams, which I think start their campaigns on Sunday.
And they're all one-day games, aren't they? Limited overs matches.
Yeah,
you play.
all white ball cricket in the women's game at the moment, except the Ashes.
In comes Roach again. The ball Hayne, who gets that one. A ball lifted on him and caught him on the arm or the hand, or did it?
I think it might have hit him.
Might have hit him on the stomach actually. It's hit him. He's hobbling. He's dropped his bat and he's wandering away and crouching.
I'll tell you what, Hayne has been hit a few times today. Twice on the foot, once in the arm, and now on the chest. Where's Matt Lamb?
I'm not sure it's the chest actually. It might be just a touch lower. I don't know where that one. Oh no, it's on the forearm. I think. I think back to where originally said. I think it.
That would be really quite painful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the physios are coming out, so we'll see where they put the spray on him. Yeah, you don't want to get one on the forearm. He's clearly in some pain here.
Matt Lamb's also ran off the pitch. I'm not too sure where he's gone.
That was one which just leapt up a little bit on him, didn't it? Off a length.
Yeah, it came off a length. Really well bowled by Roach, but yeah, hopefully not too much of an injury for Sam Hayne. He can carry on.
He's not getting any magic. Well, they don't have the magic sponge anymore.
The magic sponge.
Which was a sponge in a bucket of water, and that had to cure all manner of ills. But I think the physio's technology has moved on a touch since the old days, where a trainer came on with a cloth cap and just almost like you got to wash the car down and put it on, and that had to do.
Can't say I've ever had the magic sponge treatment, unfortunately. I'm sure that would have sorted me out. Seems like he's all right.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to be okay. All we now need is Matt Lamb back. Matt Lamb
Here he is.
Yeah, that's a comfort break for Matt Lamb. So we'll be resuming back to normal service. Hayne is the man who's temporarily injured. But, he seems all well. What you don't want to get is an injury like that, but to the forearm or something at the first match of the season. Especially with the weight of county cricket in the early part of the summer.
Lots of red ball cricket for the men early doors, isn't it? Lots of red ball.
So most of your cricket, then going back to ladies cricket, is played with what sort of overs are those games? 40 over games?
No, T20 or 50 over.
Oh right, okay. Roach in bowls, and this one is turned again behind square down to fine leg for a single. Hayne gets off strike. Of course, we've got here the big Commonwealth Games, ladies cricket. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, lovely that it's going to be in Birmingham as well.
Yeah, well, every match is here, isn't it, on this ground, and 2 a day, right the way through the end of July, August, and yeah, we're looking forward to that. We've been put a display together. We've been in touch with a few of the England players, because obviously there's been no Commonwealth Games cricket played before for ladies, so this is the inaugural competition. But we've put a display in the museum for ladies cricket. Roach again comes in, this time to Matt Lamb, who whips this one away and gets 4 runs, pulled away through the onside. There was a man out there right on the cover boundary, but it was beautifully picked up by Lamb, kept it down, and although the trap was set, Lamb was prepared to take it on. He took it and he hit it sweetly down there. A man who's perhaps only got to go a couple of yards to his left, but wasn't able to stop it. Lamb moves into the 80s, and Warwickshire move on to 171 for 4.
They've pushed one of their catching mid-wickets out, I see now. They've almost got a deep backward square behind and then also one in front.
Here's Roachy in again. Bowls. This is short, and this one is pulled, and again it's kept down. But certainly peppering Lamb, well, peppering both batsmen with the short deliveries, and Lamb so far has been up to the challenge.
Yeah, they're taking it pretty well. I'm not sure if this is a plan I'd stick with if I was the bowlers. Lamb seems pretty comfortable on the short ball, playing everything nicely.
Yep.
I think he looked a bit more in danger outside off, but maybe with the ball swinging less, it might be a better option.
No, I agree with you. I think he's looked more vulnerable for that fuller delivery on just outside off stump, which has got him sort of almost squared up at times playing it. On the other hand, in defence of Lamb, he's also played some extremely sweet off drives in this innings, some cover drives, so we will see. As Rhys Topley is back into the attack, he has bowled 14 overs back at the Birmingham end. 14 overs he's bowled. He's got 1 for 46. Jordan Clark coming out of the attack.
Topley's been on and off a lot today, hasn't he? Is this what his 3rd spell of the day?
Yes, it is. I think he opened, didn't he, at that end this morning, and then came back. Yeah.
Came back at the Pavilion end before, now he's back.
That's right. Yeah, I thought he bowled better from the Birmingham end, but I thought he was quite impressive in his first spell. He's in bowls, and this is cut away beautifully by Lamb, away through the offside in front of cover point, and that one's just raced down to the boundary ropes. Lamb certainly, when the ball has been given a bit of width and short, he's really taken full advantage of that. He moves on to 88.
It's quite a quick 88, isn't it, in light of the situation?
Yeah.
Lots of boundaries. I'll be interested to see how many boundaries he's hit.
15.
15, there we go, 15.
15 boundaries he's got. That's Topley in again to him, and this one is a slower delivery with a bounce. Lamb went to pull it. We were just saying how well he's been played, and he was deceived there, I think, both by bounce and pace.
Yeah, slow ball bouncer. It's quite an effective delivery, I think, because that's the one where he's likely to sky it in the air. The quicker deliveries, he's playing them so well.
There's continued to tempt him, and that field is well set for that delivery. The 3 men, not right on the boundary edge, but sufficiently far back, as this one is a bit shorter, and Lamb is tucked up a bit, turns the ball into the sort of short mid-wicket area, and they can't get a run. But, we don't have any slips in place at the moment. Having said that, I'm wrong, because the man had moved up to field him. It's actually in a sort of, we've got about a 3rd slip position. Topley in, Lamb turns this one just down behind square on the onside. There's no run.
Just tightened him up the last couple of deliveries, I feel. Well, slightly tighter line made it harder for him to pull.
Well, Burns is in there just in case it gets one which just pops up in the air, but even he's now just going back another few yards at square leg. He's going to have to be just watching to make sure he's not over the line where he's standing. This one is again onto the leg stump and just played quietly by Lamb. So we've still got almost an orthodox square leg, a deeper square leg, almost in straight line with Rory Burns, and then we've got a fine leg and a backward square leg, all waiting for that mistimed pull. This one is played wide of mid-on and will cross the ropes now, and again Lamb picked that shorter delivery up quickly. It was in the air for a while, but in the end it was sufficiently wide of anyone and up into where there's no fielders anywhere around that area, and up for another boundary, 16th boundary of the innings, and Lamb into the 90s. Warwickshire 180 for 4.
Much better than 44 for 4 or whatever they were earlier.
41 for 4, and that was in the, let me tell you, that was in the 18th over, 17.4 overs when Yates was out, and we're up to 55 overs gone now. So these two have absorbed a good portion of time, but they've also put Warwickshire on the cusp of a first batting point, which they need. Here's Roach. He starts a new over and short, and that one again didn't get up too much, went past, and Hayne, who led back, he doesn't want to get hit on the arm again.
Looks like that one might have hurt Ben Foakes while the gloves are off.
Oh, you're right, it has. He's taken that one on the finger by the look of it. He's crouched over. Another case of the physio coming on, I think.
Looks like he's going to carry on.
Who would be a wicket-keeper? Have you ever kept wicket?
I actually did. At the age of about 15. Wasn't very good.
It's Roach in. This one is... So Hayne looking to pull it away, can't get anything onto it, and despite having previously injured his hand, focused it down to it. He's still not entirely happy with that left hand, but he made a good stop down there, prevented extras going down to the fine leg, very fine leg boundary.
Probably didn't appreciate that short one on the leg side by Roach after he'd just been rubbing his left hand.
Yeah. Roach again, still wearing his sweater as he's in and bowls, and this is flicked away behind square by Hayne for a single. Hayne moves on to 49 with that shot. He's had 5 boundaries in that 49. Warwickshire move on to 181 for 4.
Now you mention it, I'm not too sure how he's coming in off the long run with a sweater on. Don't think I'd be able to do that. He's really steaming in and he's got a jumper on.
It must be just a touch different conditions to what he's been playing and late.
That is true.
You know,
at least it's the sleeveless one, a bit less restrictive than the full length one.
Yes, I would imagine he's used to temperatures just a touch above this. I don't think people realise how difficult it must be to come and start an English season when it is as chilly as it is today. Field change, the fine leg is coming down to third man, so we've got no fine leg now. We've got man back on the deep square leg boundary, but which can perhaps change his angle as he comes in and bowls, and Lamb solid in defence. Momentarily the sun goes in and the ground is bathed in shadow, and it suddenly changes a lot. When it does go cloudy, it does look quite gloomy out there.
It does, despite a lot of the sky being quite blue. There's absolutely no sun on show at the moment.
No. Really important innings from both personally and for the team from Matt Lamb. He's in, and this is picked up beautifully and launched away over mid-wicket for 6. Matt Lamb's first 6 of the innings to go with his 16 fours, but he picked that one up and Nice, lovely, clean strike and down to the Hollies stand, and takes him on to 98 and Warwickshire on to 187 for 4.
Seems like Roach has changed his plan slightly now. Only got 3 on the leg side, but just dropped that one a bit short, and the way Matt Lamb's been playing has managed to pick up and capitalise on it.
Very impressive pick-up, that one. And again, it was a lovely, clean strike. It's not the longest boundary on the ground by any means, but it still has to be cleared. Indeed, he did. And Roach is in bowls, and Lamb this time looking to put a short delivery away and complete his century, is through the shot much too early. It was just held back a little bit by Roach, and I'm going to make way for Clive, and I'll leave you with Grace.
Looks like Topley will be continuing from the Birmingham end. Warwickshire 187 for 4. Matt sitting on 98 not out with Sam Hain on 49 not out. Sam Hain seems to have given lead to Matt Lamb here. Obviously Sam Hain normally quite an aggressive player, but Matt Lamb seems to have taken over the reins of Sam Hain, happy to just stay around and build a partnership.
That last shot was not a shot I particularly like to see when you're on 98, I have to say. However, he got away with it. Have you ever been on 98?
Yeah,
About?
yeah, I've been on 98, I reckon. Nervous times, isn't it?
You gone on to make the 3 figures though?
Yeah, I got 99 not out once.
No, not out?
Yeah.
What, run out of partners?
No, just ran out.
Oh, run out, I see, blimey. That's played to back a square leg for a single by Haynes. That's his half century off 119 balls, 188 for 4. We've got to find out more about this then. How did that happen?
I think I was about 14, 15 playing for like the Warwickshire 17 side actually, and I think I went in batting 5, played quite nicely, and it was the last ball of the game.
I see.
I was on the 98 not out, and the other girl got run out at the other end trying to get the 2. Didn't take it well, age 15.
I can imagine. So Matt Lamb on strike on 98, and he's pulled that one, and this could be it. It will be stopped, but he'll come back for the second. Fact, it goes through the fielder and goes. Well, I'm so sorry that you lost us at such an opportune time. We had a bit of a power surge just as Matt Lamb was completing his century, so I do apologise. But he did make it, and the ball went through for 4, 102 not out Matt Lamb, his second first-class century. That one was a short delivery from Topley, which came off a bit of the shoulder of the bat and looped up in the air, but bounces on the ground. And there is no run.
Reece Topley coming back over the wicket now. Previously been bowling left arm round. I wonder if that's a change of plan.
Yeah, but a terrific innings from Matt Lamb. He's going to have to do it again now, though, at some point this season, because we missed that. I'll get his figures up. So 121 balls, 17 fours and a 6 for his second first-class century.
What a time to get it.
Well, particularly for him personally, because, as I say, it's pretty competitive for places in the team. And he's given himself every chance of keeping his place. Well, that's a bouncer which he decides to ignore in the end. 192 for 4.
Field's still very leg side dominant. 6 on the leg side, 3 on the offside.
They're trying to tempt him, aren't they? Now that he's got his century, maybe he'll go for it. And Warwickshire is standing there, arms folded, looking slightly grumpy, as if to say, "Come on then, take it on." That one is shortish, he does take it on, and well, that might have been a very sharp chance at a shortish mid-wicket position. There are a few heads in hands. I think, is that Rory Burns, who I think did get something on. Well, he did get something on it, and I think it was in the air, but he couldn't hold on to it. 193 for 4.
Would have been a serious catch, that, though. Kept very low, hit very hard.
Yeah.
But need to take him when someone's 102 not out, I think.
So Lamb is still there on 103. Batters have a chance. Remember, it was 41 for 4 at one stage. Stand of 152 now. Biggest stand of the match.
Looks like it could be a change of bowling at the pavilion end. I think it is. James Taylor coming back on.
Warwickshire scored 8 centuries on their way to winning the championship last year. 4 of them scored by Rob Yates. So James Taylor's to try and break these two up. Only 57 overs. They've got a fair way to go before they get the new ball. One slip in place. Taylor to Lamb, who pushes that to mid-on for no run.
Some autographs being signed down in the Eric Hollis stand.
Hey. Well, I deserve that, braving the cold over there. Sonny's about to poke its way out again. Taylor, well, green soles of his boots shown to us. It's clipped nicely round his pads by Lamb. There's a man in the deep there, so it's a single. Matt Lamb on 105. As I say, his second first-class century. He's got past 50 a fair number of times, but that's only the second time that he's gone all the way. And the last time he scored a century was 173.
It's a big century.
Yeah.
He could do with another one now. The sun's just starting to protrude through, see? Even the Eric Hollis is in the sun now, or half of it.
In comes Taylor, and that's turned round to square leg by Sam Hain, who's quietly gone about his business while Matt Lamb has been scoring so well. His previous century came against Essex in 2019, so the last season before we had COVID. So it was an important innings in terms of Warwickshire staying in the first division, because that was their battle that season. It was ultimately a drawn game. He pushes that one onto the onside for no run. Sharing a big partnership with Sam Hain on that occasion as well. Put on 150 with Hain in that game towards the end of the 2019 season.
I sense these two look fairly comfortable against James Taylor at the start. He's keeping it pretty full.
Here he comes, and that's pushed to mid-on. Matt Lamb 104, Sam Hain 51. So are you in pre-season nets at the moment? Have you been training hard?
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, first game yesterday, really getting into pre-season now. It was our first week outdoors last week. And yeah, looking forward to getting outside and playing competitive.
In comes Taylor to bowl. Oh, that's played a mid-on, there's no run. And of course you have to try and fit that in with your studies. Do you take your English books with you, have them in the changing room and swat away when you're not playing?
Maybe not in the changing room. On occasion in the hotel, but that is a rare occasion. That is a rare occasion indeed.
195 for 4 is the Warwickshire total. From a game point of view, this partnership is... we're not there yet, but it's getting to a stage where it could kind of kill the game in terms of being a likely positive outcome for either side. But we've seen some interesting cricket already in this match. Ben Folkes' excellent innings, a very nice start by Surrey's opening pair, and now this innings by Matt Lamb and by Sam Hain. But in terms of a positive result, it's been looking less likely now. Still, Surrey will hope that if they get one, more will follow.
I think both sides will be relatively happy with the draw.
No,
First game of the season.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier, actually, especially with it being 8 points for a draw. I don't think either side will regard it as a bad result. We've had the same thing we had yesterday, where a red alert is announced over the tannoy. It does worry the umpires. So I don't know whether it's a practice, because it happened about the same time. That's left, there's no run. But yesterday, the umpire, was it yesterday or the first day? Yesterday, the umpires actually stopped the game because they weren't sure whether they needed to get everyone off the field. So, you're in the know, Phil. Is it a regular... No, he says he knows nothing. Anyway, this time, the umpires did have a little look at each other. So, not again. But, we're carrying on. Topley round the wicket, and that's it off his toes by Hain. Nice little shot for a single. He's played well throughout this, hasn't he, Grace? Lamb is sort of hitting the shots, but Sam Hain's just accumulated very steadily. He's
played very nicely. I think it's almost easy to neglect Hain in this situation because Lamb's been playing such good shots, but he's stuck there. He's 52 not out himself, and I think he's normally takes a more attacking stance, so he's done very well to sit back and let Lamb take the lead here.
Yes, sort of wise ahead these days. Sam Hain's been around for a fair while now. Now he's getting a short leg, is Matt Lamb, for the bowling of Topley. It's coming left arm over. It's short. Short leg's life flashed through his eyes for a moment as that was pulled over his head. It didn't get hold of Lamb, and it's fielded by Burns. And there is no run. Lamb rehearses the shot. Doesn't want to get carried away. Now, whatever happens, it's been a great innings, but he's got to be thinking, well, I've got the century now, as he did last time. Try and make it a big one.
I'm not sure I'd fancy fielding his short leg the way Matt Lamb's been playing the short ball.
No. This next one, oh, that's a very short delivery and goes over Lamb's head. Doesn't have to duck. Sort of half thought about playing at it, but then thought wiser of it.
I think he needs to get a little bit straighter with those Topley. I think a couple of times he's bowled a short one, but a bit wide outside off. It's a bit less threatening.
It's been a frustrating spell for Surrey. He looked in a strong position at 41 for 4. Topley bowls it shortest, going down the leg side. There's a rather wild one-handed swing at it from Lamb, and a good stop by Ben Folkes behind the stumps. I mean, they would have known at the start today that it wasn't going to be easy for them, so they wouldn't have expected Warwickshire to go down like a house of cards, but having got a couple of wickets, they would have hoped to have kept them coming at reasonably regular intervals. But this stand has frustrated them. Topley in. I think I'm going to be doing an update in a moment as Lamb takes a single. 197 for 4. Well, Warwickshire have fought back well here, and Matt Lamb making the headlines. He has scored his second first-class century of his career, playing very positively, playing some really strong attacking strokes. Hit 1-6 as well as 17 fours. He hit a fairly wild shot on 98, which was slightly worrying, but then soon after he got one away, which probably should have been stopped. We'd still have given him 2, but in fact he got 4, and he's on 104. He and Sam Hain have steered Warwickshire towards a much better position. They were 41 for 4 at one stage. They've added 156 for the 5th wicket so far. And while Lamb has entertained, played explosively, Sam Hain has quietly gone about his business, playing very solidly and very effectively for his 52. Now, Surrey have plugged away with their bowlers, and they've got a decent attack with Kemar Roach and Reece Topley heading it, but increasingly found it difficult to get a great deal of life out of the pitch, and Warwickshire now got themselves into a much stronger position. It's still probably just about trying to eke out as many points in a high-scoring draw as they can, and they still have work to do to be certain or confident of that, but they're going about it the right way at 197 for 4 after 59 overs, Mikey. And I'm aware that not every listener's called Mikey, but I thought I'd better say Mikey to the presenter who was presenting there. So there you go. 197 for 4 is the Warwickshire total. And in comes James Taylor to bowl, and that's driven by Lamb, just a sweeper on the offside, onto 106. 198 for 4.
Just looking around the Surrey side now, they've got a lot of internationally capped players in this starting 11.
I looked at the lineup at the start of the game and thought, blimey, that's a strong looking lineup.
Did the same, serious lineup.
Yeah.
It's got to be, what, 5, 6 of them that played international cricket?
Yeah. That's why, as you say, I think Warwickshire will feel they get away from here with a high-scoring draw. Not bad at all. That's a forward defensive by Hain. There's no run. They're heading towards a first batting point. Surrey, although they got 425, Warwickshire kept them under reasonable control. They only got the 3 batting points. Warwickshire were restricted to 2 bowling points. Bonus points were the same as last season, so you get them in the first 110 overs of each first innings. And the batting side can get up to 5. You get 1 for 200, 2 for 250, etc., up to a maximum of 5 if you get to 400. That's a little tip and run by Hain, except he doesn't run. It's a big shout to go back, and the fielding got a little bit untidy in the end, so they might have made it as it happened, but it would have been too risky. So no run taken. And the bowling side can get up to 3 points. They get 1 point for 3 wickets, 2 for 6, and 3 for 9. That's how the bonus points work, and points for a win and a draw remain the same, i.e. so 8 points for a draw these days, and 16 points for a win, plus the bonus points. That's played to mid-on by Hain, and there's no run. I should say 8 points for a tie, because you never know. I'm still waiting for my first tie. Grace, I've been covering this cricket longer than you've been on the planet, I should think. I've got close a couple of times to a tie, but never quite had one in 4-day cricket.
It's quite unlikely, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Never say never, though.
No, there was one when Jonathan Trott was acting captain, where I think it was him that misfielded, and if he hadn't, it might have ended up being a tie. Anyway, that was going down the leg side, and good tumbling stop again by Ben Folkes. And prevents what could easily have been 4 byes. 198 for 4. I will better do an update at 3, and then I'll invite. What should we bring? We'll bring Mark in at the end of this over for Grace, and then I'll go on for a bit longer, and we'll get Phil in at some point as well. Just checking when I'm supposed to be on. It would be helpful if I knew, wouldn't it? 198 for 4.
Looks like it could be a change of plan, potentially. Having discussions with Rory about potential field gains. Come back round the wicket.
I tell you what, Mark, you replace me after I've done me 3 o'clock, and then we'll keep Grace on for a little while, and then we'll get Phil on, and then I'll come back. We'll sort it out somehow, one way or the other. 198 for 4. And Topley is going to be bowling to Matt Lamb. It's going down the leg side. Well, they're appealing for a caught. It was Folkes, really, the wicket keeper, who was convinced. And he was pretty convinced that clipped the bat on the way to him down the leg side, but he was unable to convince the umpire of that, and he's standing around there as if to say, oh, I'm sure he hit that. No one else seems all that convinced.
Didn't look all that convincing to me. Matt Lamb looks pretty sure he's staying there.
In comes Topley. Left arm of it short. He's pulled that. That is in the air, and oh, what a catch! What a terrific one-handed catch. Well, Matt Lamb couldn't resist it in the end, but he's a little unlucky in as far as it's a brilliant catch. Mark, can you tell me who it is? Will Jacks, we reckon, took the catch. Terrific.
Matt Lamb was caught by Will Jacks.
Yep, that's confirmed. One-handed catch by Will Jacks in the deep, and Matt Lamb goes for 106. That was some catch, Grace.
Yeah, it's got to be catch of the season so far, hasn't it? Low, one hand, going fast. Very impressive stuff from Will Jacks. I almost think a catch like that is more impressive in 4-day cricket than it is in white ball cricket. Because you're standing around, it's not as dynamic, and just like that, the athleticism to still be able to do that.
Well, just to get into Matt Lamb, he played positively. He might be a little frustrated the way he got out, but a very good innings from him for 106. And Dan Mosley comes to the crease. Paul Farbrace saying before the season that he felt that Dan Mosley could have done with having a few more opportunities last season. A talented young cricketer. We have double-checked. It is pronounced Mosley, by the way. Sometimes even called Mousley and all sorts, but he does say Mosley.
2 broken fingers for Dan Mosley last summer, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did have his... Yeah, that's right. So, that's a wicket for Surrey. They've had to wait a long time for it. But will one be followed by another? Will that catch change the game? She's often here talked about one moment of inspiration can sometimes change a game.
Well, they've stuck to their short ball plan and it finally worked.
And Topley has his second wicket.
Slight change of field with Dan Mosley coming in, left-handed batter. Heavily offside field, only 4 on the leg side, 2 slips in. Fine leg, no deep square.
So, 157 added for that 5th wicket as Topley comes into bowl. And that's a play back to him by Mosley. No run. They were together for 43 overs for that.
It's a shame to see Matt Lamb go. Enjoying his innings.
Yeah.
Very much.
Couldn't resist the temptation, ultimately could he, but what Surrey had done, they hadn't put the fielders right on the boundary, they put them about 3/4 of the way back. That proved to be the right move. Mosley turns that one round to mid-wicket for no run. Now the young player that Warwickshire think highly of, we've seen this in recent years, it was a criticism of the county a few years back that they weren't really bringing many players through the ranks. And Ian Baird, Chris Wokes, but not that many. That has improved. I mean, some of the players, like Sam Hain, were signed quite late in the youth age group, but nonetheless. Let's play back to the bowler.
Quite a lot of homegrown players inside today.
Yes, there are.
Dan Mosley, Matt Lamb, Henry Brooks, Rob Yates.
Yeah.
All quite young as well.
It's good to see. So, in comes Topley. Can they knock over another one quickly as Mosley drives into the offside? There's no run. I'll do a little update and then I'll invite Mark in here in a moment, and then an over later will bring Phil in as well. that's the end of that over. 198 for 5. It's a very loud bird. Yeah. Every now and then comes around here and pipes up.
Haven't seen much spin from Surrey today, have we?
This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are now 198 for 5, and they've just lost their 5th wicket after a terrific stand of 157. Matt Lamb playing very well, very positively. He did take a few risks, but he played some wonderful shots, but it was a risk too many in the end, as he pulled a short delivery from Reece Topley and was the victim of a brilliant one-handed catch by Will Jacks. Lamb gone for 106. Sam Hain has batted very steadily to move on to 52. He's been joined by Dan Mosley. Warwickshire have made their position look a lot better, still have a bit of work to do, replying to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared. They're 198 for 5. Sorry, Grace, we were just talking about the spinners, or the lack of spinners, I think.
Yeah, have they only bowled Will Jacks?
Yeah, Will Jacks is really, I think, their main spin option now in this game.
I suppose that's all right in early April.
Yeah. Taylor into bowl to Hain, who lets that go. Mark, if you want to jump in, I'll do one more ball, okay, so you can get ready. At 198 for 5. Warwickshire.
Sense a bit more liveliness in the field from Surrey now after that wicket. They went a bit flat before, a few hands in pockets.
Still have 230 runs in hand, aren't they? So here comes Taylor. Ooh, that's gone past the outside edge of Hain. That's a lovely delivery from Taylor. Just misses the outside edge. And Mark will replace me. So Grace gives us a word about that delivery.
It's a bit more carry through than we've been seeing from Taylor, I think. Don't know if there was a bit more effort put into it, a little bit sharper, but it seems to carry through to Ben Folkes a bit more. Taylor comes in again, gets Sam Hain. Sam Hain defends it straight to Rory Burns at mid-wicket. Again, that one definitely slower than the previous delivery. Might have been a quicker ball, but certainly more effective.
Don't need me, Grace. You're doing a much better job. What a catch that was from Will Jacks.
Serious catch.
The only thing is he ran straight off, looking at his hand. So Jamie Overton's out there, but it was a ridiculous catch. It really was, as James Taylor is in over the wicket to Hain, and Hain is solidly forward, playing this one back up the pitch, because he dived, sprinted in, then dived full length to his right and got it just as it was about to hit the turf, but immediately sort of signalled and ran straight off. So Jamie Overton is out there, so fingers crossed nothing too bad there for Will Jacks, but what Surrey were looking for, they needed something. Great knock from Lamb as well, but in the end just couldn't resist that short ball, but it took something pretty special as Taylor is into Hain, and Hain is forward, playing a good length delivery out into the offside. There's no run. 198 for 5 it remains. Mosley yet to get off the mark. Hain has 52. The only thing I would say is it's got to be cloudy, isn't it?
Yeah, temperature's dropped even more, it seems. Pretty cold in the commentary box, but I don't think the seam bowlers will mind. A few clouds, a bit overcast.
Reckon it's colder out there.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Ashley Mamba still looked absolutely frozen. Stood up there at mid-on.
A few jumpers, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be Reece Topley to continue. 2 for 62 for Reece Topley so far. I think the floodlights might have to come on here. It has got very gloomy all of a sudden. So some dark clouds rolling into our left as Topley is in, left arm over the wicket to Mosley. Mosley's forward, left-handed, pushing out to Ryan Patel. Out there at extra cover. James Taylor's bowled nicely today. Hasn't taken a wicket as yet, but very close there to getting rid of Sam Hain, who had a bit of a fiddle with one outside his off stump.
I think Taylor's recovered nicely, obviously only 21 years of age, and got taken for, I think it was 12 in one of his overs, but he's come back and bowled nicely, bowled good areas.
Yeah, they've said he's been bowling really nicely in pre-season. So over the wicket comes Topley again. Mosley's back on his stumps, just pushing this one out into the offside. There's no, but lovely innings from Matt Lamb, wasn't it?
Yeah, great innings. I think he's a really quite a good player, definitely worth having in the Warwickshire side. And today he's definitely done himself no harm with that innings.
Yeah, just came out there in trouble, but kept playing positively. They're going to get a leg slip in now for Mosley. So Jamie Smith under the helmet is in there at leg slip as Topley's in. Short one. Mosley ducks underneath this. And Mosley wanders off towards square leg. So yeah, Ben Folkes has got company either side of him at the moment. He's got Rory Burns to his left. He's got Jamie Smith under the helmet to his right hand side.
It's got to be the best place to field, hasn't it? In 4-day cricket.
Yeah, I think so. Although I would say I'd rather it was a bit warmer.
Yeah.
It's quite anything flying towards your hands as Topley is in, and Mosley letting this one go outside his off stump. Because he's on a cold day in that slip, Gordon. Oh dear, it can hurt.
Some pretty cold hands, I reckon. Do you reckon any hand warmers in
Yeah,
there?
without a doubt, I would have thought. Yep.
Had some of them out yesterday.
Did you? I'm not surprised. Not so. They still like tea bags, the hand warmers, and you shake them and they warm up. That's right. As Topley left arm over the wicket, he comes to Mosley, and Mosley tucks into the left side. Jamie Overton doing the 12th man duties for Will Jacks, who went off after taking a stunning catch. Deep backward square, because he came sprinting in and then had to dive full length to his right, took it one-handed, and then, as I say, immediately sort of ran off. So Jamie Overton is out there. Topley in once more, and forward goes Mosley. It's a nice way to get off the mark. Just a nice little punch drive through cover point. Beats the dive of Kemar Roach, and those 3 runs will bring up the 200 for Warwickshire. So first batting point for Warwickshire, 201 for 5 they are. In reply to Surrey's 428 for 8. So first batting point for Warwickshire. Surrey have a bowling point. And Rory Burns is just looking back towards the dressing room. Azam Mahmood has done another circuit of the ground, as much to keep warm as anything. And the ground staff have made their way towards the hover cover, because, as I say, I think the lights might have to come on here, Grace, because it has, isn't it? All of a sudden, ironically, it feels like the lights have been turned out, but we might have to turn them on.
Is there? I didn't think there was rain forecast for today.
No, I don't think there was. Maybe it's just going to drift across us. It's a strong old breeze, isn't it? So they'll disappear as quickly as they've arrived. The clouds. There is a big patch of blue away to our left. It's a good sign, because that's where the weather is coming from. I sound like I know what I'm talking about confidently there. I've got absolutely no idea if that's the case. There's Taylor over the wicket to Mosley, and Mosley lets this one go. Good leave from Mosley. The other thing that will come into play here is that new ball for Surrey. It will be available in 16 overs after this one. They'd love to pick up another one before that new ball comes along. So James Taylor have a bit of bowling to do here, I would have thought, from this pavilion end. To his 10th over, none for 22. Taylor is into Mosley, short ball. Mosley's up on his toes. Neat and tidy looking shot that from Mosley.
Taylor really hasn't gone for many, as opposed to that one over. He must have gone for 10 in the other 8 overs. 3 maidens. He's bowled very nicely.
He has. Definitely, as I say, he's definitely bulked up over the winter. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. James Taylor. Just looking at his stats from last year, James Taylor didn't play too much championship cricket. As he's in again, short ball. Mosley's up on his toes and pushing this one out into the offside. Played just the one championship game last season. Might be in the last game of the season actually against Glamorgan. 2 for 44. Ollie Pope's noticed something. He's come jogging out from second slip. Waits again as Mosley on 3. James Taylor, right arm over the wicket he comes. Mosley on his hip, tucks this one away into the leg side. They'll think about 2, but Ryan Patel is quickly up, gets the throw away over the top of the stumps, and they'll pick up another single. That'll be 1 more to the total.
Playing very nicely, Dan Mosley, off to a relatively slow start, but saying that he looks very comfortable at the crease, timing it nicely, playing it pretty late, which is obviously what you want when you first come in.
Absolutely. It's very neat and tidy. Especially off that a big stand. He's been sat there for quite a while, hasn't he?
Pad
Waiting
rush.
to have his bat. Yeah, pad rush. Exactly. As over the wicket comes Taylor to Hayne, and Hayne's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. The gentleman in the top tier of the stand down there at the City end, he's wearing sort of a reflective orange jacket, and in this light, well, he's lit up like a beacon down there, isn't he, on that top tier?
He's probably doing him a favour with the floodlights not on.
I can't make out whether that's the middle of his jacket or a very big bag.
I reckon he's got a jacket on his lap.
On his lap,
Yeah.
right, I see. As over the wicket once more comes Taylor, and that's leg stump, and that's turned away by Hayne down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single as the throw comes in. Mr. Britt has got his long lens out to take a photo from the window. And 1 more over with your good self, Grace, and then we'll bring Phil in. It's sort of from a bowling type of thing. Oh, good news, Will Jacks is back out there now. So Will Jacks, after that brilliant catch, is back out there. Just in these sorts of situations, what I think Surrey have done pretty well here is they've stuck with their plan. Oh, well done, Phil. What is it? It looks a little bit like those when you're learning to swim. Those armbands.
Looks like a sleeping bag.
Has he got a sleeping bag on?
I'm not sure he'd bring that to the 4-day game.
Oh, I don't know. On a day like today, I'd be erecting a tent up there, to be honest with you, I think, just to keep warm. But they've stuck to their game plan. It's paid off eventually. And I think on a pitch like this, which is a good pitch, you've just got to plug away, haven't you?
Yeah, I think I really admire Reece Topley for sticking to that short ball plan, because Matt Lamb was getting them away with the short ball. I think I would have got pretty frustrated, but he kept plugging away and obviously got the result he wanted in the end, so fair play.
Now Topley here, interesting again to Hayne. He's going to have leg slip, or leg gully really, short leg and a slip. He's got Kemar Roach catching on the leg side and a deep mid-wicket catching. As Topley is in and Hayne is up on his toes, looking to whip that leg side. Now he's got to be careful, Hayne, with Burns lurking in there at that leg gully position. He knows what's coming here, Hayne. It could be the old double bluff as well, and he'll slip one in on his toes. Reece Topley, but it takes a bit of effort on this pitch because there's no great pace to it, is there?
No. It is a particularly cold day to be a short leg.
Yeah. Well, it's Jamie Smith under the helmet there. I suppose he's keeping his legs a bit warmer with the pads on as Topley is into Haynes. Short one, and Haynes just ducking underneath this. Taken by Ben Folkes.
He's got the lid on as well, hasn't he? Keeping his head
Keep his head warm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Kemar Roach, that's a sort of catching position down there for Kemar Roach. Not quite fine leg, but he's sort of 10-15 yards in from the boundary, and that's for the pull shot on the top edge. And
he looks freezing.
Yeah, he does look absolutely frozen. I think they'll be hoping it goes straight to Kemar Roach rather than either side. As short one again from Topley, punched off the back foot by Hayne. There is Ryan Patel coming round to do the fielding, but so we've sort of slipped into this tactic, and in April it's not easy, this, as I say, this isn't on a lightning quick track in the middle of August with the sun beating down, but they're sticking to it, and they've kept it pretty tight so far. Warwickshire still trailing by 225 apologies, as this one's pushed into the offside by Hain. Quick singles taken. Mosley responds as Patel comes scampering up to do the fielding. Just turn Grace's microphone off there. Thank you, Grace. Grace will be back with us throughout the afternoon here on BBC WM, BBC CWR and BBC Radio London, BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app. To strike comes Mosley. And I think Mr. Eakin is coming in. Oh yes, please, Grace, that'd be lovely, thank you. Americano with some milk, if I may, thank you. As this is a short one, and ducking underneath it is Mosley. None of this Kevin House cappuccino type thing, just a bog standard white filter with a bit of milk, if that's very kind. 204 for 5. Mosley wanders off for a little think about everything. Short leg slip, they're continuing with the leg gully for the left-hander, trying to tuck him up for room off his hip here. As Topley is into him, Mosley gets in behind a short one, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. Welcome back, Clive Eakin. 204 for 5. Great innings from Matt Lamb, and it did take something pretty special from Will Jackson. Yeah. Back out there now, thank goodness.
Good. Yeah, it was a terrific catch. Yeah, finding these from Matt Lamb. And Warwickshire needed it, but also I think Sam Hain, less spectacular, but crucially important. Do an update on the cricket. Sorry if you're hoping to watch Match of the Day without knowing the scores, Mark, because you're getting them all now. I was, but never mind. Taylor bowls to Hain, who just drops a bat on that place at the point for a single. Well, Warwickshire 205 for 5 now, so they have finally lost their 5th wicket after a stand of 157. Matt Lamb playing very positively, very well, a really entertaining innings from him, but he was on 106 when he pulled the delivery from Rhys Topley. In fairness to him, he would normally have got away with it, but a brilliant one-handed catch by Will Jacks was taken, and Lamb gone for 106. Sam Hain has been much more circumspect and very effective in being so. He's on 55. Dan Mosley on 4. Getting actually quite gloomy here now at Edgbaston. Warwickshire still have work to do. Remember, they're responding to a total of 420, 8 for 8 declared from Surrey. So they still have work to do. But having been 41 for 4 at one stage, they'll feel they're well on their way now to something a little bit more safe there. 205 for 5. Apologies for massacring the English language there. I'm glad our English student wasn't listening to that bit. Taylor comes into bowl, and that's left outside off stump. There's no run.
It's a bit of pressure, isn't it? When you not only have you got top class cricketer with you, but also doing an English literature degree. So, you always think, obviously, pull you up when you get your cricket bits wrong, but now as well, it's just, yeah. You shouldn't smile to yourself, but there's a great, I'll tell you in a minute, on Twitter.
This next one is left. Gosh, the wind is picking up, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I think the floodlights might have to come on. No, there's anybody who hasn't ever seen it, Village Cricket on Twitter has some wonderful clips, and they've got some poor chap opening ball of the season, running into bowl his first ball and gets into his delivery stride, falls, slips over and whacks himself on the head with the ball. So it's yeah, not the best start to the summer. That he's all right, I think. But
in comes Taylor. to bowl to Mosley, who leaves that. Run scoring has somewhat dried up of late. Warwickshire just anxious to occupy time at the crease. They've secured one batting point. But, time is ticking on as far as getting any more batting points. We're in the 66th over. I only came in really to do an update, so I will bring Phil in at the end of this over. As in comes Taylor to bowl to Mosley, who is hit on the pads, who was trying to work it onto the leg side. There's an appeal, quite an impassioned appeal from Taylor, but the appeal is answered in the negative, and Warwickshire 205 for 5. And Mark Church will be joined by Phil Britt.
Thank you, Clive. Yes, and the other bit of cricket news, Chris Silverwood, new head coach of Sri Lanka. They've announced that's about lunchtime, I think. So, Chris Silverwood, new head coach of Sri Lanka. Graham Thorpe, of course, is head coach of Afghanistan now. And Will Jacks is coming into the attack after that absolutely outrageous catch at deep backward square from Will Jacks. So that the hand must be all right, because he's going to have a bowl now, but that'll start. I'm sure that'll start doing the rounds on social media, because it was an absolute stunner from Will Jacks. Phil Britt is settling himself in away to my left hand side. Thank you to Clive, thank you to Grace, and they'll both be back with us throughout the afternoon, of course. But yes, interesting little period this, because still trailing by 223 runs, Phil. So
yes,
that wicket will have just given Surrey that bit of a lift. They've stuck to their game plan. Haynes batting beautifully at the moment, but need to keep going here at Warwickshire.
Yeah, they were going along nicely, but a terrific catch. You don't, you can say nothing other than absolutely outstanding catch.
It was a real sort of athletic. You have to be a damn good fielder to take that catch, because he had to sprint in, dive full length to his right and take it one-handed out at deep backward square. Will Jacks, so he's got the ball in his hands now, bowling his off spin, and he'll be coming round the wicket here to Sam Hain, and a grunt of effort there from Will Jacks. I'm delighted to say as well that sort of the clouds are still there, but it's all beginning to brighten up a bit now at 205 for 5.
Got a bit overcast for a few minutes.
Jacks is into Hain. Hain is forward, turns this one into the leg side, and there is no run. But Hain's played really sensibly here, sort of in the folks mould really from yesterday. It's turned again by Hain down towards Kemar Roach, just on the leg side at 45. Saving the single there is Kemar Roach. Got sweeper on the cover rope as Jacks is once more. That's quicker, and Hain will just stand up on his toes and whip this one out towards Jamie Overton, who's out there at the moment, I think, for Reece Topley. He's having a bit of a rest after bowling very nicely today, Reece Topley.
Yeah, he's had three spells, I think, today, and bowled. I thought he bowled well in his first spell. Not quite so good, I didn't think, from the Pavilion end, but he's looked very effective bowling from the Birmingham end.
Yeah, and he sort of stuck to that. It's not easy doing the old short stuff at this time of the year, is it?
That's right.
Stuck to it and got it in the right place. And I suppose the other thing there was, for the right hander going left arm, you can reach him for it all the time, aren't you? As left-handed Mosley waits for Jacks. Oh my lord, that's a good leave from Mosley. That really is a good leave.
Let's just give him credit for knowing where his off stump is, because
dear,
you wouldn't want to leave too many.
No. As in comes Jacks again. Mosley's forward this time and just turns this one down towards long leg. Back goes Jamie Smith to do the fielding. End of the over. 207 for 5. Mosley has 5, and Hain on 56. Here comes Reece Topley. So he's back out there, and off goes Jamie Overton. So thanks to your terrific camera work there, Mr. Brett. We think that gentleman's moved now, but
He's gone.
Yeah, but he had a sleeping bag, I think, with him, which is very sensible,
Yeah,
isn't it,
he's
on
got-
a cold day?
He's now just found himself a spot under the stand. There are not many people out there sort of braving it in short sleeve t-shirts.
I think people are here, but I think that what they've done very sensibly is gone indoors now with these clouds that have come overhead. I think they're watching it from the warmth of the bar at the moment.
So, Taylor on his way in. The ball to the left-handed, mostly down the leg side. He can't get a bat onto that. I don't know very much at all about James Taylor.
Signed from Derbyshire
Right.
a couple of seasons ago. Played, as I say, one championship game. Played a bit of the old Bob Willis Trophy, but for all reports have been that he's had a terrific pre-season. As I say, he's definitely bulked up,
Yeah.
and he's had terrific control today.
Here he is again, Mosley waits, and this is struck away into the offside to short extra cover, but can't beat the field. It stays on 207 for 5.
Yep, and selected ahead of Jamie Overton for this one out the 12.
Yeah.
So, you know, has obviously bowled well in pre-season and earned his place. And as I say, if you take out the fact that, and this will happen, you know, there's been 4 boundaries off him, so that's 16 out of 25. The other 9, he's into his 12th over now.
On the spot all the way through. That's why Mosley gets a ball, which is just comes up a little, and he just goes across his stumps and just plays it down to mid-wicket. There's again no run.
And it's sort of on this surface, it's the sort of bowler you need, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just hits the length. We said it about Hannon Dorby yesterday, just hits the length. And he gives Rory Burns a bit of control from one end as well. Burns can set his field and then just sit in there at first slip.
Taylor again in bowls. Again, Mosley is solid in defence.
And the other thing is, you know, worth his weight in gold at this stage of an innings as well, James Taylor. He can come in, keep it tight, and there is a new ball. They know that new ball's coming. So he's doing his job here. He's keeping it tight. He's probing away. He's giving Roach and Topley a bit of a rest, and Clark. And then that new ball after this over in 12 overs time.
Now we're picking up an extra 10 minutes on each session, aren't we, today? As Taylor in bowls, and this is punched away nicely into the offside, but again straight to short extra cover, and again there's no run.
It's that, and he's not, but it's that sort of that workhorse role, isn't it?
Yeah,
Where you bowl
need
the dirty
somebody like
overs.
that,
You're there to bowl
Yeah.
the dirty overs, and
Yeah.
he will get his rewards bowling like this. But if he doesn't, then just keep it tight, do your job for your team, and
Yeah.
he's doing it very well at the moment, James Taylor.
His final ball of his 12th over, he's in bowls, and that's again his nice looking shot from Mosley, straight up to Hashim Amla, and there is no run. End of another good over from Taylor, his 12th over. So he has still to take a wicket, but just as Mark was saying, just 25 runs off his 12 overs.
Yeah, and runs with the bat, highest first class score, 31 not out yesterday, keeping Ben Folkes company. So he's having a good game here, is James Taylor, and you can see he's obviously confident where it's coming out at the moment. He's definitely bulked up a bit, and very nicely. Will Jacks is continuing from the Birmingham end of the ground. Good to see him out there, because as soon as he took that streaming catch, he immediately signalled to the dressing room round straight off. But obviously he's had a bit of work done, and he's all right, which is good news.
Yeah.
270. You always worry when they immediately run off. As Jack's round the wicket, he comes then to Hayne, and Hayne's letting this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, it was when Grace was on, we were just talking about what you do not want on the opening match of the season. It's to take an injury which breaks something, and you're out then.
In again, forward goes Hayne, just pushes away into the offside.
You miss, if you get a broken finger or an arm or something like that, or forearm, then you miss it these days virtually half a championship season.
Well, again goes Hayne, pushes this one back up the pitch. Fielding done again off his own bowling by Will Jacks. Tidy stuff this from Will Jacks, as in round the wicket he goes. Forward once more goes Hayne. It's interesting, isn't it, because I know exactly what Ollie Hannon-Dalby was talking about with it, like front line spinner. This guy's a tidy off spinner, but he hasn't bowled a lot in terms of championship cricket. As round the wicket he comes once again, quicker this time. That's left alone outside the off stump. From memory, took his maiden first class wicket against Gloucestershire last season with his off spin. As he's in once more as Jackson. Haynes turning this one into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total, 208 for 5, because of course when it warms up and sort of might just start spinning at some point, sorry, have Amar Verdi and Dan Moriarty going either side of the bat. But he brings his batting. You've seen what his fielding's like, and it's very tidy off spin as well from Will Jacks.
Well, he gets very useful runs, doesn't he, for the side as well. He's a good player to have.
Now Jordan Clark coming into the attack to replace James Taylor, but that new ball's going to be crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, 11 overs away from a new ball being available, so it should be just around the sort of tea time, just after tea.
Absolutely. And as I say, they want to keep it as quiet as possible here. If they could nick one, from a bowling point of view, if you could nick out Sam Hayne here,
yeah,
then they'd be absolutely delighted. But again, this is all about just sitting in until that new ball arrives, really, for both sides in many ways.
Well, Warwickshire still got a lot of work to do. They're still 220 behind. They need another 70 runs to avoid the potential follow-on, which you think, to get any sort of result, would have to be played, because it's just not going to leave, one wouldn't think, and quite enough time, or it's going to leave it tight on. But who knows these days? It doesn't seem very popular enforcing it, does it? Hasn't done for a while. Jordan Clark starts a new spell. His first ball is on the spot and pulls Hayne forward defensively, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think it's also sort of how the bowlers are feeling as much as anything, isn't it?
Yeah.
The questions are, if it were to happen in any game, right, do you fancy it? And well, a long way to go until then, but be interested to see what they would do.
Anyway, that's speculation in terms of what may happen. This one is edged away through the gully, looking to turn that mid to mid wicket, so leading edge which ran away, and he certainly wasn't in control of the shot. He quickly looked behind him to see where the ball had gone and saw that it had gone safe. Hayne, he gets a couple more runs, takes Warwickshire on to 210, but Hayne there, he's moved on to 59 with that shot, but certainly wasn't in control really of that shot at all.
Almost like it just stopped on him a touch, wasn't it? He sort of threw it a little bit early, trying to work it into the leg side.
There's a slip, and then there's a sort of third slip at the moment, no gully, as this one is steered away just in front of square into the offside for a single, quite a comfortable single.
I've always enjoyed watching Sam Hayne bat. I haven't seen him in terms of the longer form of the game for 3 years now, but he's a hugely talented player, he really is.
Had a poor spell for a couple of years in red ball cricket, didn't make the volume of runs, had a very good 2021, just missed out on 1,000 runs. His one-day form has been exceptional year after year, and I think Clive was talking about that before lunch, about how he was surprised he hadn't gone on the BE tour with the runs he'd got. And certainly gets involved. This next one to Mosley is pushed away to the offside. Again, there's no run, solid defensive looking shot from Mosley. But he's developed into an extremely good number 3, number 4 for Warwickshire.
What I like about this is 152 deliveries as well for 60. As we were saying with folks, he's got his head right down here. Sam Hain.
Clark again in bowls, and Mosley is looking to drive, but again, it's ball just holds on him a little, and he doesn't quite get the shot. In fact, it goes quite straight in the end of the time, but that mid-off, who does the fielding, he was looking to sort of play it away through the extra cover area, just between mid-off, mid-on, and extra cover. There's a backward point and a cover point, so we're just waiting for Mosley to play in the air. This one is right away to the backward point, who does the fielding. Ball goes directly to him. It was all along the ground. It was perfectly safe, but it was sort of forcing the shot they were looking for. End of another over, 2:11 for 5. We've had now 70 overs, and Mosley is on 5. That's off 32 deliveries, and Sam Hain is on 60.
Yeah, just looking, 13 runs added since the wicket of Lamb in 9 overs. So Surrey have kept it pretty tight since that wicket went down. And as I say, at the minute, just sort of in that pattern until that new ball around the corner. You've seen Kemar Roach sort of warming himself up. Still 10 overs until that new ball is available for Surrey. Still 46 remaining in the day, so an awful lot of cricket still to be played today, and then the final day tomorrow as well. I'll tell you who's an excellent little mini torch here is forward. Goes Hain to Will Jackson, turns it into the leg side. Not quite sure, I think that might be Mr. Eakins' car keys, but a little mini torch on his keyring. Very useful.
Are they Clive's or mine over there?
Oh, they might be yours.
It's like more like a jailer's bunch.
As forward, once again goes Hain. That's a very excellent mini torch that you've got there, Mr. Britt. Doesn't work, but it looks amazing. I know, rather. Like, it's a bit like Bear Grylls. As round the wicket once again is Jack's driven into the offside and half stopped in there by Ollie Pope. And Hain will get a single. That will move Hain on to 61 and bring Mosley onto strike here. Won't mind bowling at the left-hander. Will Jacks from round the wicket. Oh, it does work. Excellent. Yeah, very useful, that. If you ever get lost in the woods or something.
You wouldn't want to have to travel far with it.
Yes.
Perhaps lost in the garden.
Well, I think it's handy for if you're trying to find the keyholes. This one is cut, sort of chopped by Mosley down to the third man boundary rope for 4. I think that's come sort of off the toe end of his bat,
that's
but
where it was aiming.
It's whistled away down to the third man boundary rope for his first boundary. He moves on to 9 and 216 for 5.
Yeah, looking to cut it away square, and as I got the toe end of the bat, got the result he was looking for, but not quite in the way.
And again goes Jacks. Oi! Quicker one. It's good to leave that from Mosley again. Just that quicker delivery from Will Jacks. He's a tall lad, is Will Jacks. He does fizz it down there with that quicker delivery, but good leave from Mosley.
Deceived him completely there.
This one he's just pushing off the back foot this time. Straight back up the pitch. Jacks does the fielding. End of the over. 216 for 5 then Warwickshire in reply to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared. We had our first result a while ago now, with Hampshire beating Somerset by an innings down at the Ageas Bowl. So a good start for Hampshire to this summer of 2022.
Very, very impressed with Hampshire towards the end of last season. They beat Warwickshire towards the end of the season, and Keith Barker had a terrific game, and they started the season quite well again this year.
Which that bowling attack of Abbott, Abbas, Barker, Holland and Fuller with Dawson, and obviously Mason Crane in there as well, but that is a very good seam bowling attack at this time of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. And
with so much cricket played in this sort of start and the end of the season, it lends itself towards, I think there'd be a side to watch. Clark starts a new over, and Sam Hayne is watchfully up on his toes, pushing a ball into the onside, not trying to make any score off it. Yeah, I like the look of that side, and it's sort of come together quite well, and they've got some shrewd signings which they've made.
Yeah, they've got runs in there as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
As we've seen in that game against Somerset. Gloucestershire are 180 for 5 in their second innings against Northamptonshire.
This one is outside the off stump, and looking initially, I think they're Hayne to cut that one away, but the ball a little bit wider and perhaps just a fraction shorter than anticipated, and in the end he plays just a push into the offside.
Yeah, that's a lead now of 115 for Gloucestershire.
The side of just going on with talking Hampshire up, and I know it's really early in the season, but Somerset side doesn't quite seem to be quite as strong as it was 2 or 3 years ago. This one has Hayne on the run, coming down the wicket and then running off out towards cover point, having played a shot. He got a bit squared up there by that one. He survives it. 216 for 5.
Durham 151 for 2. Glamorgan 234. Alex Lees 84 not out. Scott Borthwick 25 not out.
Again, it's Clark in, and there's going to be more runs turned away behind square. Nicely positioned, and he's kept from crossing the boundary ropes by some deft footwork down there. The old-fashioned use the boot. You don't see that so much in cricket these days, but
it always helps having someone with big feet.
Big feet, yeah, a very effective way. I've always thought of stopping cricket ball. 63. Hayne moves to 218 for 5, 210 behind. And again, Clark is in, ball short, and Hayne gets down on one knee, leans back, and the ball can get much height. It zipped through, but Hayne read it quite quickly. The bounce, not prodigious bounce.
No, it's awkward bounce. Just to say as well, Steve Mullaney, 192 not out, Notts 468 for 7. They were in trouble there. What a captain's innings that is. I think that's his highest first class score as well.
It's Clark again in bowls, and Hayne plays this one into the onside. It's the end of the over. It's 218 for 5. Mark is going to leave us for the time being. Thank you, Mark. Clive will rejoin us. So Warwickshire still work to do, but they've managed to recover from where they were earlier on the day. 41 for 4, down now 218 for 5. Mosley's on 9, and Sam Hayne on 63.
Yes, if quietened the runs out, just as Warwickshire did yesterday actually with the ball. Sorry, since getting rid of Matt Lamb, slowed the scoring, haven't they? But
yes, yeah.
So we've got Will Jackson to bowl. That's worked by Mosley into the offside for no run.
Mosley's just taken time to have a look at the ball. He's made a couple of leaves just outside the off stump, which, from the supporter's point of view, heart in mouth, I think.
He leaves that one. Front foot a long way forward. Stays on 9. Well, it's getting quite gloomy for a while. It's brightened up a little bit now.
Yep.
Here comes Jacks around the wicket, and Mosley leans back and cuts out. Oh, well, I thought he'd hit a good shot for nothing, but it's gone right through Kemar Roach. That's a bit of a fielding error, and it's good to Mosley to get 3. That will irritate Surrey. He's a top overseas pro, so no one's going to have a go at him, but it just took a bit of pressure off Mosley there. Getting those 3 runs, he's on to 12, 221 for 5.
Yeah, because Jackson's had them pretty much tied down. He had that 4 in the previous over, but it was a missed shot rather than an authentic boundary.
It is cold out there. Will affect the fielding. That one, I think, it was a full toss, which Haynes missed out on. He looks frustrated because he's hit it straight mid-off for no run. He's been very watchful, Haynes, when a delivery like that comes along. He would very much like to have made that count, but he hasn't managed to do so. Jack's round the wicket. He drives at that, and that's half stop. They think about one, but they don't take it.
I don't think Mosley was at all interested in that single. Hayne showed some signs of being interested in taking it on the misfield, but Mosley at the other end virtually turned his back on him.
It's a forward defensive, the next one. And there is no run. 221 for 5 at the end of that over.
So there's 7 overs till the new ball can be taken. Is it 36? I wasn't 100% sure.
No, I thought it was 36, but they carried on playing. So, I mean, it's supposed to be 10 past 4. I suppose it is. It is 32 overs, I think, still. 4 o'clock is tea. Thank you, Kevin.
221 for 5, and batsmen have a chat in the middle. That's Jordan Clark. Comes back, bowled a good tidy spell. Clark is getting through him. He and Taylor have bowled, not got a wicket between them as of yet, but they're between them 24 overs for just 58 runs. And the support bowlers, actually, because Jacks has now bowled 11 overs for 28, so all of them are just doing a tidy job, just over 2.5 and over they're going for. As Clark is round the wicket, bowls, and Mosley pushes away into the offside. There's no run, fielded off his own bowling by Clark. Still see Birmingham skyline is full of cranes, all presumably all with HS2. A lot of those with the development and building.
That's a bit of work going ahead of the Commonwealth Games as well, isn't there?
Yes, of course, yes. There's Clark in, bowls and run away to extra cover. As the cricket's here at the end of July and early August. The ladies' matches, every one of them can be seen. Tickets, I think, are still available, possibly, although of course they all went into the pre-season, the early ballot, so I'm saying that, but made 100% sure whether there are tickets available. That should be good. There's 10 teams involved, 10 countries. This one is short and mostly goes down on his knee, and the ball goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Have you got any stuff over in Coventry for the games?
There's some, there's some stuff going on at the arena.
Uh-huh.
I think the rugby sevens are taking place there. Plus, we've got the bowls at Leamington.
Ah, right. This next one is back to the bowler who fields, hops through and does the fielding.
Leamington is pretty much the headquarters of bowls in England. So
yes, yeah, it's very famous bowling. So is it a rink they call for the bowls?
Not sure.
There's Clark in around the wicket, bowl short, and again mostly is underneath it, and ball goes through to Folks. There's no run. Mostly saw that early that it was going to be thumped in short, and he was able to get well out of the way of that one. $221 for 5. And Mosley is on 12.63 to Sam Hayne, who continues last season's good form, brings it into the start of the new season. Mosley is leaving this one outside the off stump. It remains 221 for 5 at the end of another over from Clark.
So I'm going to be doing an update on BBC CWR in a moment. It's been going slowly but effectively from Warwickshire's point of view. They're 221 for 5, replying to Surrey's total of 428 for 8. Declared Warwickshire in trouble at 41 for 4 at one stage. But then that partnership, enterprising partnership of 157 between Matt Lamb and Sam Hain. Lamb, who played much of the attacking cricket, was eventually out for 106 to a brilliant catch by Will Jacks. And since then, Warwickshire have looked to dig in. Surrey have looked to stem the flow of runs. So it's been a bit of a stalemate. It was similar during the Surrey innings for spells yesterday. Hain, though, is still there on 63 and steadily accumulating towards a big score and continuing his good form of last season. Dan Mosley is with him. He is on 12. Warwickshire still some way behind Surrey, so they'll know they've still got work to do, but they're moving slowly but surely in the right direction at the moment at 221 for 5. Let's see now. Will Jacks continue. His 12th over. He's only gone for 28 runs, not claimed a wicket yet. Taking a catch, mind. That's played to a mid-wicket by Hain. There is a sweeper back there, so Hain moves on to 64.
He's had a couple of deliveries which he pushes through, and the one which deceived Dan Mosley a couple of overs ago and very close to his off stump.
Oh, that a chance. We'll find out whether they came off the bat in a moment. I think it probably did. It was a leg slip, and it is a run for Mosley, and that may well have been a low chance put down at leg slip.
Yes, he played it virtually straight in. It was low, but I think, judging by the reaction of everyone, that was definitely a chance.
And Jacks balls to Hain, lets that one go past, no run. Well, should put a couple of chances down the Surrey, and he's one very, very sharp one, which was more really about the slip not being in the right position to take that particular chance. There's another one put down, that slip. That one's left by Hain, quicker ball by Jacks, end of the over, 223 for 5.
Jacks getting through his overs at a fair lick. He doesn't go. Only really is a pace and a bowl almost, but it certainly speeds up the over rate, which brings down just 5 overs to the new ball. And I would think Surrey will take it straight away. These are doing a good holding job, but not looking particularly threatening at the moment.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark will continue from this Boudin end. He's in, bowls, so brings forward Mosley and pushes into the offside. There's no run.
Yes, if they can get to the new ball and then get a couple of wickets with it, it'll be game back on.
Yep. Here's Clark again, comes in and bowls. This is driven. Again, no real strength behind the drive, and just runs up to Roach, who does the fielding. There's no run.
So Warwickshire, it's been a decent session for them. They've worked hard, having got into a bit of a pickle.
He waits this next one again. He's defending it away into the offside. So Warwickshire quite happy here just to tick along. But it's just edging this total down. Now they've got it down to 205 behind.
Like Surrey, they may well struggle to get more than 3 batting points though. Yep, even if they're still batting at 110 overs.
Clark bowls, mostly again defends to mid-on, which is no run.
Just 34 more overs after this one for the bonus points, so if they go somewhere close to 3 and over, they can get to 300, but to get to 350, they'll be needing to get around about 4 and over.
Yes, these since the fall of Matt Lamb's wicket, whilst they've been fairly solid, the scoring rate has definitely dropped away as this next one is again defended and there's no run.
So only got the 3 batting points, Warwickshire the 2 bowling points, so might end up on similar number of points. Unless Surrey can get a flurry of wickets going.
Clark in bowls, this is hit nicely, but straight to Burns, who comes running in from mid-wicket. Does the fielding, threatens to run Sam Hayne out. Hayne not moved 1 inch out of his crease. It's the end of another over, 2:23 for 5. And Jacks will continue from the Birmingham end.
It could be the last over before tea. A fairly lengthy session to look forward to after tea. Remember, they had an extra half hour on because of loss of play on the first day. We had 46 overs on the first day, so 50 overs lost. We've got 16 of those back if we get through to the close today. 8 yesterday, 8 today. So that's play by Hayne back to the bowler. There's no run. You don't add any extra time on the final day. Jacks around the wicket bowls, and Hayne turns that round to square leg for no run. Sun pushing out again. Hayne plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. We haven't had the interruption since that first day. It came close last night, I think, with the light, but we managed to get to the close.
They didn't lose any overs at all last night.
No.
They managed to. That's good.
Yeah, whether Will Rose thought it was good or not is another matter. That's
true. Yeah.
What happened, I don't know, we'll never really know, but it looked like they brought Will Jacks on because it was getting dark. But then, as he was bowling, it brightened up a bit. So they decided to give Kemar one more, and he struck in that over. That's a push back to the bowler. There's no run. 2:23 for 5. He's jogging to get back to his mark, Will Jacks. They are +2 in the over. I mean, he's obviously thinking, if I can get this ball bowled quickly, I can get another over in. And Sam Hayne is saying, no, you don't. And he goes on a little walkabout. You can forget that, chum. In comes Mosley. I think it comes Jack. That's pushed onto the onside by Hayne. Surrey are running around quickly. Can we get one more over in? And the umpire points to the clock and says, nope, that is tea. So there we are. Dan Mosley on 13, Sam Hayne on 64. Warwickshire have pushed this match much closer to a draw now that looked like being at one stage. I highlighted the session, 106 for Matt Lamb, 2:23 for 5 on 5 Sports Extra now. I'll hand you to Kevin Howells. And so, here online, we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time, just under 20 minutes' time. I've just got to hang on to do an update in a few minutes. And then we'll have a little break. But the players troop off with Warwickshire having batted well from a difficult position. And it does look as if this game could, or probably will, end in stalemate. 2:23 for 5 at tea. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where it's tea on the third day of the championship match between Warwickshire and Surrey. It's looking increasingly likely that this match will end up in a draw, but that wasn't looking so likely when Warwickshire were 41 for 4. However, they've recovered well since then after a 150 stand between Matt Lamb and Sam Hain. Lamb playing very attractively for his 106 before finally going to a brilliant catch by Will Jacks, but Sam Hain is still there, accumulating steadily on 64. Dan Mosley on 13. Surrey's bowlers have stemmed the flow of runs somewhat, and it's been a little bit of a stalemate in the approach to tea, but Warwickshire certainly moving towards making this game safe. They're 223 for 5.
Scores from other matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all with the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire are playing Somerset. Hampshire in their first innings 408, Somerset 180 and 135. Hampshire won by an innings and 113 runs. At the county ground Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire in their first innings 223, in reply Northamptonshire 288, and at tea Gloucestershire in their second innings are 206 for 5. Gloucestershire lead by 141 runs with 5 wickets remaining. At the first set of county ground at Hove, the match between Sussex and Nottinghamshire. Sussex in their first innings 375, and at tea Nottinghamshire in reply 468 for 7. Nottinghamshire lead by 93 runs with 3 wickets remaining. At Cloud County Ground at Chelmsford, the match between Essex and Kent. Essex in their first innings 514. Kent in reply at tea 300 for 3. At Lords, the match between Middlesex and Derbyshire. Middlesex 401, Derbyshire in reply 304, and Middlesex in their second innings at tea 42 for 1. Middlesex lead by 139 runs with 9 wickets remaining. At Sapphire Gardens, Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Durham. Glamorgan 234, Durham at tea 163 for 2. And finally at the Upminster County Ground, Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire in their first innings 348, Leicestershire 213, and in their second innings Worcestershire on 16 runs. Worcestershire lead by 151 runs.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Hello, good evening and welcome, as somebody once famously used to say. Welcome to Edgbaston. Don't think it's that very often. For the final session of the third day of the championship match, which, dare I say it, Mark Church has had some great things in it, but he's just been drifting a little bit of late.
Yeah, I think it's been that period of Surrey sort of sitting in for that new ball in 3 overs time.
Oh, looks like I'm doing an update. We're just about to resume after tea here with Warwickshire 223 for 5. Still have some work to do to make the game safe, not least because a new ball is due in 3 overs. But they put themselves in a much stronger position after being 41 for 4 early this morning. Matt Lamb really entertained, a really thoroughly enjoyable innings from him. He made 106 before eventually being brilliantly caught in the deep by Will Jacks. Sam ain't less entertaining, to be honest, but very effective in making 64 not out. Dan Mosley has been circumspect as well, as Surrey have looked to stem the runs. He's on 13. Warwickshire still a long way behind. They're still 205 runs behind Surrey's first innings total. But if they can get back through this session, they'll be well on their way to making this match safe. 223 for 5 are about to resume after tea. Pleasure. Like a presenter that says thank you. It's always nice.
They're very polite.
Yeah.
Very polite. Yeah, I think it's that sort of hanging in for the new ball, and just to add to this, and this shows they're trying to rush through to the new ball. Rory Burns is going to bowl some of his off spin, I think, from this pavilion end straight away after tea. Now, from a match situation here, I still think now Surrey would have 5 wickets pretty quickly. I'm not sure, even if they got close to, do you put the, it's tough getting these wickets. So I think Surrey would probably bat again now, unless, of course, Rory Burns suddenly takes 5 this over. which isn't going to happen. But no, it's going to be fascinating when that new ball does come.
Yeah, well, Kemar Roach is doing some very impressive star jumps. Getting ready to use it.
Yeah, I think Burns is going to bowl off spin here. He does bowl medium pace as well, so
it's going to confuse us.
This will be interesting. He's bowling his medium pace, and he's round the wicket with the first delivery to the left-handed Mosley, and nicely taken by Ben Folkes, standing up to the stumps.
That's quite a quick medium pace, that one.
Yeah, he comes in off about 4 paces. He can bowl off spin. As in he goes again, Burns, and Mosley's letting this one go outside his off stump. Mosley's got to keep concentrating here. I know it's straight away after tea, but Rory Burns, part-time bowler, rates himself as round the wicket he comes once again, and Mosley's in behind this one, just pushes this one out into the offside. But again, this will just be to whip through with Jacks at the other end, whip through, get to that new ball. 2-2-3 for 5 Warwickshire as Burns is in, and then that one is let go outside the off stump by Mosley. But it's always an exciting moment when it's like if Sibley comes on, I'm going to get it overexcited. As round the wicket again goes Burns to Mosley, and that's pushed into the offside again by Mosley. Settles himself down over his bat once more. Final ball of the over, and that's left alone by Mosley. Tidy overlap from Rory Burns. First one after tea. 2 to go till the new ball, and maiden over Warwickshire 223 for 5. Clive still trailing, just to say, by 205.
2 first-class wickets, Rory Burns. That's 74.5.
I think, from memory, Mr. Ekin, one of those was with off spin, and one of those was with sheer pace.
There you go.
Yes. I seem to remember one of them was it might have even been Chris Rogers, I think.
Well, Will Jacks will also continue to bowl from the Birmingham end, so we will get 2 more overs of slow bowling then, presumably, or rather spin, and one over of medium pace, occasional medium pace. Jack's bowling to Hayne, who makes one. That was a little bit short from Jackson. Hayne just works it away onto the leg side. There is a sweeper there, so he gets one. 224 for 5. Hayne now on to 65.
Yeah, as I say, it's been hard graft this for the bowlers today. They've chipped away. They've kept it pretty tight. Haynes played very nice for these 65, and Lamb's innings was lovely to watch.
Slipping a leg slip in place. So Mosley plays back to that. That's a nice shot. He's worked that away to back of square. It's been chased down and it will be dragged in. So you'll get just the 3 runs for it. Fairly wild throw comes in.
Yeah, good chase that from Ryan Patel, isn't it? Timed his slide very nicely to knock the ball back.
227 for 5. It's one of those ones where if Sam Haynes would be out now, you'd get credit, Ryan Patel, because it was because of his fielding that Haynes on strike. And he plays that one back to the bowler, and there's no run. 227 for 5.
Yeah, thought please just having a bit of a stretch. Saw Kemar Roach. He sprinted out after tea, so he was in the sun.
And that one is a 4 defensive. Back to the bowler.
Oh, look at Kemar Roach with the sun out again. It's almost like he's thanking the weather gods down there at the moment.
That one that goes past. There is no run. 227 for 5, Warwickshire.
Every time the sun comes out, he's obviously looking up to it to get it to warm up a bit. It's almost like he's saying, like, giving thanks.
Plays forward to that Hayne, who's need to play in fairly obdurate fashion. End of the over, so one more over before the new ball becomes available.
Yeah, and then they'll take it straight away, because obviously we've seen both Topley and Roach getting warmed up. So we get to see another over of Rory Burns' pace from the pavilion end, with the left-handed Mosley on strike. But it was a tidy first over from Rory Burns, as I say. All joking aside, he does just wobble it a touch, Rory Burns. So he'll come in over the wicket here, Rory Burns. And this is turned by Mosley into the leg side. And the fielding done in there by Jordan Clark. Over the wicket once again comes Burns. All forward goes Mosley. Just pushes this one out into the offside. Hasn't conceded a run as yet, and every ball's been on a pretty good line and pretty good length from Rory Burns. And once more he comes, and that's all down the leg side, and just sneaking across there was Ben Folkes. Mosley will be very keen just to get through these 3 balls without any mistakes, as Burns in. That's very short, that's very wide, and that's cut out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope in front of the Holly Sand, and Mosley will pick up a single. So first run was conceded by Rory Burns, and Sam Hayne comes on strike for the first time. He's been bowling to the right-handed Sam Hayne. Rory Burns is just waiting to settle his field down at the moment, as he wants Pope to come in to slip again. So 2 balls of the over left, couple catching in there at short mid-wicket as Burns is into Hayne, and Hayne is forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch. Catch.
Last chance to get a wicket, probably.
As over the wicket he comes to Hayne, and Hayne just pushes this one out into the offside. So new ball now due, trailing by exactly 200. Warwickshire and Rory Burns, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets, 1 run. And that new ball now available, and Kemar Roach immediately takes off his long sleeve sweater.
Just to reveal another sweater underneath.
Yes. And Rory Burns has removed his bandana and the hair is now at full flowing shoulder length. But be a slight change around here as everyone takes their bits and pieces off, and Reece Topley and Jordan Clark will be having a bit of a warm-up as well out there. So this will be fascinating now. New ball available. Kemar Roach straight into the attack. This is a crucial time in this game.
It is, isn't it?
Clive?
Just thinking that Warwick should be feeling. If we can see off 8 overs of this, then we're almost there in terms of probably saving the game. But if Surrey can get a couple of wickets, Warwickshire will still be under pressure. There are 30 overs left as far as bonus points are concerned. So probably if Warwickshire get to 110 overs, they'll get the 3 batting points. Might struggle to get 4. Kemar Roach into Mosley, who just punches that out to mid-wicket with no run.
Interesting. Sort of, this is a little. Obviously, sometimes talk about the game within the game, don't we? But this is definitely a little passage where it's its own game now. Nice afternoon. Sun's come out again.
Yeah, Surrey still not going overboard. Just the 2 slips in place. Fielder quite close at mid-wicket. As he comes round the wicket, Roach going on leg stump. It's played to mid-on by Mosley, no run. 2 men on the boundary should Mosley be tempted to pull over that short boundary. She's on his leg side. He's the left-hander as the bowling comes from the Birmingham end. 2:28 for 5 Warwickshire. And round the wicket he comes again. It's just come outside off stump and it's played out to mid-off by Mosley for no run. We'll bring I shall bring Grace in here at the end of this over.
Yeah, Mosley's played very nicely here as well, hasn't he? He's looked very solid, very organised. Sort of the job, that sort of 6-7 roll. You know, at times you're going to be facing that second new ball as well, don't you?
Roach then, halfway through the over, comes into bowl and solidly defended by Mosley to mid-off. Roach makes some play, but it's played well enough by the Warwickshire batter. 200 behind exactly. The follow-on is 150. I think I might have dreamt it. I'm sure it went to 200 at one point during the last couple of seasons, but it is back to 150. So 279 is what Warwickshire have to need to ensure the follow-on doesn't come into consideration. Roach bowls. That's quite well wide, that one, and it's easily left by Mosley.
Reece Topley getting himself ready to go from the pavilion end. I'm not honestly sure, unless it was 5 really quick wickets here. I don't know if Surrey would enforce it anyway, even if they got close. I think the bowlers put in a fair amount of work today, haven't they? So still a fair amount of time in this game, with a whole day to go tomorrow.
In comes Roach to bowl. That's getting wide. That is left. End of the over then. 2:28 for 5. Mark Church joined by Grace Ballinger.
Thank you very much indeed, Clive. Yeah, so Reece Topley is into the attack from this pavilion end, replacing Rory Burns with his couple of overs, with a new ball to bowl with as well. Reece Topley picked up that wicket of Dom Sibley with his first delivery last night. Grace Ballinger back alongside, and the sun shining. And good evening to you, Grace. And sort of this is an interesting passage now with the new ball, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it'll be good to see if there'll be a bit more for the seam bowlers now. Hopefully get a little bit of movement going for them. But I also think Dan Mosley will be glad that he's had a bit of time at the crease before the new ball.
Yep, he's been out there now for 68 deliveries. 2 slips for Reece Topley, then there's a a long leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and a backward pointers. Left arm over the wicket, he comes to Hayne. He's down the leg side first up, and that's a tumbling take by Ben Folkes away to his left-hand side. But we saw last night that he did get the ball to swing a touch. Last night did Reece Topley. The breeze has dropped now because the flag, sort of been looking at that Warwickshire flag down there at the Birmingham end. It's perfectly still at the moment as Topley is in, and Hayne covers up, pushes this one straight back up the pitch. Topley does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run because there was that big cross breeze for most of the day. But now that flag is perfectly still. Can see the gold lettering glinting on the ball there as it's thrown to Hashim Amla, who again still looks very, very cold.
He's looked cold for the entire day.
He does.
He's not once looked warm.
No, he's got a few jumpers on, as has Kemar Roach stood up at mid-off as Topley is in. Short ball, that's well played by Hayne with that new ball. It's just hopped at him a touch. He's got right in behind it. He's trying to work it leg side, but it's gone straight down. In front of the Holly stand, there is a gentleman or a lady in a red overcoat with a red hood on. So they're making their way round the front of the Hollies. They look wrapped up, definitely. Look like they're
a bit warmer than the fielders, I reckon.
Absolutely, look like they're going on one of those sort of Everest expeditions. As in comes Topley, and this is turned off his pads very neatly by Sam Hayne out towards deep backward square. James Taylor does the fielding out there. The ground staff they're not by the covers, they're just having a little sit on the end of the roller because even though the sun was out, there are some dark clouds overhead again now, and around about this time of the day the old floodlights do come into play around the ground. So the left-handed Mosley comes on to strike. Couple of slips in there, first slip, second slip and a fourth slip, so there's a gap between Ollie Pope and Will Jacks as Reece Topley, left arm over the wicket, he comes to Mosley, and Mosley's up on his toes again, the left-hander, to a back of a length delivery and just punches up towards mid-off. Get a cup of tea at tea time?
Went for a latte.
Well done.
Yeah, went for a latte.
Thank you very much for my coffee as well.
It's quite all right.
That was much needed at that point. It got me sort of through to tea as Topley places the ball in the left hand once more, and then over the wicket he comes to Mosley, who's letting this one go outside his off stump and taken by Ben Folkes. End of the over, 229 for 5. Then 50 more needed to avoid the follow on, but even if you get past that, there's still a lot of runs behind. 199 at the moment. Rory Burns, I think, wants his headband taken off the field of play for when he was bowling, so yes, he's handing his headband to Jamie Overton, and Jamie Overton bringing out a long sleeve sweater for somebody as well. So I think it's Will Jacks. Will Jacks wants his long sleeve sweater, so
he's going long sleeve sweater over
short sleeve,
the vest top one.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
absolutely.
about that. Surely you'd go the short sleeve one over the top of the long sleeve one?
Yeah, I think it's time as much as anything, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because you'd have to sort of take everything off to get his long sleeve on first, then the short sleeve over the top. I know exactly what you're saying. And Kemar Roach getting ready to come in once again from the Birmingham end. Over the wicket he comes, and pushing this one straight back up the pitch is Sam Hayne. Kemar Roach bowling in his short sleeve sweater just to keep that back warm, I would have thought.
The Surrey jerseys are really quite retro, aren't they? I quite like them.
Old school.
Yeah.
Proper cable knit sweaters, you see.
Don't see many of them anymore.
No, you don't. It's all the names and numbers on the back these days. But yeah, that's a proper old-fashioned cable knit sweater. They are very warm as well, the long ones. As over the wicket once more comes Kemar Roach. Could leave that from Sam Hayne. It's lovely length from Kemar Roach, it really is. And Sam Hayne letting that one go. I'm at the age now, Grace, where I like a cardigan. See, and I've got my big cardi on today. But again, it's almost like those jumpers, to be honest with you. So they are very, very warm. Very, very nice they are.
I do like a cardigan. Time and a place, I feel.
Yes. This probably not the time or the place, as over the wicket once more comes King Roach, and that's left alone. Outside is off stump once more by Sam Hain, who goes for a little bit of a wander and a think about everything. Keeping this all together is Sam Hain. That lovely innings from Lamb of 106. But he's just holding this all together is Sam Hain at the moment. Kevin Howes, our leader there, is just lent in the other commentary box having a little look at proceedings. Sun out again now as Kemar Roach is in and Haynes up on his toes. Start this with the new ball.
Bowling nicely with the new ball, aren't they? Looks like they're keeping a pretty full stump line, hitting the pitch hard. Not too much swing from what I've seen so far, but very good areas.
Well, sometimes for you bowlers, quicker bowlers as well, it just takes a little bit of time, doesn't it? For even with a brand new ball, just to get it to start moving a touch. As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach again. Oh, that's kept a bit low on Sam Hain. He's sort of got himself stuck in the crease, and that's done everything but bowl him. It's a very good take from Ben Folkes, but that has kept a little bit low, hasn't it, Grace? And he's down to do some gardening now with Mosley.
To be fair, Ben Folkes has been keeping very nicely. I wasn't sure of your earlier comments about one of the two best keepers in the world, but he's looking pretty good today.
Yeah, he's kept very tidily as always. I just threw it out there. It's caused a bit of a debate. There's nothing wrong with that. It's over the wicket once more goes Kemar Roach to Hain. That's a good leave, and again that's not really getting through to Ben Folkes, and he takes it by his bootstraps and lobs it away. Alex Tyso, the Surrey physiotherapist, fine figure of a man, is jogging out there at the moment to do some running repairs for somebody. Might be the captain, Rory Burns.
Maybe some tape on the hands, I reckon.
I think it will be. Maybe it's the pace he was bowling in those 2 overs for Rory Burns. So it's going to be Reece Topley marching back towards us to continue from this pavilion end. But yes, Kemar Roach, very tight start with the new ball. Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man, goes jogging off. Oh, there we are. Yes, I just overheard. I thought I was going to be Clive Eakin there for a moment.
Yeah.
But as it is, I'm not. There's 3 slips are in there. There's the backward point, there's the cover, there's the mid-off, mid-on, there's the mid-wicket and the long leg. So Reece Topley is in to Mosley. Mosley's up on his toes. Pushes this one into the leg side, and there is no run. Mosley just takes off his crash helmet. But yes, with the new ball and the white ball as well, it just sometimes takes a little bit of time for it to start swinging, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. But Topley's bowling some really tight lines here. It's looking pretty difficult for Mosley to score off it, just putting dots, getting dot ball pressure.
And he comes once more. Over the wicket to Mosley. Mosley's looking to work leg side, and that's hit him high up on that thigh. Rolls away out there towards cover point, and there's no run. So just the 6 runs have been added since tea. Surrey keeping it very, very tight with this new ball. Ground stuff are sort of they are perched, looking ready for action, aren't they? By the big old hover cover, in case there is any rain about. I think the floodlights at some point though. As here comes Topley again. That's down the leg side, and Mosley will feel he's missed out on that. Got nothing on it. Ben Folkes takes it away to his right. Now Ben Folkes is signalling that he wants something, and it sort of was a square sign, and then sort of rubbed his hands together, whatever that means in the international sign of competition from Ben Folkes. It's always good. It's always good fun, sort of that charades, isn't it? What on earth are they signalling for us? Here is Topley once again, short ball, and Mosley nicely played, just tucks this one off his hip into the leg side. Will pick up a a couple of runs as Ryan Patel comes round to do the fielding. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Mosley. He's played very sensibly so far,
I think both
Mosley.
of them have looked very level-headed. Just been taking the runs when they come, not really looking for anything, just rebuilding again, which I think was important after Matt Lamb to pass him.
Yeah, and a wonderful catch from Will Jacks to break a really good partnership of 157 as he's in. That one's left alone by Mosley outside his off stump. Because at one stage this morning, 41 for 4, when Yates was LBW to 8 for 32, Warwickshire were in trouble. No doubt whatsoever about that. But then as that partnership on 157, it was worth, but it took a quite brilliant catch out in the deep from Will Jacks to break that partnership. As Topley turns down below us, gets ready to come striding in once more in over the wicket, and that one's left alone outside the off stump and taken away to his left hand side by Ben Foakes. End of the over, end of me. Grace Clive's going to join you, but just give people an idea. You're a left arm bowler like Reece Topley. Sort of what's he with a new ball? What are you aiming for?
I think to the right-hander, you're looking to swing it in, bold LBW in play, maybe to the right-hander, to the left-hander, sorry, Mosley, just looking to take it away. He's got 3 slips in, so potential for a snick off. I think he's kind of varying between bowling outside off, looking for that flash, and bowling at him. Yeah, I think it's always good with a new ball as a left-hander. You can get quite a lot of movement, but Dan Mosley seems to be playing it well at the moment.
Yes, one or two little scares, haven't they? But so far the batters are surviving this new ball, knowing they can get through this. Then not all of their job will be done, but a big chunk of it will have been. Kemar Roach to Hayne, leaves that one. There's no run.
Looks pretty confident on the leave, doesn't he, Sam Hayne? Knows where his stumps are.
Yeah. Start to the season for him then. See Matt Lamb make a century.
Promising start with the bat for both sides, I think.
Yeah.
Lots of runs scored.
Yeah, I think both teams will take some. If this just ends in a draw, both teams will take some positives. The old cliche. That's a decent delivery from Roach, but again, it's a good leave by Hayne. Just over and outside off stump.
I feel like Roach needs to do something different here if he wants to take a wicket. Bowling outside off. Haynes looking pretty comfortable leaving it. Doesn't look like he's going to flash at one. I reckon maybe a variation could come in handy. What's going on here?
Oh, we've got a bit of rain. I think we've got a bit of rain. Or they're anticipating it. The floodlights are coming on. It is quite dark. And either it's raining there or they've seen a nasty big rain cloud.
Doesn't look like it's raining from here, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's, on goes the hover cover.
Sam Hayne doesn't look all too impressed.
He's on 68, Mosley's on 19. It may well be this is an anticipation of rain rather than actual rain. So there we are, that was a short stint on me. I'm going to have to hang on because I think my radio station are going to come to me for a quick chat in the moment. So it feels like the game is drifting a little bit. Grace, we've seen some good cricket played, haven't we? But I'm not sure where this game is going from here, to be honest.
Looks like a draw is likely, doesn't it, from here, as long as you say, Surrey don't take a few quick wickets. I think from the position that they're in, 41 for 4. 41 for 3?
41 for 4, yeah.
Yeah, Warwickshire have really done quite well. Obviously, Matt Lamb and Sam Haynes done a really good effort for the team under pressure.
Well, I don't know, the umpires have got something on the Grand National. Well, I mean, that's half an hour away, so yeah. But, yeah, the covers have come on. I see there are a couple of umbrellas up, actually, so it's obviously a little bit of rain. Phil says he felt a little bit of rain. So we will lose time now, because we've got the extra half added on to the end of the day. So this makes it even harder to see how Surrey really, even if they did get quick wickets now, it would be difficult for them to find a way to win this game. So the story of the day so far, we'll go through that just while I'm waiting for a possible update. Warwickshire resuming on 16 for 2. They lost those 2 wickets before the close yesterday, Dom Sibley and Will Rhodes. They lost the night watchman fairly early on today. Danny Briggs caught behind of Roach for 16 for 3. You're a bowler. Are you a bowler that bats, or I mean, have you ever done the night watch role?
No, I mean, I've only ever played one 2-day game.
Right.
Mainly white ball format in the women's game.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think I would be keen to be the night watchman, getting promotion up the order.
Yeah, they do like it, don't they, when they're the next day. It didn't happen for Danny Briggs, though. He was out for naught. And Rob Yates, playing some really good shots, was then LBW to Kemar Roach for 32. That was 41 for 4, and Warwickshire were in trouble, but a stand of 157 for the 5th wicket. Led by Matt Lamb, who was in thoroughly entertaining form, reached his 2nd first-class century before pulling a delivery from Reece Topley, which was brilliantly caught in the deep, one-handed by Will Jacks, and that was Lamb gone for 106. But no further loss since then. Sam Hain remains there on 66, and Dan Mosley on 19. And it is 231 for 5. As far as the bowling is concerned, Kemar Roach 3 for 67 and Reece Topley 2 for 69 are the 2 wicket takers. And I'm going to update now. The latest is that it's raining, alas. Not very heavily, only the hover cover has gone on. Warwickshire have got themselves into a decent position to save the game. 231 for 5, having been 41 for 4 at one stage. We then saw a thoroughly entertaining century from Matt Lamb before he was eventually out for 106. But Sam Hain has continued on. He's on 66. Dan Mosley on 19. Surrey have had 4 overs with the new ball. And of course 1 or 2 problems, but the 2 batters generally have got through that fairly well. And Warwickshire now are on their way towards doing the job of ensuring they get away with a draw, and this interruption is potentially helping. I'm not sure how long an interruption it's going to be. It's quite dark and gloomy, but clearly it's not raining heavily because they've only put the hover cover on. They haven't put the outer covers on. Maybe we'll get back on before too long. But 231 for 5, rain stop play. So we'll leave it for now, but we will be back as soon and if we get any play, which hopefully won't be too far away.
Inspection play is hoped to resume at 5:30. 12 overs have been lost, leaving 19.4 overs remaining. Surrey team led out by Rory Burrows, together with the Warwickshire batsman Dan Murphy, and to face the first ball this session, Sam.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Edgbaston here on BBC WM, BBC CWR and BBC Radio London. Good news, little shower, but we are going to get back out there again this evening. 2:31 for 5, Moseley 19, Haynes 66 for Warwickshire. We were in a very interesting passage of play with the new ball. Matt Lamb today, wonderful innings of 106. Still trailing by 197 are Warwickshire, and Grace Ballinger is alongside, having been keeping a little eye on the Grand National and also a little eye on the weather. But yeah, we were in that passage of play with the new ball, weren't we? And we're back into it now, Grace. And you know, from a Warwickshire point of view, get through this new ball. Surrey will still be hopeful tonight of possibly picking up another couple with this new ball.
Yeah, I think the loss of 10 overs has probably not done Surrey any favours. But then on the back of that, I think it's definitely a lapse in concentration with the batsmen. And how many times have you seen, as soon as you come off a rain, soon you come back on, an early wicket fall?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 19.4 on the board remaining today. The floodlights are on, but we've got some blue sky. It's Kemar Roach, who was in the middle of an over when we came off, coming into Hayne, and it's a no ball from Kemar Roach. And from memory, that's our first one of the game, actually. And the arm shot out straight away from umpire Robinson. So 2:33 for 5 now. But Kemar Roach 3 for 69 so far. Reece Topley, couple of wickets as well. Those are the 5 way they've been shared by the two Surrey opening bowlers. As he's in again, here's Roach, and forward comes Hayne. Plays this one solidly back up the pitch, and you can see the gold lettering of that ball still glinting away. It's only in its 5th over, this new ball. So still with 19.3 to go tonight, Grace. There's still a chance for a bit of damage to be done, isn't there?
Hopefully not. As a Warwickshire supporter myself, hopefully Moseley and Hayne will stay in. But yeah, Roach is bowling neatly.
Here he comes again, runs towards us, comes right arm over the wicket to Hayne, lets it go. Outside his off stump, taken by Ben Folkes. 2 slips in there. There's the backward point, there's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Reece Topley out at deep backward square, and then Ryan Patel down below us at long leg. Those wickets to go so far. Well, of course, Dom Sibley went first ball last night, bowled by Reece Topley. Then Will Rhodes caught down the leg side off Kemar Roach for 6. This morning, Danny Briggs caught behind off Roach without scoring. That was 16 for 3 as Roach is into Hayne, and Hayne is forward and playing this one up towards mid-on. And then Yates went LBW to Roach for 32. At that point, it was 41 for 4 and in a spot of bother. But it's a terrific partnership between Lamb and Hayne. It was worth 157, and Lamb did play really well, didn't he, Grace?
Yeah, it was a great innings. It was slightly aggressive for the situation, but I think that's exactly what they needed, just to keep themselves going and avoid a collapse.
Waits for that bat raised as Hayne, as Roach is into him, and Haynes up on his toes, turns this one into the leg side. That will complete the over. So we've got 19 remaining on this 3rd day. 233 for 5. Warwickshire, Moseley has 19. Hayne has 66. And I suppose the other thing it's done there for Messrs Topley and Clark and Roach and Taylor, they've had a bit of a break as well with their feet up, and a chance to have a chat about things with Azhar Mahmood.
Yeah, it's quite hard to be a seamer in 4-day cricket, isn't it? Especially early season, probably haven't bowled that many overs. A lot of overs under the belt in one day, or over a couple of days.
Well, Reece Topley, and it looks like he's going to start off left arm over to the left-handed Moseley. He'll have 2 slips. Well, Will Jacks look absolutely frozen in the gully there, doesn't he? He really does.
He does. He's even got his jumper on over his short sleeve jumper.
He has. It's very cold. Took a wonderful catch earlier on today to get rid of Lamb at deep backward square. He looks absolutely frozen in there in the gully. It is chilly. As Topley, left arm over the wicket, he comes to Moseley, and Moseley lets this one go Outside is off stump, and then wanders off towards square leg. The big floodlights in the shape of E for Edgbaston shining down on the ground at the moment. There's still a good smattering of crowd in, but they're all wrapped up very, very warm because we are approaching 6 o'clock, and it's getting colder as Topley is in once more to Moseley, and Moseley's letting this one go off a goodish length. Outside is off stump. Moseley's shaped up really nicely here, hasn't he, the way he's played?
He has. He's looked very calm, collected, for such a young player as well. I think he's looked in a really good headspace, just taking runs where necessary and not taking any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, and I suppose as well that little break for Moseley and Hayne, they got themselves through to that new ball. They'd seen off 4 overs with it, and then to get inside and have a little bit of a break gives them a chance just to put their feet up for a bit. As Topley in once more to Moseley, and that's down the leg side. Moseley gets nothing on that. Will feel he's missed out a touch, I would have thought,
I think
taken
he has
by
been
Ben
missing
Foakes.
out a little bit down the leg side today. I've noticed a couple of times Topley's just sprayed it down a little bit and hasn't been able to quite capitalise on it, unfortunately.
There's a huge amount of space down there. Although these days as well, you do see an awful lot. It's almost a tactic at times to try and get that caught down the leg side as Topley is in to Moseley, and Moseley's again letting this one go. Outside is off stump.
That one was a little bit tighter than the other ones.
And he wanders off again towards square leg.
Does like a wonder, doesn't he, Dan Moseley?
Yeah,
Noticed today.
it's interesting, isn't it? It's in between deliveries when you're batting. Do you go for a little wander and a think, or?
I don't think to that extent, no.
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 Everybody's got their own sort of
Yeah.
way of doing things, haven't they? Their little superstitions and quirks when they bat. As over the wicket once again goes Topley then, and Moseley digs him out off his toes up towards Kemar Roach, who moves round to his left-hand side to do the fielding, and Topley comes marching back towards us, bearded at the moment, is Rhys Topley, and his shirt hanging out of his trousers, but he's bowled extremely well here. 2 for 69 so far.
Would you say he's been the pick of the bowlers for Surrey today?
Yeah, I think so. James Taylor impressed me as well, as in over the wicket once more comes Topley, short ball, up on his toes goes Moseley, and that one tucked away into the leg side. I don't know what you think. Look, Roach is always going to cause problems, Topley as well, but I thought Taylor really did his job very, very well today.
Yeah, I think he went nicely, but
He allows that one to pass. Outside his off stump. Taken low down by Ben Foakes away to his left hand side. Yes, so I was being told that a Warwickshire jockey won the national. It's
Apparently
exciting
so,
news.
yeah.
I'm not quite sure what the name of the horse was, or, if I'm honest, the name of the jockey. But I'll have a look in a mo, because that'll be there on the BBC Sport website. As driving is Moseley. That's off a thick inside edge, and that's out towards deep mid wicket. And The throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Oh, it's an amateur jockey as well. That's exciting, isn't it?
I reckon the bookies have done well.
Absolutely. So there we are. Noble Yates, the winner. And says here, Fairy Tale Grand National win for amateur Whaley Cohen on Noble Yates. So there we are. Well done. 50 to 1 shot. That's all right, isn't it? As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach. This one's left alone again outside the off-stump. So congratulations to them in the old Grand National. He's a cricketer. Oh, I see. Ah, very good. Noble Yates. Very good.
Noble Yates.
Well done, Mr. Britt. Away to our left-hand side. Sam Hain settles over his bat once again. Kemar Roach comes in over the wicket and forward goes Hain. Again, that's on a roundabout middle stump. He's played it very well. Got right down on his haunches to play that, did Sam Hain. He wanders off towards square leg. Still trailed by 193 here, Warwickshire. 235 for 5. You're with us tomorrow as well, Grace?
I am indeed.
Excellent,
yeah.
excellent. I think it could be quite an interesting day tomorrow, as long as the weather stays fair. Kemar Roach is over the wicket once again, and Hain is forward, and you can earn that grunt of effort there from Kemar Roach. End of the over, 235 for 5. Mosley 20, apologies. Hain has 67, because at 193 still a lot of runs, isn't it, behind?
It is.
And I think, you know, if you can get it down to double figures, trailing, if you're Warwickshire, then, but it's still, even a lead of 70-80 for Surrey would be interesting tomorrow. But it's a long way to go, and of course, because of the way Surrey are bowling and the way Warwickshire are batting, quite rightly, it's not like the scoreboard is racing around at the moment. As Reece Topley, left arm over the wicket he comes to Mosley, and Mosley's forcing off the back foot. That's a lovely shot from Mosley. That's the best shot he's played. Just punched off the back foot away through cover point. That whistles off to the Holly stand for 4. Lovely bit of batting from Mosley. He's on to 24, and Warwickshire move on to 239 for 5.
I was just thinking, I reckon it would have been pretty interesting if Matt Lamb stayed in for an extra 20 overs, because he was really just getting going.
Yeah, he did. He played some cracking shots today. The one off Kemar Roach was frankly ridiculous, where took it off a length and on the front foot swung it over mid-wicket for 6. But then a very, very good catch from Will Jacks as Topley's in, and that's climbed on Mosley and gone away from him, and he's just indicating that to all who are watching. Nicely taken by Ben Folkes up above his left shoulder. Effort ball, I think, that one from Reece Topley.
I think so. A lot of them have kept low in the last couple of hours or so, but that one really got through.
It did climb, didn't it?
Yeah.
I always like it when the batsman sort of indicates what that ball's just done to everybody. As comes past umpire O'Shaughnessy, does Topley, and in behind this one goes Mosley. A bit frustrated there, Reece Topley, after Mosley right in behind that solid looking defensive shot.
He's got a proper stride on him, hasn't he, Topley?
He has indeed. Start shining the ball up once again. Tattoos up that left arm of his. Here he comes once again. Got a leg gully in now. Topley's in, another short one, and Mosley's swaying inside this. It's a good effort on this pitch as well, isn't it? We saw it with Jordan Clark and Kemar Roach, and not so much James Taylor, but getting the ball up above shoulder height is tricky, but Surrey persevered with that and it paid off in the end. Turns again, does Topley. Over the wicket he comes, and oh, this is an open face of the bat, a little away from his body from Mosley, but that'll fly off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Not completely in control of that, Grace, but safe, always going over the top of the slips and down to that third man boundary rope, and Moseley moves on to 28, and it's 243 for 5.
Guided, I'd say. Guided nicely over.
Yeah, whistled off down there to the third man boundary rope. So trailing now by 185. Warwickshire. Top lead 2 for 77. Here he comes once again. Moseley this time just punches into the leg side in front of square. Should get 2 here because Ryan Patel's got a bit of a way to come round from deep backward square. That'll be 2 more to Moseley. Neat and tidy couple of runs for him. And it's 245 for 5. So the partnership now is worth 47. Very good runs between Moseley and Hayne. Hayne's been out there now for over 200 balls for this 67. So, yes, great. He's really got his head down here, hasn't he, Sam Hayne?
He's played a bit of a Dom Sibley-like role, I feel. He's just stayed around, let other batters bat around him. Hasn't looked in any danger, I don't think, at many points. I think he's looking in really good form.
Yeah, he's looked very solid. We saw Ben Folkes, he's 132, coming off 263 balls. Just to put into context what Sam Hayne's doing here, exactly what Warwickshire needed. Because at 41 for 4, and we weren't even into the first half hour of play this morning, that was trouble for Warwickshire, it really was.
It wasn't looking too good at all at one point, but very much steadied, and it looked like Warwickshire were in control of the session at one point.
So, Kemar Roach from the Birmingham end's got a leg gully in, could get some short stuff here. Sam Hayne, he's forward to good length delivery first up. Of course, he got struck on the arm by Kemar Roach this afternoon. Struck on the forearm with a ball that didn't bounce as much as he was expecting, and it just sort of jagged back at him and hit him on the forearm. Now Rory Burns has moved himself out from slip to mid-wicket for Sam Hayne. There's all sorts of pointing going on. Jamie Smith having a bit of a point there at leg gully towards something. Kemar Roach runs in towards us, comes over the wicket. Oh, and Hayne's gone onto the back foot to a good length ball because he's expecting something short. That's flown off the edge all along the floor, down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. And that will bring up the 50 partnership between these two. 51 it's worth. It's been a good one. Building on the partnership between Lamb and Hayne. 51 it's worth, but interesting bit of bowling that from Kemar Roach, because the way it's set up, Hayne's obviously expecting a short one at some point and sort of got locked on the back foot there, but played it pretty well. As here is Kemar Roach once again. There's the short one, and Hayne's just swayed inside that, and it's a tumbling take from Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side.
Looked like it swung really quite late there. Looked like relatively straight as it went past Hayne, but as you say, Ben Folkes ended up taking it really quite wide to his right. Sometimes
happens like that, and it's a strange thing. It goes past the batter and then swings.
Carries on going.
Yeah, absolutely. Horrible if you're in the slips or the keeper. Seagull goes overhead. As wider of the crease goes Roach, and that's left alone by Sam Hayne. They used to say there was a bowler called Jimmy Ormond who played for Leicestershire, Surrey in England, and the slips used to say he was horrible because it would hit the edge and then would dip and wobble after it's hit the edge, and he used to have so many catches dropped off him, but as it hit the edge of the bat he got it to swing, and then as it hit the edge it kept going, and it would dip at the last moment or go the other way.
Not what you want in the slip corner.
Not at all. So, run away from another batting point, Warwickshire, as Hayne's in behind a short ball, playing that one up towards Hashim Amla. Still under his white floppy hat there is Hashim Amla, shining the ball up for Kemar Roach. Jordan Clark is waiting for the nod to have a bowl from his captain. Rory Burns, as Haynes stands again with that bat raised, as over the wicket goes Kemar Roach. He's just trying to bang that in, but it's down the leg side. Hayne having nothing to do with that, just stood inside the line of it. Taken by Folkes again, end of the over, so 15 remaining today. Warwickshire 249 for 5. Good partnership here between Moseley and Hayne. And we're looking at Surrey Well, actually, we say that, you know, Warwickshire could go past Surrey here. If they got to stumps tonight with these two still there, they've done their job today, going into that final day tomorrow. Sort of at the rate they're going, they might be sort of trailing by 140, and then we'd see what would happen tomorrow. But Surrey would be hopeful of at least picking one more up tonight, as Topley from the pavilion end is coming into the left-handed Mosley, who lets this one go outside his off stump.
I think the Warwickshire runs have come really interestingly today. It's almost like they've come in a flourish. It seems to be a lot of consecutive boundaries, a lot of dots. I'm not sure if that's intentional, or it could be bowlers missing their lines and length after being hit by a boundary. I'm not sure, but it certainly seems as if there's been almost periods of boundaries followed by periods of quite quiet play.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll have a look at the scorecard and just try and work out how many boundaries we've had in this Warwickshire innings so far. Because, as you say, a high percentage of the runs have been boundaries. As Topley's in, and up on his toes goes Mosley. Plays this one back up the pitch, and again there is no run. So yeah, I'm just looking here. So Haynes hit 6, Mosley's hit 3, so that's 9. Even I know that. Then Yates hit 6 boundaries, so that's 15. Rhodes 1, that's 20. But here's the key one there. Matt Lamb 17 boundaries and 1-6. As forward comes Mosley, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. But as you say, that there's sort of a quiet patch. Sorry, bowled well today. Quiet patch, little flurry of boundaries, and then back to a quiet patch again, isn't there?
Yeah, I don't think you mind that as the Warwickshire team though, because I think even in the quiet patches they've looked pretty strong in their defence.
Yeah. Well, did say on this wicket there's a bit there for the bowlers, but you've got to work really hard. As Topley's in, short one. Mosley's in behind this, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire 277 for 6 in their second innings against Northamptonshire, so lead by 212. We know that Hampshire have already beaten Somerset today. Glamorgan 234, and Alex Lees has 100 for Durham. Nice start to the season for him. He's 137 not out, and Durham are 271 for 3. Topley is in. Mosley, oh, he's had a fiddle at this one. Outside his off stump. That's gone past his outside edge. Again, it just bounced a bit more than he was expecting. That goes past his edge.
Again, just looked like it swung after it went past Mosley. Looks like they're getting really quite late swing, almost too late swing.
Yeah, well, yeah, as you say, it's too late because it's after it's gone past the bat at the moment. Because of that shot again, and we've seen him play the uppercut as well. Just leaving a man down on a fairly straightish backward point position on the boundary now, Surrey, as Mosley plays this one back up the pitch, and Kemar Roach does the fielding. End of the over, 249 for 5, maiden over there from Reece Topley. Essex 514, Kent 388 for 4. So sounds like that's quite a nice pitch at Chelmsford. Batters are enjoying themselves anyway. Worcestershire in their second innings are 141 without loss against Leicestershire. That means they lead by 276. And Derbyshire all out for 304. Middlesex 139 for 3 in their second innings, so they lead by 236. Nottinghamshire declared 534 for 9. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, 192. And Sussex 14 without loss in their second innings. As Kemar Roach comes in over the wicket to Haynes, short one. Rover starting from that Birmingham end, and Haynes just sways inside that. Bit of limbo there from Sam Hayne. From what I saw in Birmingham City Centre last night, tonight's a Saturday. Could be a bit of that this evening in all the nightclubs of Birmingham.
Yeah, it's pretty lively city, Birmingham, must say.
Lively? Oh dear. I wandered off to get a chocolate bar at about 9:30. God dearie me. As Over the wicket once more comes Kemar Roach, and short one. And again, all Haynes done with that is he's just swayed inside it, hasn't he? He's almost stuck his bottom out towards it. And it's taken by Ben Folkes, and umpire O'Shaughnessy has decided that he's going to cross to cover point now, so he's obviously not quite seeing what he wants to from square leg. So he's crossing over towards cover point now. Steve O'Shaughnessy, he's got his gloves on as well. It'd be cold for the umpires, won't it? Because they don't get a huge amount of movement, really. As Roach is in once again to Hayne. Another short one. Hayne ducks underneath this. That's very short from Kemar Roach. Not sure that Hayne can play any sort of shot at that. So I think umpire Robinson saying that to Kemar Roach at the moment. It's just set up for the short ball, this. Slip, leg gully, man at deep backward square. That the long leg as well. And this was the way they did get Lamb in the end from this pavilion end. From the Birmingham end, apologies. As Roach is in again, goes fuller of length this time. Sam Hayne pushes forward.
Hayne doesn't look like he's getting too tempted into that shot like Matthew Lamb was, however.
And I think the other thing is, with a left armer like yourself, if you go pulling, you're fetching that from outside your off stump, aren't you, on that natural angle going across you.
Yeah.
With Kemar Roach coming, it's sort of coming back into you, so all Hayne's doing really is just getting shoulders out the way of it and allowing it to go over those shoulders. As Kemar Roach is in again, another short one. That's a good one. And that just hurried Hayne up. Didn't bounce again as much as Hayne was expecting there, so he's swayed inside it, but ended up almost standing at square leg.
Yeah, I think he's done pretty well to get out the way of that from the position he was in. Don't want Hayne getting hit again. He's been hit enough today. Yeah,
he got that one on the forearm from Kemar Roach, who still gets it down there at good pace. Kemar Roach, but it's not excessive bounce, so it's making it awkward, the short ball. As in goes Roach again, full length delivery. That's well played by Sam Hayne. It's just gone full of length, and Sam Hayne has jumped onto the front foot and just pushed that away through the covers for 4, and that whistles away to the boundary rope. And over the rope it goes, 253 for 9. Great few words from you about the way you think Warwickshire are going about this, and this innings from Sam Hayne, which I think's been outstanding. And you'll be joined in a second by Clive Eakin.
Well, I think Warwickshire have gone about it really sensibly after they were 41 for 4. I think it definitely could have gone the other way in the sense that it could have just been a collapse, but it was really good to see Matt Lamb continue to play his normal game, be aggressive, and obviously that came off really well from him. And then Sam Hayne just steadying the ship. And Dan Mosey's come in nicely after not playing a lot of cricket last year and just looked very calm and composed and sits at 30 not out quite nicely right now with 13 overs remaining.
Yeah, so they've got the second batting point. There's 19 overs left for bonus points. So if they're not bowled out, then getting to 3 batting points should be fairly straightforward. But whether they can get to 4, doubtful. Topley comes into bowl. Let's push the offside. Let's think. So 47 raw runs in 19 overs to get to 3. 97 more runs in 19 overs. Well, it's not impossible.
Just under 5s?
Yeah, well, I doubt they'd go for that. What they might like to do is try and prevent Surrey getting another wicket. And at least then they would have outpointed Surrey to the tune of 1 if it ends in a draw. Don't suppose we think about these things too much. Just want to make sure they make this game safe. Mosley plays to mid-off. There's no run.
I think Topley's been bowling some really good areas here, some really tight lines. Just getting Mosey a little bit trapped at some points, as you saw there. I think he just needs to carry on plugging away. More on the full side, I actually think, would be more effective, as he started doing on occasion.
So, Topley into bowl. It's a short delivery, it's a fairly wild delivery going on the leg side. Ben Folkes stops it with minimum fuss.
Just feel as if the short deliveries are being played really well by Mosley and Hayne now. I think they're kind of aware of the plan and just leaving them alone, to be honest. Capitalising when it's in the slot.
So, in comes Topley, and that's play by Mosley back to the bowler for no run. It's a cold old day. So what have we got left? We've got 12 overs to go after this one. I wonder whether we'll get them all in. It's going to be quite a long old day if we do. If we'll see Will Jack back in the bowling at some point. That's on the leg side. Mosley works it away. There is a sweeper on the onside, so Mosley scampers back for a second run. He's on to 32, 255 for 3.
Long day for Surrey out in the field today.
Yeah.
A lot of overs bowled, not quite the weather for it, as we've said.
Yes, I've had to stick to their tasks. And in comes Topley to bowl. That's left outside off stump. No run.
Still getting it through, Reece Topley, going in quite a nice pace. Really good areas. Definitely been the pick of the bowlers today, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's not perhaps been quite enough life in the pitch for them to really exploit. And remember, they had Warwickshire at 41 for 4 at one point. That did include the night watchman. We have to take that into account. We're getting a bowling change from the Birmingham end, and Jordan Clark is going to come into bowl. Well, there have been a few seamers in this match that have been left wicketless so far. Craig Miles and Henry Brooks, for all the hard work they did, neither of them managed to get a wicket during the Surrey innings. So far, just the 2 bowlers have taken wickets for Surrey. So, Jordan Clark among those to be frustrated thus far in his 14 overs. He bowls a bouncer, which Sam Hayne avoids, and there's no run.
Quite a good start from Clark, getting it through pretty quick, pretty good pace, good bounce, especially for his first ball after a long time not bowling. You always sense a bit of a loosener, don't you? But it's good that he had the confidence to just bang it down. Good result.
It's, Clark from the Birmingham end, which is very clear in view, but the city of Birmingham, that's left and there's no run. Various skyscrapers and buildings, we can see them very clearly. There's blue sky overhead, the floodlight's still on. Umpires were prepared to play in pretty dark conditions before the close yesterday, and so they'll no doubt do the same again today. Clark into bowl. Oh, that's edge, is it? No, he beats the outside edge. Hayne nudging at it. Ben Folkes takes it. It's a shout of anguish rather than an appeal. That's a whistle past Sam Hayne's outside edge.
Looked pretty close to it as well, didn't it? I thought he'd edged it at first as well.
Good delivery by Clark. I'll have to keep plugging away. Surrey's chances of winning the game, well, I guess slipping with every over that ticks by. And Warwickshire now just 24 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. Clark comes into bowl. And that's left, there's no run.
I'd like to see a bit more spin before the close of play. Ball's still relatively new, so I don't know if we'll see it, but it's been a lot of seam today, and no wickets taken for quite a while. It might be time to try something different.
Yeah. So we see 4 wickets to spin in the Surrey innings. One's left by Hayne. He's on 75 now, Sam Hayne. He did have a slightly frustrating period where he was getting 70s and 80s and not going on to make hundreds, so he'll be keen to go all the way this time. Last season he made just the 100, despite scoring over 800 runs in the season. And he's driven at that straight to the covers. It's cut off. Scored 100 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. That was an important innings. End of the over, 255 for 5.
Are we going to see some spin? No, it doesn't look like it, does it?
And no, we are going to see James Taylor replace Reece Topley from the Birmingham end. So a day in the end where the batters have been on top again. It's now 239 for 3 today. The men out today, Danny Briggs caught behind by Ben Folkes off Kemar Roach for a duck, Rob Yates LBW to Roach for 32, and Matt Lamb caught Jacks bowled Topley for 106. And 57 added so far on the 6th wicket. Not terribly briskly, 33 overs it's taken them to do that. But in comes Taylor around the wicket. Oh, he goes for a big shot there, Mosley. Gets a bit of a bottom edge on it. I don't think that bounced as high as he expected. And it sort of squirted rather apologetically away. I feel the game's getting fairly safe. They might try and push on a bit here, Warwickshire. Start thinking a bit about bonus points. Sam Hayne has come down the pitch to say to have a chat with Don Mosley. You might have told him to calm down a bit. And this next one, well, he leans back and swings and misses at that.
Whatever Sam Hayne said, I don't think it worked.
255 for 3. I've just seen that picture. That's so Village have tweeted that Mark referred to earlier. Start of the season, poor old bowler in his run up. So, for his first ball of the season, slips and falls on his backside. Next one is carved away, but into the covers, and it's well stopped there. So there's no run. 255 for 5.
Pretty cold on the hands, that, I reckon. Mosey's hit that very hard.
And number 25 on his back, James Taylor in, round the wicket, bowls, and that's not really timed by Mosley. He's looking as if he's getting a little bit impatient. Down Mosley, hits that one to backward point for no run.
We've seen a lot of the round the wicket approach from the Surrey seamers today. We had Topley doing it a lot, and now we've got James Taylor coming right on round.
Comes in to bowl, then Taylor. One slip in place is quite wide, putting it in this sort of second slip position. Mosley has got that one away this time. That'll make him feel a bit better, and it has beaten the despairing dive of the sweeper, so it is 4 runs. He's on to 36, 259 for 5. He'd been looking for that all over.
Yeah, he played the same shot 5 times, hasn't he, really? But he's really got hold of that one. Even with the sweeper out there was no chance of them stopping it.
Certainly feel trying to keep each other encouraged. Lots of hands in pockets. I don't know whether the hand warmers are still proving effective or not. Taylor around the wicket again, bowls, that's left. And there's no run, 259 for 5. Warwickshire replying to the Surrey total of 428 for 8 declared. So 20 more needed to avoid the follow-on. And I suppose if they did lose the last 5 wickets for less than 20, there wouldn't much point in doing anything other than enforcing, because they can't win any other way, surely.
Don't think the Warwickshire changing room would be too happy if they lost 5 wickets
No.
for 20 runs now.
Might be a bit of a team meeting afterwards if they did that.
Don't think Matt Lamb, Sam Hain and Dan Mosey would be too happy either.
Let's see what's gone on elsewhere. We've had that one result earlier. Hampshire thumping Somerset by an innings and 113 at Southampton. That's pushed out to the onside by Sam Hain. There's no run. Could be a good game at Northampton. Gloucestershire 291 for 6 in their second innings. Lead Northants by 226. So they fought back well there, Gloucestershire. Lost a lot of play at Cardiff. Durham are getting into a dominant position though. 276 for 3 lead. Glamorgan, this is in the second division, by 42 runs. Back in the first division, looks a fairly dead game at Chelmsford, but Kent are 405 for 5. Replying to Essex is 514. That's left, there's no run. That does remind me of the game I did at Canterbury in 2019, where Dom Sibley scored 200 in about a month or something, and it was, yeah. That was. I think I managed to get through a whole day's commentary without commentating on a single wicket. It was that sort of day, that sort of match. However, Worcestershire in a very strong position against Leicestershire, 163 without loss in their second innings, leading by 298. That one comes off a bit of the inside edge from Hain. He will. I always think if you walk, you shouldn't get a run because you're not running, so it doesn't count as a run. But he's walked from one end to the other and added 1 to his score. He's on to 76. Middlesex 163 for 3, so they're in a good position against Derbyshire. They lead by 260. And Nottinghamshire, having recovered impressively, declared on 534 for 9 and have Sussex at 24 for 1. So Sussex still 135 runs behind Notts' first innings total. So good chances of results in a number of games elsewhere. Probably Grace, not this one, you would think at the moment.
Not looking like it, is it?
It's Mosley comes into bowl round the wicket. Oh, that's left, there's no run. You were talking about the fact you don't play much long form cricket in the women's game. Would you like to? Because I know in England, England play a test match every now and then. Australia do, but increasingly not many countries do. Would you like to see more?
Yeah,
long...
I think I would. Especially after spending the whole day watching it today, I think it's good to have a bit more in it for the bowlers. Like get some long spells in. I played 1 2-day game as part of like a trial thing, which I really enjoyed actually.
In comes Clark, bowls. Oh, that's a good Yorker, which Mosley digs out well. A few heads in hands there as it squirts out into the onside for no run.
Sense a bit of frustration from the Surrey team here.
Yep. But again, I suppose if they can get... I hope to get at least 1 more bowling point if they get away with it from this match with 13 points. It's not too bad. Batted very well. Ben Foakes especially. Still trying. Clark bowls. Accurate delivery, which Mosley has to play out, but he plays that well. It's back to the bowler. No run. 260 for 5. 9 overs left in the day. And Mosley on 36, Hain on 76. Start of a championship season, 14 games again. So of course we're now in one thing that we had when it was 8 in the first division is that you played everybody twice because it's 14 fixtures. Don't get that now. So I was speaking to Kevin next door, saying Andy Ford and did explain that all sorts of calculations and statistics go into deciding who plays who, but it's never going to be perfect. But I think we do play, sorry, at your place, I think, yes. So this fixture will be repeated, but what you play is Taylor comes into bowl. I'm doing arithmetic now in a minute. That one is played out to square leg for a single. Again, he's walked it through, Sam. So 9. You must play. You must play 5 teams twice and 4 teams once, if my calculations are right.
I don't think I've ever heard of that in any sort of other format. Not playing every single team the same amount of times.
No, although when I first, I mean, it's a long time ago, when I first started covering county cricket, of course you had 17, 18 counties and they played about 22, 24 games, so it was the same then. It is, I mean, it's not ideal. Taylor to Mosley, that's left, there's no run. 261 for 5. One way you could do it, but it would make planning difficult, would be if you ever played each other once and then you kind of divided the division into 2. Mark's despairing at that suggestion. In comes Taylor to bowl, and Mosley leaves. There's no run. I think they did that in the Scottish Premier League for a while. When they you'd play a certain number of matches, and then they divide into 2. The top half would play each other, and the bottom half would play each other. But there we are. .261 for 5. Taking it to Mosley, who punches that out to square leg and gets another single. He's on to 37.
Just taken slip out, I think it was Rory Burns and slip, and just moved him into another cover position for Mosley. Not surprised with that shot he's been attempting to play the last couple of overs. .262 for 5. So what age group did you start in at Warwickshire? I started from the age of 8.
Wow.
In under 11s, and I played up until I was 17. So yeah, a lot of time at Warwickshire. Really good setup.
Taylor to bowl to Hayne. That's pitched up. Hayne clips it round his pads. He'll get another walk. He moves on to 78. He did jog that one, to be fair. I think even I could have run faster than that, though. 263 for 5.
He's been in for a while, to be fair to him.
Yes.
Both the batters got short sleeves on. They must not be too cold.
Yeah. He's only 26 years of age, Sam. He's been around for so long. But, just 26 years of age. That's pushed out to the onside for no run. Of course, came over from Australia. But English parents. It was Manchester Originals he was with in the 100. And played one game. Okay, never got a look in again. I wouldn't mind if Manchester Originals were winning every week, and then you'd think, well, okay, fair enough. But they weren't. A very strange one. There we are.
Never good getting dropped after one game. Never good. Never feels fair, really. I think you've got to give a player a run in most circumstances.
Yeah. Mind you, will have been recompensed for it, so not all bad news for him. Clark comes into ball, that's left, there's no run. 263 for 5. One of the points that Paul Farbrace was making is to us before the start of the season, how it's changed. It used to be, until really fairly recently, that if you wanted to earn a living playing professional cricket, you played county cricket, and the only next step was playing international. Now, if cricketers can make a big living beyond county cricket, as Haynes... Oh, he's bowled! He left it! He didn't offer a shot! He can't quite believe it. He's looking down the pitch, but the ball just nicked his bails, and what a disappointing way for Sam Haynes to get out for 78. He still can't believe it. He's still looking at the stumps as if to say what sort of jiggery-pokery was involved there, but he's gone for 78, and Jordan Clark has his first wicket, 263 for 6. That came out of the blue somewhat.
Really didn't look like getting out there, Sam Haynes. He's been leaving it so nicely, not really playing and missing either, and we'll have to take a look at the delivery again. Maybe it was a magic delivery, but he looks pretty surprised, Sam Haynes, and also understandably really quite disappointed.
Yeah, I would say that was one issue perhaps last season, was he wasn't making his scores into hundreds. He would have fancied his chances of doing so there. So that ends a stand which lasted 36 overs. And we got 65 runs in that time. So 4 more wickets needed. Still 16 runs required to avoid the follow-on. Michael Burgess, an actually attacking player, comes in now. How many overs have we got left? We've got 7. We'll bring Mark at the end of this over to replace you, Grace. Thank you for all your contributions today. We'll see you tomorrow, won't we? So I won't, because I won't be here. But
you'll be down in Fulham.
Yeah, I'll be down in Fulham, exactly. 1 week too late for the boat race, which goes past Craven Cottage, of course. $263 for 6. Does mean, of course, Surrey have now nicked their second bowling point. They've got about 14 overs to try and get 3 more wickets and get the third. First ball is left by Burgess. Few U's and R's. There's no real drama in that, to be honest.
Not really a time you want to go in, is it, as a batter?
No. No.
Not much to be gained from the situation.
And still some work for Warwickshire to do. But Burgess is a decent player. So Clark bowls, and that's come off an inside edge down to back of square leg. Gets off the mark a little untidily. Burgess. What have you made of the day's play overall then, Grace?
I've quite enjoyed it. I think, obviously as a Warwickshire supporter, I'm not too sure how I was feeling at 41 for 4, but it was just so good to see Matt Lamb play such a good innings, and quite an attacking innings in light of the situation. But on the back of that, I think Surrey have bowled really well. The seamers have really come in on a pitch that isn't doing too much for an April wicket. And yeah, it's been a good day of cricket from probably two of the stronger sides in the league, I'd say.
Yeah. Kemo Roach has been sent down into the deep. He's jogging. He's got his sleeves over his hands now, as Kemo Roach. As Clark comes into bowl. Oh, that's edge and goes past the diving second slip. Now, had there been a third slip there, but there wasn't, and it's 4 runs. 4 streaky runs to Dan Mosley. He's on to 41, 268 for 6. Well, things are suddenly happening.
1 wicket can change a game, can't it? Really can.
Certainly can, yeah.
Just changes your mindset as a batter. That Mosey, who was probably before not the main batter in, has to step up and take the leading role.
And he was beginning to look as if he was going to try and push on. Whether that will change now that Haynes gone the other end. And that's hit him on the pads as an appeal for LBW. He is going to be a leg by, but it did look rather leg-side-ish from here. Grace, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Terrific having you. We'll hear from you again. And Mark will help to see us to the close as we try and unplug and plug. 269 for 6 Warwickshire. And it's going to be James Taylor. I've taken my coat off earlier, Mark, because you can't wear your coat indoors, but I'm freezing. That one is driven into the offside, and there's no run.
Kevin Howell's next door. He's got his woolly hat on. He's got his coat on. It is chilly. That was all of a sudden, Jordan Clark just got that ball to nip, hasn't he? And Sam Hain, lovely innings. And then Mosley getting turned round for that delivery. This is it again. It's that sort of Jordan Clark all-action cricketer type role.
This next one is clipped around his pads by Mosley, and he's going to get 2. I think they'll come back for a third. They don't. Mosley's on to 43. 271 for 6. Once you want to get this 279 on the board just to remove any doubt.
Yeah, well, Surrey will be batting again, whatever happens now. I suppose it's a case of if they could pick up another one tonight from a bowling perspective and then come back in the morning. I still think it'll be tough. This is a good pitch, this one. Good test match pitch, this. I think if we had another day after the war.
That's left. There's no run. Didn't help we lost half a day, of course.
Absolutely.
271 for 6.
Still set up for what could be an interesting day tomorrow. What you feel is for either side you'd need a clatter of wickets, really, wouldn't you? And we haven't really seen that yet in the game. I suppose at 41 for 4 this morning, that was probably that one time. But then Lamb and Hain played really well.
Taylor bowls. That's going down the leg side. Mosley lifts his bat out of the way in the end. It's another exemplary take from Ben Folkes.
Yeah, and looking forward to watching Michael Burgess have a bat here as well. Tough old time to come in.
Yes,
it really
somewhat.
is. No fun, but I suppose that's all part of the job for Michael Burgess. But yeah, Jordan Clark, very dangerous in that last over. Got the wicket of Hain, and then Burgess, understandably, was a little bit late on his second delivery, wasn't he? In that thick inside edge, just going past his leg stump.
Next one from Taylor's pitched up, and it's driven to the covers without any addition to the score for Mosley, who goes on walkabout.
He's played well here, Mosley, for those 43 runs. And Sam Hain, all that hard work, I feel for him there. And he got the shock of his life, I think. I think as well, the other thing is that most balls have just been bouncing straight over the top of the stumps when you've let them go. That one hit the top of the stumps.
Mosley clips that one through mid-wicket. It's a good stop there. And there's no run. Fielder stayed down, but I think that's probably just the end of a long day. I don't think there's any issue there. 271 for 6. 6 overs left in the day. And Warwickshire are still 157 behind.
Yep. 6 overs left is still time for Warwickshire to knock off a few of those runs and for Surrey to try and pick up a couple more wickets. It's going to be a late old finish here tonight, around about 10 to 7 you'd have thought. And as I say, he's I keep saying it, but it seems to have got colder as the day's gone on, which is a bit strange. And Mr. Kevin Howe sat to our right. He's got the full works on now. Every item of clothing he possesses.
He looks like he's about to leave the room and say, maybe sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. Either that or he's trekking up a mountain somewhere. Jordan Clark then coming in over the wicket to Burgess, driving outside edge, and it's gone through the hands of Ollie Pope. Flung himself to his right. Been a heck of a catch from Ollie Pope, and it's away for 4. It's a bit of a loose shot from Michael Burgess and Jordan Clark. Every delivery something's happening at the moment, and Burgess moves on to 5, and it's 275 for 6.
If this was a football match, you'd say a brilliant save, tipping that over the bar.
Absolutely. But it would have taken some catching that, because Burgess went after it, really did throw the hands at that. Trail by 153 now, as Clark is in once again, and Burgess lets this one go outside his off stump, but definitely getting a bit of movement here is Jordan Clark.
Wonder if any hardy Warwickshire supporters will applaud when they get to the 279.
Yes, indeed. If they're still able to move their hands.
Exactly. It may just be Warwickshire to take them out of their pockets.
Exactly. God dear. The thing is, it's that time of the year as well where it can be blue sky up above and it all looks very nice, but very chilly. Kemar Roach has looked cold all day. He's down there with his sleeves over his hands at long leg. Jordan Clark is going wider of the crease here to Burgess, who punches off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run. A heck of an effort that from Ollie Pope, because that was travelling. As I say, probably what saved Michael Burgess there was the fact he really went after it.
No.
And it absolutely flew. And to get fingertips to that was a heck of an effort from Ollie Pope. And if you see a save like that tomorrow, Clive, down at Craven Cottage, well, that'll be something else. As in over the wicket again. Always Jordan Clark, and Burgess a little bit late on this, but nicely played. Out into the offside it goes. He'll take his single, and that will bring Mosley on to strike. 276 for 6. I was at Craven Cottage just after Christmas, actually. Was it just on New Year, I think? And that new stand's going to be very impressive when it's all done. I do like the press box, and well, it's very old school. I haven't been there for years. It's very old school. The old wooden seats that you pull down. Waiting once more is the left-handed Mosley on 43. So 3 away from that, avoiding that follow-on. That's done and dusted, really, as in comes Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Hat-trick would make it interesting, I suppose.
It would.
Yeah.
It would make it very tense.
As Mosley wanders off towards square leg. The one I always remember with follow-ons was Capel Dev. Do you remember that?
I do.
Where he hit 4 consecutive sixes off Eddie Hemmings in 1990. Lords, in that test match at Lords where everything happened, didn't it? Gooch got his 3-3-3 and 100 in the second inning. Azharuddin played one of the great knocks of all time. As over the wicket is Jordan Clark again, and Mosley's in behind this one, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 276 for 6. Kieran Moray, of course, off Manoj Prabhakar when Gooch was on about 30, dropped an absolute zitter behind the stump.
Well, of course, famously, Brian, you were talking about Brian last 501. He was dropped on 18.
Poor old Chris Scott.
Yes.
I don't know if it's fabled or it's true or not, but didn't he apparently say, I bet he goes on and gets 100
something like that,
501.
Yeah. So Taylor to ball, but there you go. That's the plan. Bang, bang, bang. That's what we say, don't they? One wicket, another one. Bang, bang. 5 overs to do it now today. And in comes Taylor. Right arm over. That's driven, but it'll be cut off at mid-off.
Ow. Ow, ow, ow.
He landed on the ball there.
Jordan Clark there. That's it. I think it's as he slid, he missed it with his hands and it's whacked him on the ankle.
Oh dear.
It's all right. Ow.
He's hobbling away. Yeah.
God, dear. That really does hurt, doesn't it? Hashim Amla's off the field of play, so Jamie Overton's out there, but especially on a cold day like this. Taylor
to Burgess. Plays it again to the offside for no run.
Tough Cumbrian he is. Jordan Clark, but that will hurt. He's hobbling around there at mid. Sort of slid and missed the ball entirely, and it whacked him on the shin, poor chap. James Taylor bowled very tidily today. 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 34.
It's all 2 slips in place. Brightens up a little bit. Taylor bowls, and that's driven again to mid-off for no run.
Little bit of in-swing there, I think, for James Taylor. Jordan Clark's all right. As I say, tough fella is Jordan Clark. But I was slightly concerned there for him when he slid and missed it completely.
So this ball in its 20th over now. Really done a lot, but they managed to get a 1 wicket. That's played to mid-on by Burgess. All along the ground. Doesn't beat the fielder.
Michael Burgess just rehearses playing straight back up the ground there.
Well, I guess he'll be given licence to play fairly positively if he's still there in the morning, because we'll get to the stage where they'll feel the game's pretty safe. Start thinking about whether how much they can get in the remaining overs for bonus points. That one seemed to bounce a bit on Burgess. Played it from quite high in the bat onto the onside for no run. So we've got now 10 overs to go. So really, it is just about the 300 that's for the bonus points. So Warwickshire really can't, realistically, unless they really go for it, can't get beyond the 3 batting points, which is what Surrey got. We could end up with these teams on the same number of points at the end of this game. Taylor bowls, and that's whipped away, and that's going to go for 4. The empty third man area, and it's 4 runs for Burgess, who moves on to double figures. 280 for 6. 100 overs now gone. So Surrey have another 10 overs to try and get 3 wickets that would get them a 3rd bowling point. We should need to make sure they get the 20 runs for the 3rd batting point. If they really go for it, try and get 70, which should be 7 and over. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, follow on avoided as well now.
That's true, and people did applaud it. They did spot that. Yes.
Yeah,
well spotted.
Nicely put away that by Burgess, because it was short wide from Taylor and he threw his hands at it. Burgess 607 runs last year in the Championship. High score of 101, 103 50, so very handy contributions there from Michael Burgess. He's on to 10 now. Mosley has 43, 280 for 6. Jordan Clark is going to come piling in again from that city end round the wicket, and that one's left alone by Mosley outside his off stump. I'm not sure Surrey could have done much more today, really, with the ball.
So his 100 came against Worcestershire here. Michael Burgess 101 that game. That's been like Warwickshire, really. They've stuck at it.
I suppose Alex Davis will come in as a batter, will he?
He will
Burgess will
open.
keep the,
Alex Davis will open. Yes. Yeah, Burgess will keep the gloves.
As forward goes Mosley and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Folks having a bit of a natter with Rory Burns in there at first slip. Ollie Pope's been stood at second slip most of the day, actually. And James Taylor just thinking about his next over down there at long leg. Jamie Smith is out at deep mid wicket as round the wicket goes Jordan Clark again. Oh, outside edge.
Brilliant.
Great catch. Ollie Pope to his right hand side. Mosley was looking to go leg side to that outside edge, and Ollie Pope, he'd have been looking towards mid wicket, and then he's taken a terrific catch away to his right hand side at second slip. That does make this interesting now this evening. Surrey still have those runs on the board. It's Jordan Clark this evening who's got it to talk a touch. Mosley's good innings comes to an end, gone for 43. That was a heck of a catch, because as I say, the way that Mosley was shaping up was to go through mid-wicket there, and Ollie Pope would have been looking that way, and then he's taking that almost behind him, going to his right at second slip. So Mosley's good innings comes to an end on 43, and Warwickshire at 280 for 7.
Well, the deficit's 148, so I suppose if they did wrap up the innings fairly quickly tomorrow morning, they might be able to get Warwickshire in for a session and a half. Perhaps. Craig Miles comes out to the middle.
Yeah, it's been a good spell this from Jordan Clark, hasn't it? All of a sudden, wicket of Sam Hain, and now that wicket of Mosley. So yes, Craig Miles is out there in the middle. I suppose what Surrey will sort of say to themselves as well here is, still after this, so 3.3 to go. If we could pick up 1-2 more, finish it off quickly in the morning, as you say, then bat well. Still an opportunity, but it's Jordan Clark who's given them this opportunity with the way that he suddenly picked up these. Something's happening every ball at the moment with Jordan Clark. Here he comes then. First delivery this for Miles. Jordan Clark's in, short ball. Oh dear, Miles doesn't look too comfy with that. I think he's ducking and playing it, and it's hit the bat and sort of rolled away into the leg side, and there's no run. It's just sort of that one of those passages here, Clive, where, as I say, with Jordan Clark bowling, something's going to happen every ball, isn't it?
I guess they could give themselves 40-50 overs to bowl at Warwickshire. I mean, they won't want to give them any sniff of a win, I wouldn't have thought, but they could get 40-50 overs. It might be quite awkward for Warwickshire.
Clark is into Miles. Oh, Miles is late on that. Pushes forward, the inside edge, rolls in there towards Reece Topley. I think what's impressive here from sort of Jordan Clark is it sort of moved into that passage of play, hadn't we, where Warwickshire will get past the follow-on and get to stumps tonight, and then all of a sudden they've done that, they've got past the follow-on. Jordan Clark has just cranked it up a bit. Here he comes once again, over the wicket to Miles. Miles drives, flashing edge, flies away. Down to the third man boundary, rope for 4. So as I say, everything happening with every delivery here from Jordan Clark. Good over, great catch from Ollie Pope, really was. And it's 284 for 7, and there are 3 overs remaining today.
Yeah, so every runs that Warwickshire get now are precious, just pushes them a little bit closer, but 144 is currently the deficit. Michael Burgess on strike, and Kemo Roach is going to come back into the attack.
Yeah, sort of makes sense, that.
3 for 79 so far for him. No problem with the light. It's as light as it has been all day. Roach comes in, right arm over, and it's worked up to the onside by Burgess. 17 balls to go. Warwickshire 284 for 7. 17 balls to go today, and then another 92 overs tomorrow morning. Not tomorrow morning, tomorrow. That'd be some morning if you bowled 92 overs, wouldn't it?
Well, do you overrate no harm, would it?
Roach comes in to bowl. Stops on Burgess a bit. He plays it to mid-on. There's no run. I do like watching Roach in his run-up. He's so elegant and upright.
Yeah, just a natural athlete, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just glides in, really. Kemar Roach.
I think he's probably wearing about half a dozen sweaters.
I think he's got a short sleeve on, but under his shirt he's got one of his skin type things.
And now the ball pitches that one up, and well, they're appealing for a caught behind. I think that sort of jammed on the ground and flew up to the wicket keeper.
I think that was bottom of Michael Burgess's bat hitting the ground. Great delivery though again from Kemar Roach, but I think that was the noise of the bottom of the bat hitting the ground there from Michael Burgess.
Warwickshire struggled for batting points last season. It's got a bit of work to do to get their third batting point here. Roach in to bowl. Burgess takes a little step forward, and that one's delivered just wide of him. And it remains 284 for 7.
I know what Kevin Howes has been doing next door now. It's just posted Intriguing picture of cloud formations above Edgbaston. I think he's got a new app that he's testing out.
In comes well, it's played the Roach has played to backward point by Burgess. Opened the face to the bat, played it down to backward point for no run. So the 5 wickets are gone today. Danny Briggs caught Folks bowled Roach for a duck without any addition to the overnight score. That was 16 for 3. Rob Yates' LBW to Roach for 32. That was 41 for 4. Then came the stand of 157 before Matt Lamb was caught Jacks bowled Topley for 106. And another stand then of 65 before Sam Hain was bowled not offering a shot by Clark for 78. Roach bowls. It's driven nicely by Burgess. It will be cut off. He'll get a single. He moves on to 11, 285 for 5. And finally, Dan Mosley. I say finally, we've still got a couple of overs to go, but for now, finally, Dan Mosley brilliantly caught a second slip by Ollie Pope off Clark again for 43. So 2 for Clark, 3 in the innings for Roach, and 2 in the innings for Topley.
Yeah, and 2 overs to go tonight, so 12 deliveries remaining unless Jordan Clark oversteps or Kemar Roach oversteps.
Or you get a wicket in the final over.
Yep, there could be that as well, I suppose. But a good over again there from Kemar Roach. And it's sort of all built up to this today, hasn't it? This sort of last half hour in many ways. So 3 slips in there for Jordan Clark, who's picked up the 2 late on this evening. Michael Burgess is on strike as Jordan Clark goes wide of the crease at Burgess. Burgess gets up on his toes, thick inside edge into the leg side, will take a single. Won't mind that too much, Jordan Clark, because it brings Miles onto strike. And Miles getting off the mark with a big drive outside the off stump that flew off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. Average 10.42 last summer with the Mac. Craig Miles.
As so many teams do these days, Warwickshire pretty much all the way down. Certainly Henry Brooks, he's a perfectly accomplished batter. Ollie Andorby tends not to score big runs, but he's often difficult to dislodge.
Well, we're just waiting because understandably Jamie Smith's going to go in there at short leg, so just waiting for the helmet and the abdominal guard for Jamie Smith. And he pops himself in there at short leg. 4 slips in there now as Jordan Clark comes charging in once again, and forward goes Miles. That's a good shot from Craig Miles. Full face to the bat, drilled away down the ground and away for 4. Ashley Mamler sort of watches that go over the rope, then chases after it. And Miles moves on to 8 and 290 for 7 now. Warwickshire, so should get up to that 300 in the 3rd batting point.
Miles can certainly bat. He actually tended to take on the night watchman role until Danny Briggs arrived.
Well, now trailed by 138 to Warwickshire. Sun still out here in Birmingham as Jordan Clark is in, bouncer, ducking underneath it is Miles and taken by Ben Folkes up above his right shoulder. So that slip cordon is Burns at first, Pope at second, Jacks at 3rd, Patel at 4th. Topley stood out at cover point. Ashley Mamler stood at mid-off. Still not looking that warm, is he? As Jordan Clark over the wicket once again, and forward goes the right-handed Miles and just pushes this one up towards Ashley Mamler at mid-off, and there's no run.
I didn't see what Kevin means about the cloud formation now. It's like there's a big hat, isn't it? It's a
Mr. Eakin, Kevin Howes, it's a magnificent photo that he's put.
It's a strange-looking cloud, isn't it?
It's sort of what his photo. It looks like the clouds are balanced on top of the floodlights.
Ah,
You see? He's been busy in there with his camera. As Clark is in, couple of balls left of this over. That's whipped by Miles down to Kemar Roach at deep backward square. They'll pick up a single. Kemar Roach with a big grin on his face. whips the ball in, and single there. 291 for 7 brings Burgess back onto strike. So one delivery left for Jordan Clark today. He's done a good job, especially in the last sort of half an hour or so. Picking up the wicket, Sam Hain, and Mosley as he's in here to Burgess, and Burgess elegantly just tucks this one into the legs. I didn't really time it though, and Reece Topley tumbles away to his right to do the fielding. So 1 over left today, trailing by 137. Warwickshire 291 for 7.
Still sounds quite a lot, so Warwickshire's still some work to do. They have fought back well today, but not quite a job done.
What is it? So today that's 200.
Take 16 off.
Yeah,
so
go on, Clive. Go on,
275.
So 275
for 5.
for 5 today. It's a good day's cricket.
Yeah. With 1 over to go, Kemar Roach to bowl it. At least Henry Brooks knows he's not going to have to come in tonight. Roach 2 slips at Miles pulls away. There's a bit of movement going on in the field.
I think still getting down to long leg. There was James Taylor. Kevin Housen. We're looking at your photo.
In comes Roach to bowl. That's a wide left by Miles. There's no run. 291 for 7. Are we the last game on? Is anyone else still playing?
Well, that's a good point. Everybody's back having a hot shower.
It's Roach to bowl. Looks like they're still playing. That's left outside off stumps. It looks like they're still playing at Northampton with Gloucestershire. Building up a lead there. 254 ahead, 4 wickets left.
Ryan Higgins with 100 again there for Gloucestershire.
They're still playing at Cardiff as well. We're done on a 3-3-3 for 3.
Excellent.
Still playing everywhere. Still playing at, well, not everywhere. They're still playing at Leicester as well. Worcestershire 2-2-3 for 3. Lead by 358. The rest have all finished for the day. We have 4 more scheduled deliveries. Just the briefest of interruptions today. The final session. This next one is turned down to third man by Craig Miles. Opens the face of the bat. 2 fielders giving chase. They will get to it. He wants the third run. Michael Burgess isn't interested. He's thinking 3 balls left in the day. I'll stay at the non-strikers end. Thank you very much. Miles on to 11, 293 for 7.
Yeah, I don't think Michael Burgess was ever taking 3 there, was he? Miles was thinking to himself, excellent, I'll get up the non-strikers in, but...
Miles leans on his bat and says to Burgess, I'm not the night watchman, you know. Roach. Right arm over bowls. It's a bouncer which hardly bounces at all, and Miles crouches out of the way. It bounces just over the stumps, and it effectively yorks Ben Folkes, who manages to stop it, not cleanly, but we weren't able to get a run. 2 to go. He'll be joined tomorrow by Richard Wilford is joining the team.
Lovely.
I won't be here, but the rest of the team will be. Mark Grace and Kevin will be here, and Phil. Roach to Miles. Short leg in place. Oh, that's gone through. Miles, he played a forward defensive there. Last ball of the day coming up. And Surrey still with runs on the board. 135 their lead. Even if they hadn't lost that half day on the first day, it would be very interesting now. Roach then to Craig Miles to wrap up the day. And Miles clips it to mid-on as the ball spearing towards his pads. He finishes 11 not out. Michael Birch is 12 not out. Warwickshire closed on 293 for 7 after 104 overs. They trail by 135 on first innings with a day to go.
Yeah, another good day of cricket, that. Nicely set up for tomorrow. I think Surrey have stuck in there very well with the ball today, and fine innings from Matt Lamb and Sam Hain today, and Mosley as well. But could be an interesting day tomorrow, Clive.
Yeah. Two good sides. So ground stuff come on. So that's just about it from us. As I said, there are 1 or 2 games still going on. So if you want more cricket, if you go to the BBC website, you know, you'll get every ball of every game there. So there's a couple of matches you could listen to before we all wrap up. But Mark, thank you very much indeed. I'll say goodbye, and thank you to dear listeners for having us. And I will be back and again, no doubt, soon. 293 for 7 at the close. I'll say good evening.